Chapter 653. The martial emperor was already dead and had been replaced by Zhao Danchen. At the same time, there was Feng Xian, who was even more difficult to deal with. Although Long Chen had Long Shan's help, it was still impossible for him to obtain the Ancient Tomb Medallion. To him, the Ancient Tomb Medallion was more important than his own life, because it represented whether he was qualified to see Lingxi. If he didn't get the Ancient Tomb token this time, it meant that he would have to wait for a few more years. How could Lingxi wait for that time? How was she doing in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace? What kind of power was the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace? These were all unknown. Therefore, Long Chen could only fight. Fight to the death. Cultivation. Non-stop cultivation. The cultivation of the martial realm was not as simple as devouring. Long Chen's previous advancement was too smooth. The cultivation of the martial realm made him understand the difficulty of cultivation. He felt that his heaven-defying speed was slow, not to mention other people who had to stay in the same realm for a few years or even couldn't improve for the rest of their lives. The first heaven aperture was in the Sea of Consciousness. His comprehension ability was many times that of others. Long Chen finally broke through the last barrier of the third level of the Earth martial arts realm by watching everyone's every move. Long Yu's previous guidance, and the thrilling competition with Feng Xian in the process of hurrying on the road. Long Chen finally broke through the last barrier of the third level of the Earth martial arts realm. Feeling Long Chen's movement on his back, Xiao Lang immediately stopped. At this moment, Long Chen jumped from his back and landed on the ground. He closed his eyes tightly and clenched his fists. The fist manual of the third level of the Earth martial realm naturally danced in his hands. For a moment, Long Chen felt that his whole body was connected to the earth. His pulse became the pulse of the earth. The rhythm and frequency of the two were exactly the same. He punched out, retracted, and punched out, as if he was connected to the endless ground. Ha! With the last shout, Long Chen's whole body was filled with yellow sand. The yellow sand danced around him rhythmically in his fist technique. Whoop! The yellow sand suddenly became a tornado, sweeping around Long Chen. Then, the spiritual energy in the veins of the earth rushed towards Long Chen's direction. There was not much spiritual energy in the veins of the earth, but under Long Chen's extraction, countless spiritual energy gathered towards this place. The ground within a mile was completely covered with spiritual energy. Countless spiritual energy surrounded Long Chen and rushed into his body like a storm. Then, he absorbed all of it and turned it into his own Dragon Soul Qi. Because of the dense earth veins' spiritual Qi, the surrounding ground emitted a sparkling and translucent light. The ordinary ground had become the most beautiful jade at this moment. Xiao Lang stared blankly at this scene. In the center of Long Chen's Sea of Consciousness was the most mysterious dragon jade in his body. Below the dragon jade was the inherited blood of the ancient bloodline spiritual dragon, and above the dragon jade was the dragon-shaped martial soul that Long Chen had condensed. At this moment, after Long Chen's comprehension of the word martial, his dragon-shaped martial soul had become a lot more solid and had reached the third level of the Earth martial arts realm. A dragon-shaped martial soul definitely didn't exist in the entire dragon sacrificial continent. Even if there were other dragon warriors in the dragon sacrificial continent, they couldn't be as powerful as a warrior like Long Chen who possessed the ancestral dragon's blood. After all, in ancient times, the entire dragon sacrificial dragon continent was the world of primordial divine dragons. There were billions of divine dragons, and even if they went extinct, there would always be some who left their bloodline behind. Just like how Long Yu's ancestor had obtained the inheritance blood essence of the lowest grade red dragon. There was also the dragon warrior, Wang Chen, who was destined to be the strongest enemy in Long Chen's life. Although Long Chen hadn't seen him, he already felt pressure from the dragon warrior, Wang Chen. Dragon warriors, even in the emperor domain, were quite rare. Wang Chen's inherited blood was definitely not the ancestral dragon's. There could only be one ancestral dragon, Long Chen. The transformation and solidification of the dragon-shaped martial soul allowed Long Chen to control more genuine essence and have a greater transformation ability. The endless earth vein spiritual Qi entered his body and merged with the dragon soul genuine essence in the martial vein. Under the powerful transformation ability of the dragon soul genuine essence, 100 portions of earth vein spiritual Qi were transformed into one portion of dragon soul genuine essence. The endless earth vein spiritual Qi frantically entered Long Chen's body, and the dragon soul genuine essence that Long Chen possessed skyrocketed again and again, finally reaching the level of 10 times the original. At this moment, Long Chen truly possessed the genuine essence of the third level of the Earth martial arts realm. After displaying the Dragon Soul transformation, he was comparable to an expert in the 4th level of the Earth martial arts realm. When he decided to go to the Eternal Divine Sea, Long Chen did not expect that he would make a breakthrough before that. He went there with the attitude of facing death with equanimity. On the way, he reached the 3rd level of the Earth martial arts realm, which undoubtedly provided a great guarantee for his action this time, and also gave him the qualification to challenge the Divine Phoenix. Everything returned to peace. Long Chen opened his eyes, and 2 blood-red lights suddenly flashed from his eyes. At this time, Long Chen was exuding a vast power. Even Xiao Lang, who was at the same level as him, was a little frightened. Long Chen's strength at this time was not only reflected in his genuine essence, but also reflected in the invisible pressure after his martial soul improved. The martial soul was the foundation of the Earth martial arts realm. The improvement of the martial soul was the real improvement. Big brother, you really succeeded. A look of surprise appeared on Xiao Lang's face. There was originally no way forward, but unexpectedly there was a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. Now, Long Chen was qualified to fight against Zhao Donchen's ancient demon's corpse, and even Feng Xian. His strength had truly advanced to the most decisive level of the Wushu Sage dynasty. If Long San still had the combat strength of the 4th level of the Earth martial arts realm, he probably would not be a match for Long Chen now. Long Chen smiled and nodded. The road to the Eternal Divine Sea was quite clear. Let's go, Xiao Lang. This time, we brothers will go forward together. At the 3rd level of the Earth martial arts realm, even if Long Chen did not transform into the Dragon Soul, his speed was similar to that of Xiao Lang. Xiao Lang nodded excitedly. The goal is the Eternal Divine Sea. The man and the wolf finally felt a little relieved. However, it was just a little easier. The Divine Phoenix had dominated the Eternal Divine Sea for so many years, so it was actually easy to deal with. Even Zhao Wuji did not dare to go to the Sky Island easily. Once he went there, as long as he was discovered by the Divine Phoenix, he would definitely end up fighting. A battle was a fight to the death, and it was very likely that there would be casualties. In the past, Zhao Wuji would certainly not go to the Eternal Divine Sea if it was not necessary. After spending 4 days and 4 nights, Long Chen and the wolf finally reached their destination. It was an ordinary grassland. In front of them was an endless grassland. The knee-high grass covered Long Chen's field of vision. Even the grass could grow so high, which meant that no one had come here for a long time. Even wild animals like horses probably did not dare to come here. However, the weeds here did not have any luster, and even looked a little sickly. This was because the sky above them was a huge sea of fog. Long Chen raised his head. In the sky in front of him, there was nothing but thick white fog. The white fog seemed to cover a wider area than the grassland. In this sea of fog, bird cries could be heard from far and near. Those that could live in this sea of fog were basically at the level of demon beasts. This sea of fog was the world of bird-type demon beasts. Xiao Lang, I will sneak into this sea of fog. You enter the Taishu realm first. Once I find the Divine Phoenix, we will work together to kill it. If Mo Xiao Lang was in human form, he would not have much combat power. Moreover, the body of a demon beast would be easily discovered, so he could only nod. However, he believed that Long Chen would definitely be able to do it. Soon, Xiao Lang entered the Taishu realm. Meanwhile, Long Chen took a deep breath and mobilized his essential ether. With the ability of the first heavenly aperture, he began to fly into the sky and plunged into the sea of fog in the sky. As he moved in the sea of fog, he was surrounded by a vast expanse of whiteness. This feeling was actually not much different from the feeling of being in the sea. The only difference was that it was slightly easier to move here than in the sea. All around him was a vast expanse of whiteness. At this realm, Long Chen's control of essential ether and aura was no less than that of Long Chen and the others. He carefully controlled his own aura so that he would not be discovered by other demon beasts. Coupled with the spirit-devouring demon eyes, there were many bird-type demon beasts on the way to Sky Island, but none of them had discovered him. Of course, Long Chen was not afraid of these demon beasts. However, if he was besieged by these demon beasts before reaching Sky Island, it would inevitably be troublesome. Another point was that the Divine Phoenix was a bird-type demon beast and was adept at fighting in the air. Moreover, Long Chen was not familiar with flying. If they did not fight on the ground, Long Chen and Xiao Lang's combat power would inevitably be greatly reduced. Therefore, since he couldn't lure the Divine Phoenix to the ground, Long Chen could only go to Sky Island. At least Sky Island had land and a place where he could borrow strength. When the time came, it should be much more convenient for him to fight. Moreover, it was the Divine Phoenix's large nest. Even if the Divine Phoenix was defeated, it wouldn't immediately flee. Before reaching the Eternal Divine Sea, Long Chen had already found someone from Scarlet Soul in a nearby city and inquired about the location of Sky Island. The Eternal Divine Sea was quite mysterious to the world, but Scarlet Soul still had some information. Following the map given by Scarlet Soul, Long Chen headed in the direction of Sky Island. In front of him, the aura of demon beasts was getting stronger and stronger. There were at least tens of thousands of demon beasts, maybe even hundreds of thousands. Chapter 654. After passing through the dense fog, Long Chen headed towards the Sky Island on the map. In the past, most of the bird-type demonic beasts that Long Chen had seen were tamed and used as a means of transportation. This time, however, he saw too many demonic beasts that he had never seen before. These demonic beasts flew and soared in the sky, setting off biting cold gales. Sky sparrows, four-winged firebirds, and so on were everywhere. Perhaps because of the heavenly phoenix divine bird, most of the beasts here were fire-type beasts. This might be a good thing for the wolf cub. At the very least, the heavenly phoenix divine bird's demon core would allow the wolf cub to improve once again. In this sea of fog, there were many fights between demonic beasts, so this place was not as peaceful as Long Chen had imagined. Long Chen carefully avoided these fights. After obtaining the soul-devouring demon pupil, this misty sea of fog was no longer an obstacle for him. All kinds of demonic beasts had turned into souls and appeared clearly in his field of vision. Before the demonic beasts had discovered Long Chen had already avoided them. As long as he landed on dry land, he would be able to display his full combat strength. This sea of fog was quite large. Long Chen flew diagonally upwards for almost half a day in it before he finally saw the Sky Island in the distance. This was the territory of the Divine Phoenix. Long Chen discovered that the closer he got to this place, the higher the surrounding temperature became. As expected of the Divine Phoenix, the flames on its body alone could create such a high temperature. The Sky Island was shrouded in heavy fog. At this moment, what appeared in front of Long Chen was a Sky Island that was faintly discernible amidst the rolling clouds and fog. Indistinctly, Long Chen could see the gray land. On it, there were some faintly discernible dilapidated buildings and even ruins. The Sky Island is in ruins. Could it be that this place was originally occupied by the Divine Phoenix? Long Chen pondered in his heart. He continued to approach the island in the distance. From afar, the surface area of Sky Island wasn't very big. It was about half the size of Martial Emperor City, but it wasn't small either. After all, Martial Emperor City was the largest city Long Chen had ever seen. In the dense fog, the island looked a little gloomy. Some of the buildings were quite dilapidated. Birds and beasts lived on the ruins. Each beast had its own territory. The closer one was to the center of the island. The bigger the buildings were and the stronger the beasts were. The monsters in the outermost layer were roughly at the heaven stage. Without the strength of the heaven stage, it would be very difficult to survive in the Sky Island. After seeing the Sky Island, Long Chen didn't have any other misgivings. He directly unleashed his speed and rushed into the Sky Island. He immediately stepped on the gray land. As he had expected, although the island was in the sky, it was very stable when he stepped on it. However, it could be seen that this place was in a mess. There were traces of birds and beasts everywhere. It was very rare for people to come here. The surrounding buildings were dilapidated and full of mottled marks. They should have existed for many years. Even though he was on the island, the surroundings were still shrouded in mist. The bird-type demonic beasts that lived here, perhaps because they had lived here for a long time, had sharp eyes. Long Chen had just arrived on the Sky Island unscrupulously when countless bird-type demonic beasts noticed him. The scent of a human on his body was completely different from that of a demonic beast. When Long Chen rushed into the crowd of demonic beasts, it was like a demonic beast rushing into a crowd of humans. For a moment, there were countless sharp bird cries coming from the Sky Island, each louder than the last. For a moment, the entire Sky Island seemed to be trembling. Tens of thousands of beasts soared up one after another. For a moment, the sky above Long Chen was covered with bird beasts. The sharp bird cries almost pierced his eardrums. Boom! Countless beasts of the fire attribute, wind attribute, and other attributes rushed towards Long Chen. For a moment, the flames and gales almost drowned Long Chen. However, Long Chen was not afraid of such beasts. Although there were thousands of these demon beasts, they were all heaven-ranked demon beasts. The attacks of heaven-ranked demon beasts had no effect on him. However, in order to avoid trouble, Long Chen let the wolf cub come out. The wolf cub was a grade 3 king-level demon beast. Just by standing there, it was enough to create a strong deterrent force for these demon beasts. A burst of black flame surged out from Long Chen's chest and instantly became incomparably large. Then, in a very short period of time, the black flames transformed into a huge pitch-black demonic beast that stood in the middle of Sky Island and roared at the sky. Howl. This long howl was followed by a black flame baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as it swept over the sun-devouring demon wolf's body. The nearby demon beasts were burned one after another as they screamed and ran away. Many demon beasts even directly died. A third-rank king wasn't a joke. The tens of thousands of heaven-ranked demon beasts pouncing towards Long Chen were either killed or injured by the appearance of the sun-devouring demon wolf. They were quite free in the Sky Island. After feeling the terror of the sun-devouring demonic wolf, all the heaven-ranked beasts fled the Sky Island. They were not fools. After realizing the power of the sun-devouring demonic wolf, they knew that there would naturally be someone on the Sky Island to deal with Long Chen and the others. They would not have to be killed by the sun-devouring demonic wolf here. Demonic beasts were much more afraid of other demonic beasts than they were of humans. Especially with Xiao Lang's huge body, the demonic beasts below the king ranked basically did not have the courage to fight against him. The sun-devouring demonic wolf came out and easily forced away all the nearby demonic beasts. After transforming into the sun-devouring demonic wolf, Xiao Lang could still use the psychic beast language to communicate with Long Chen. As soon as he came out, he said to Long Chen, "Big brother, I feel the presence of the Sky Phoenix divine bird. Follow me." After saying that, the sun-devouring demonic wolf stepped on the pitch-black ruins and headed towards the center of the Sky Island. The closer they got, the higher the temperature became. Wherever the sun-devouring demonic wolf went, the surrounding demonic beasts all fled. They simply did not have the courage to fight against Xiao Lang. "Who are you?" At this time, a hunchbacked young man burning with scarlet flames appeared in front of the sun-devouring demonic wolf. This person's eyes were bright red, and his long hair was actually red. At this time, he was looking at Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang with sparkling eyes. This was obviously a king-ranked demonic beast with relatively high intelligence. Otherwise, it would not have transformed into a human and directly communicated with Long Chen. This is the Emperor's territory. Outsiders and humans leave. The red-haired young man looked at Long Chen and the sun-devouring demonic wolf and said coldly. His face was full of malevolence. "Xiao Lang, kill it." Long Chen did not want to talk nonsense with it and said directly. This red-haired young man had the same aura as Xiao Lang, so he should be a third-grade king-ranked demonic beast. Sure enough, after Long Chen shouted, the red-haired young man became angry. Red flames swept out from his body like a fiery red lotus. Then, it suddenly exploded. A fiery red divine bird was born from the flames and spread its wings. This was a huge divine bird that Long Chen had seen before. It was similar to the four-winged firebird that he had seen outside. Its body was covered with flaming feathers that shone brightly. On its back, unlike the four-winged firebird, this bird-type demonic beast had a total of 3 pairs of wings. This should be a 6-winged firebird. The four-winged firebird was originally a normal form, but this firebird in front of them should have evolved. Ordinary demonic beasts could also evolve slightly like Xiao Lang. This 6-winged firebird was a third-grade king-ranked demonic beast. Compared to the four-winged firebird, it was a full 4 grades higher. The 6-winged firebird spread its wings and rapidly danced in the sky. Its body was about the same size as Xiao Lang. It had a total of 3 pairs of wings, which was even longer than Xiao Lang's body. The sharp cries of the bird were accompanied by scarlet flames that swept towards Xiao Lang and Long Chen. To the sun-devouring demonic wolf, showing off its flames in front of it was simply a provocation. The sun-devouring demonic wolf let out an angry roar and bit at the 6-winged firebird with its sharp fangs. The 6-winged firebird's claws also slashed at the sun-devouring demonic wolf. With a loud bang, the attacks of the 2 demonic beasts collided. The 6-winged firebird clearly could not compare to the sun-devouring demonic wolf in terms of strength. Its claws were directly grabbed by the sun-devouring demonic wolf and it was thrown to the ground. Boom! There was a loud explosion. The vast ruins were crushed by the six-winged firebird's body. As the flames on its body burned, a large piece of land turned black. However, this kind of damage was not a hindrance to the six-winged firebird. It only made it angrier. It frantically spread its 3 pairs of wings and suddenly flapped them. In an instant, it was very high up in the sky and completely left the sun-devouring demonic wolf behind. They were both third-grade monarch-tier demonic beasts, so they each had their own pride. However, the six-winged firebird had been thrown to the ground by the sun-devouring demonic wolf in the first exchange of blows. This was definitely a huge insult to it. Hence, it angrily flapped its 3 pairs of wings. The fiery red flames were like a meteor shower that rained down on the sun-devouring demonic wolf. For a moment, the flames almost drowned Xiao Lang. "You want to compete with Xiao Lang in terms of flames?" Long Chen laughed. At this moment, the sun-devouring demonic wolf suddenly opened its mouth, and a huge black vortex appeared in its mouth. The flames that were raining down were directly swallowed into the sun-devouring demonic wolf's stomach. The six-winged firebird had just regained some consciousness, so it had never seen such a terrifying demonic beast before. It was abnormally angry. When it saw that the flames could not burn the sun-devouring demonic wolf to death, it flapped its wings even more vigorously. More flames rained down on Xiao Lang like flaming meteorites. Each flame was at least 3 meters in diameter. Chapter 655. However, these flames were not even enough to fill the sun-devouring demonic wolf's stomach. Just as the six-winged firebird was running out of tricks and was running around in circles, the vortex in the sun-devouring demonic wolf's mouth disappeared. The six-winged firebird was overjoyed as it thought that the sun-devouring demonic wolf had run out of tricks. It swooped down towards the sun-devouring demonic wolf and tried to grab its eyes. However, Xiao Lang suddenly spat out the 9 Serenities demon ancestral fire. The 9 Serenities demon ancestral fire instantly engulfed the six-winged firebird. The six-winged firebird struggled frantically in the 9 Serenities demon ancestral fire and let out miserable cries. It must have been in great pain under the burning of the 9 Serenities demon ancestral fire. However, this pain quickly passed. When the 9 Serenities demon ancestral fire passed, the six-winged firebird had completely turned into a huge and lifelike black ice sculpture in front of the sun-devouring demonic wolf. Long Chen suddenly put the ice sculpture into the great void realm. If he was any slower, the ice sculpture would have fallen to the ground and completely shattered. Such a beautiful thing. I can give it to Xueqi in the future. She will definitely like it. Long Chen said with a smile. Then, he looked into the depths of Sky Island. From the moment the six-winged firebird was completely incinerated by the sun-devouring demonic wolf's 9 Serenities demon ancestral fire, a huge aura seemed to gradually awaken in the depths of Sky Island. This must be the legendary 4th-grade king-level demonic beast, the Divine Phoenix. Apart from the Divine Phoenix, the strongest beast on Sky Island was the 3rd-grade king-level 6-winged firebird. This 6-winged firebird was comparable to the black water mystical snake. Now that the 6-winged firebird was dead, the other demonic beasts, including 1st-grade and 2nd-grade king-level demonic beasts, flew into the sky and let out countless sharp cries at Long Chen. Every demonic beast had a ferocious expression on their faces. On the entire Sky Island, Long Chen, the sun-devouring demonic wolf, and the important Divine Phoenix were the only ones left. Long Chen and Xiao Lang looked at each other. After dealing with the 6-winged firebird, they rushed towards the Sky Phoenix divine bird without another word. Under the sun-devouring demon wolf's massive body, the ruins along the way, which were already damaged beyond recognition, became even more ruined. Everywhere they went, the scene was a mess. Such a high temperature, it's almost the same as the beast fire in the 9 Serenities mourning grounds. This divine phoenix is indeed abnormal. Long Chen was secretly shocked. In front of him, there was still a huge building complex. This building complex was full of broken walls and tiles. It was so dilapidated that it was unrecognizable. However, it could still be vaguely seen that this place seemed to be a very, very long time ago. It should be an organization similar to a sect. Long Chen was sure that a long time ago, this Sky Island must have been the base of a large sect. Later on, for some unknown reason, it became such a ruin. After a long time, the Divine Phoenix led a flock of demonic beasts and stationed themselves on this Sky Island. Under the unconscious destruction of the demonic beasts, the mark that the sect left in this world a long time ago had almost completely disappeared. Nothing could resist the power of time. The time rule was the most terrifying rule. The surrounding buildings, walls and ground had been completely burnt black due to the high temperature. Long Chen and the sun-devouring demon wolf traversed through the black ruins. Soon, they were close to the center of Sky Island. Long Chen raised his head and looked ahead with his soul-devouring demon eyes. Sure enough, at this moment, a huge life form appeared a kilometer away. This life form's soul was quite large, much larger than the current Xiao Lang. However, Long Chen found it strange that this life form seemed to be awakening from a deep slumber. Long Chen arrived at the kilometer away very quickly. A huge black building complex appeared in front of him. This should be the former core of the sect. Those black buildings were taller than Xiao Lang's body. These buildings were like a black ancient castle in front of Long Chen. It's in there. Long Chen brought the wolf cub with him and flew in quickly. The location of the divine phoenix was in the middle of a group of tall buildings. After passing through the ruins, Long Chen discovered that the surrounding ruins had changed from black to a fiery red color. There were even flames burning from these walls from time to time. After arriving here, the sun-devouring demon wolf became rather excited. It enjoyed the environment here very much. Flames were the sun-devouring demon wolf's food. Long Chen held his breath as he passed through the last layer of ruins. A huge square appeared in front of him. The square was empty except for a piece of land that had been burnt red. In the center of the square, Long Chen saw what he was looking for. It was a huge egg. Just the height alone was already 10 meters. This egg was fiery red in color, and its color was a lot darker. On the fiery red giant egg, there were mysterious patterns. These mysterious patterns moved around the giant egg, sometimes turning golden, and sometimes turning red. A vast aura burst out from the giant egg. The divine phoenix is an egg. Long Chen was shocked. At the moment he stopped moving, the countless mysterious patterns on the huge egg suddenly split open. Numerous cracks appeared on the huge egg, and then countless flames surged out from the cracks and blasted the shell of the huge egg into smithereens. Whoosh whoosh. The scarlet flames that contained traces of golden flames began to grow from a small ball-like body. This situation was similar to the sun-devouring demon wolf transforming from a human to a beast. The scarlet flames suddenly soared into the sky and expanded abruptly. Soon, its size was more than twice that of the six-winged firebird and much larger than the sun-devouring demon wolf's body. At the same time, a pair of huge flaming wings suddenly emerged from the flames. Countless balls of fire rained down from the sky like torrential rain, creating a series of crashing sounds. A sharp cry rang out from the ball of fire. This bird cry directly covered the countless other bird cries in the sky. Apart from this sound, the entire sky quickly became deathly silent. All the bird-type demon beasts shut their mouths when they saw the divine phoenix appear. They descended to a position lower than the divine phoenix and looked at it with reverence in their eyes. Amidst the flames, the huge sky phoenix divine bird gradually revealed itself. The heavenly phoenix divine bird spread its huge wings, and its appearance was quite similar to the legendary phoenix. Its entire body was covered in scarlet feathers that burned with a fiery red flame. Amidst the scarlet, golden patterns occasionally appeared, outlining the heavenly phoenix divine bird in a rather beautiful manner. The six-winged firebird was also a fire-attributed bird-type demonic beast, but it looked very different from the sky phoenix divine bird. The sky phoenix divine bird was the king of demonic beasts. Its eyes were completely golden and burning with golden flames. It flapped its wings slowly and a strong pressure swept towards the sun-devouring demonic wolf and Long Chen. The divine phoenix's eyes were fixed on Long Chen and the sun-devouring demon wolf. It didn't look angry like the other beasts. The divine phoenix seemed to be relatively calm and even indifferent. From this, it could be seen that the divine phoenix's intelligence was quite high. At least, it was higher than the six-winged firebird and the blackwater mystical snake. Xiaolang, let me handle it this time. When I need your help, just use the 9 Serenities demon ancestral fire, said Long Chen in a low voice. The sun-devouring demon wolf's strongest talent was leveling up. Xiaolang only had the 9 Serenities demon ancestral fire at most. He was one level lower than the divine phoenix. If he didn't use the 9 Serenities demon ancestral fire, he wouldn't be a match for the divine phoenix. Therefore, Long Chen didn't want him to get hurt. He had just reached the 3rd level of the earth martial arts realm. It was the best time to test his strength. As he spoke, Long Chen gradually used the dragon soul transformation. Blood-red dragon scales quickly covered his body. The hard lines, sharp bone spurs, and claws on his body with a perfect attack form. Before, the divine phoenix was most concerned about the sun-devouring demon wolf. They were both beasts, and the sun-devouring demon wolf also had a terrifying flame aura. After Long Chen used the dragon soul transformation, the divine phoenix's eyes revealed a trace of horror. It stared at Long Chen, flapped its wings in the air, and took a few steps back. Long Chen's body emitted an aura that made him feel terrified. This kind of fear actually came from the bloodline that he was most proud of. This bloodline was very, very small, so small that it was almost non-existent. But it was this bloodline that allowed him to grow to his current realm. But today, this bloodline actually felt fear. What kind of concept was this? Could it be that this young man had a bloodline that was even more terrifying than its own? The divine phoenix's initial shock gradually turned into doubt. This young man's strength didn't seem to be much weaker than its own. In particular, there was an even more scorching red flame in his genuine essence. It was even more terrifying than the golden flames on its body. Only then did it understand that this young man was an even more difficult expert to deal with. At this time, Long Chen directly passed by the sun-devouring demon wolf and rushed towards the divine phoenix in the sky. Between the man and the bird, one was good at the ground, and the other was good at the sky. If Long Chen didn't pull it down, who knew when the divine phoenix would make a move? Long Chen instantly appeared below the divine phoenix like a streak of blood-red light. Then the image of the divine dragon flashed on his body. Compared to before, Long Chen's speed alone had skyrocketed more than 10 times. He punched out. With the comprehension of the third level of the Earth martial arts realm, coupled with Long Chen's genuine essence, which was comparable to the fourth level of the Earth martial arts realm, the power of Long Chen's punch had already surpassed the primary king-level battle skills, and even some of the intermediate king-level battle skills. Chapter 656. Right now, Long Chen had to use the 5 dragons split the heavens at least to create an attack that was stronger than his simple punch. Pop! After the punch, the air vibrated and surged. Within the 9 apertures, the dragon's soul primordial chi surged, and within the fiery red pill, a blood-red golden crow pattern faintly appeared. A blood-red flame spread from the pill to Long Chen's fist, condensing Long Chen's fist into a fiery red golden crow pattern. In addition to the ancient blood spiritual dragon's bloodline that was hidden in the deepest part of his body, the divine phoenix was also afraid of the terrifying bird-type demonic beast aura on Long Chen's body. According to legend, the immortal phoenix and the immortal golden crow were the peak bloodlines among bird-type demonic beasts. The divine phoenix only had a trace of the phoenix bloodline, so it was quite afraid of the golden crow power on Long Chen's body. However, having been a ruler for so many years and possessing the bloodline of the phoenix, the divine phoenix bird had its own pride. Even if it knew that Long Chen had once been a rather difficult expert to deal with, it would not flee from this place. It would not even hide from him. Long Chen's mighty fist was like a mountain crashing down, provoking the anger in the divine phoenix's heart. It couldn't be provoked, but Long Chen had not only provoked it, but he had also killed the strongest of its subordinates. Condensing into an egg and cultivating within it was a unique way for the divine phoenix to improve. When Long Chen and the sun-devouring demonic wolf appeared, the divine phoenix had sensed the sun-devouring demonic wolf's strength. As for Long Chen, it had completely ignored him. That was why it had sent the 6-winged firebird to block Long Chen and the others, and then it had immediately broken the egg to be reborn. Who would have thought that the 6-winged firebird would be killed by the sun-devouring demonic wolf in such a short time? Since when was there such a terrifying young expert like Long Chen in the godly Wushu sage dynasty? Could he be from another holy dynasty? Long Chen's pressure was already right in front of it, but the sky phoenix divine bird didn't care. When Long Chen's huge fist blasted towards it, it let out a sharp cry and pounced towards Long Chen. Its huge body blotted out the sky and its claws, which were even larger than Long Chen's body, grabbed towards Long Chen's fist. In the first confrontation, the divine phoenix's body emitted an earth-shattering power. It had to be said that in terms of strength, monster beasts far surpassed humans. If Long Chen cultivated a king-level battle skill or even a king-level high-level body tempering skill, it would be fine, but if he didn't cultivate it, it would be very difficult for him to compete with the strength and body of a monster beast just by relying on Zhan Yuan. Fortunately, the human race could create and cultivate battle skills. Phew! Long Chen was sent flying backwards, and his chi and blood tumbled. However, he quickly stabilized his body and chuckled. Your strength is not bad. With his tiny body, he could actually collide with a terrifying existence like the Sky Phoenix Divine Bird. This showed how powerful he was now. In the first confrontation, the Sky Phoenix Divine Bird discovered that fighting with a tiny creature like Long Chen, although a large body had greater strength, it would sacrifice a part of its flexibility. Therefore, at this time, its whole body ignited with flames again, and then as the flames shrank, its body also shrank rapidly. Basically, at the king level, monster beasts had the ability to shrink their body, not to mention a monster beast like the sun-devouring demonic wolf, which already had this ability when it was only at the earth rank. However, the pocket-sized shrinking of Xiao Lang didn't have any combat power, which was different from the Sky Phoenix Divine Bird's current shrinking. King-level demonic beasts could shrink their battle forms to a certain limit. They had the ability to change their bodies at will, and there was a certain standard for this limit. For example, the wolf cub could at most control its body to the size of a horse's butt. As for the Sky Phoenix Divine Bird, it could at least expand its wings to a total of 6 meters when it spread its wings. The Sky Phoenix Divine Bird's demonic power and other aspects didn't change much from a huge monster that could blot out the sky and cover the sun to a small monster with a wingspan of 6 meters. The only difference was that the bigger the body, the more physical strength the monster could exert, and the limit was its flexibility. If the body became smaller, its flexibility would greatly increase, and only its physical strength would decrease slightly. Of course, for demonic beasts, their favorite form was naturally their original form, because this was the form that made them the most comfortable. So far, the larger the demonic beasts that Long Chen had encountered, the stronger they were. Basically, among all the demonic beasts that he had seen so far, size was the symbol of strength. Therefore, unless it had no other choice, the Sky Phoenix Divine Bird wouldn't use this form to fight against Long Chen, because it felt that Long Chen's body was too flexible in the air. So the Willow Catkin Wind Step is used in the air. Honestly speaking, this was Long Chen's first time fighting in the sky. This was just an attempt, and if it didn't work, he could return to the ground at any time. Under the use of the Willow Catkin Wind Step, Long Chen was like a tiny willow catkin in the air. When the Sky Phoenix Divine Bird's enormous power hit his body, it actually sent him flying. Its attack did not manage to hit Long Chen in the slightest. At this moment, after shrinking, the Sky Phoenix Divine Bird's speed and flexibility soared once again. It spread its wings and flew in front of Long Chen, staring coldly at Long Chen. It had already regarded Long Chen as a relatively difficult expert to deal with. The Sky Phoenix Divine Bird's body was burning with scarlet flames, and traces of golden flame patterns circulated on its body. Whoosh! This time, the Sky Phoenix Divine Bird didn't say anything and immediately pounced towards Long Chen. It turned into a fiery red shadow and instantly appeared in front of Long Chen. Its speed was actually more than twice as fast. Moreover, after changing its body shape, its agility had increased significantly. In terms of agility, Long Chen was no longer at an advantage. The Sky Phoenix Divine Bird's wings were like two blades that instantly appeared in front of Long Chen. Long Chen didn't seem to see wings, but two sharp flaming blades. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The pair of wings was like a flaming blade that danced in the wind and turned into a tidal wave of blade shadows that pounced towards Long Chen. Flames swept out, and the blades carried scorching flames as they pounced towards Long Chen. This level of speed was simply too fast. This move wasn't the slightest bit weaker than human battle techniques. Wind God Kick Technique, Storm Form. Long Chen could only use the second form of the Wind God Kick technique to deal with the flaming blade shadows created by the Sky Phoenix Divine Bird's wings. Just like the Sky Phoenix Divine Bird, Long Chen's legs were burning with blood-red golden crow fire. There was still a difference between blood-red and scarlet. The Sky Phoenix Divine Bird's flames were slightly more yellow, but Long Chen's golden crow fire was simply like the color of blood. It was rich and bloody, but it also had an overbearing temperature. The collision of wings and legs, the collision of two kinds of flames, and the confrontation between Long Chen and the Sky Phoenix Divine Bird bathed the entire sky in flames. The shadow of a man and a bird quickly swept through the sky and moved rapidly above Sky Island. For a period of time, the Sky Phoenix Divine Bird was forcing Long Chen to retreat, and for a period of time, Long Chen relied on his fierce leg technique to push the Sky Phoenix Divine Bird back like a sharp knife. Soul Dispersing Dragon Claw. 5 dragons breaking the sky. For the last move, Long Chen withdrew his leg attack and instantly turned it into a claw. The 5 claw shadows condensed into 5 divine dragons, instantly strangling the Sky Phoenix Divine Bird. This battle was quite fierce. It could be said that the Sky Phoenix Divine Bird had its own strengths, and so did Long Chen. The strength of the bird and the man was quite balanced, and for a moment, there was no clear winner. However, Long Chen was secretly afraid. The attack of the Sky Phoenix Divine Bird was simply not for show. If he hadn't broken through to the third level of the Earth martial arts realm before coming here, even if he and Xiao Lang joined forces, they would certainly not be a match for the Sky Phoenix Divine Bird. Just the previous terrifying Blade Shadow attack was enough to cut Long Chen and the sun-devouring demonic wolf into pieces. How could Long Chen rely on Wind God's leg technique and the fire of the Golden Crow to directly force it back? As soon as the 5 dragons out of the sky appeared, the Sky Phoenix Divine Bird was suddenly in a passive position. However, from its eyes, it could be seen that it did not panic. Long Chen had claws. So did the Sky Phoenix Divine Bird. At this moment, the attack of its wings had just passed. The Sky Phoenix Divine Bird spread its wings, and a pair of sharp golden claws suddenly stretched forward. There was incomparable strength in its claws, and they were quite hard, even harder than Long Chen's dragon claws. Kacha, kacha. As the claws and claws collided, there was a strong sound of friction. The power of the 5 dragons out of the sky directly smashed the flesh on the Sky Phoenix Divine Bird's claws into pieces. The claws and strength of the Sky Phoenix Divine Bird also caused serious damage to Long Chen's claws, and they were almost broken. It could be seen how hard the claws of the Sky Phoenix Divine Bird were. There was a burning pain in his hand. Long Chen quickly retreated. At the same time, there was a lingering fear in his heart. If he had been careless just now, he might have been killed by the Sky Phoenix Divine Bird. The man and the bird were both injured from the head-on clash. However, the Sky Phoenix Divine Bird was obviously even more furious. Demonic beasts were demonic beasts. For the time being, no matter how high their intelligence was, it could not be that high. At this moment, the Sky Phoenix Divine Bird was completely enraged by Long Chen's attack. The sharp cry of a bird caused the surrounding clouds to tremble, and the field of vision became clear. At this moment, the fiery red flames on the Sky Phoenix Divine Bird's body were quickly retreating. The golden flames burned fiercely and quickly occupied its body. An explosive power condensed on the Sky Phoenix Divine Bird's body. It's going to kill. Long Chen was shocked. Chapter 657. Sure enough, as Long Chen had expected, the Divine Phoenix couldn't wait to go all out because it had been injured by Long Chen. At that moment, the Divine Phoenix was already bathed in flames and began to spin at a high speed. At a certain point, it suddenly stopped, but the golden flames on its body were still spinning rapidly, burning fiercely and becoming bigger and bigger. A rather terrifying power was transmitted from the golden flames. Long Chen felt as if the Divine Phoenix had used all its demonic power in this attack. A destructive power made Long Chen feel a huge pressure. Boom. At that moment, the terrifying golden flames left the Divine Phoenix's body and rushed towards Long Chen. In the process of rushing, the golden flames actually evolved rapidly and quickly turned into a golden bird. Although this bird wasn't big, it looked several levels more noble than the Divine Phoenix. This is what the legendary phoenix looks like, Long Chen muttered to himself. The phoenix was the king of all birds. Although Long Chen had only caught a glimpse of it, he was still deeply shocked by its appearance. However, shock was shock. Long Chen knew that he was still in a life-and-death situation under this terrifying attack, so he didn't have the time to care about the phoenix's appearance. Xiao Lang. This time, Long Chen knew that he had already suppressed the Divine Phoenix and was completely confident that he could defeat it. Therefore, he wasn't willing to risk his life against the Divine Phoenix. If Long Chen were to face this golden flaming phoenix head-on, he would naturally be able to block it. However, he would at least suffer some injuries. After all, the Divine Phoenix's killing move should have aroused the power of the phoenix bloodline in its body and completely stimulated it to form such a killing move. It wasn't easy to deal with. The 9th Underworld demonic ancestral flame was even more heaven-defying. In terms of attack, the 9th Underworld demonic ancestral flame of the sun-devouring demonic wolf had never failed before. At that moment, Xiao Lang was already prepared. After the Divine Phoenix used its final killing move, he began to worry about Long Chen. After all, the golden flames couldn't be avoided. If Long Chen was hit directly, it was very likely that all of his previous efforts would have been in vain. Therefore, even if Long Chen hadn't called for it, the wolf cub would have attacked at this time. It had been paying attention to the situation of the battle, and its position was also between Long Chen and the Sky Phoenix Divine Bird. When Long Chen called out, The wolf cub exerted all of its strength and spat out all of the ninth underworld demonic ancestral flames that it could control. Once the ninth underworld demonic ancestral flame was unleashed, the temperature between heaven and earth instantly dropped to an extremely low level. The black flames erupted like a torrent and swept towards the golden phoenix in the sky. The golden phoenix was very fast, but the ninth underworld demonic ancestral flame was already prepared. The black torrent instantly drowned the golden phoenix. The two types of flames, one extremely hot and the other extremely cold, met in front of Long Chen. Long Chen hurriedly used the 9-spiral fire shield to deflect the ninth underworld demonic ancestral flame and the golden flames that were pouncing towards him. Of course, these were only the aftermath. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult for Long Chen to deal with them. As an ancestral flame, the ninth underworld demonic ancestral flame was a supreme existence among flames. If it had been the main body of the ninth underworld demonic ancestral flame, even the flames of the golden crow and the phoenix wouldn't have been a match for it. Although the golden phoenix was powerful, it couldn't withstand the many ninth underworld demonic ancestral flames that Xiao Lang controlled. In a short period of time, the golden flames were completely assimilated and absorbed by the ninth underworld demonic ancestral flame before being swallowed by Xiao Lang. Back then, when Xiao Lang had swallowed the ninth underworld demonic ancestral flame, he had only swallowed a tiny portion of the ninth underworld demonic ancestral flame. The fact that the ninth underworld demonic ancestral flame could transform into so many ninth underworld demonic ancestral flames indicated that the ninth underworld demonic ancestral flame might seem huge, but it was actually just a tiny portion. Regardless, the divine phoenix was dumbfounded when it realized that its strongest attack had actually been absorbed by the strange black demon wolf below. It was clearly a demon beast, yet it had a dumbfounded expression on its face. Countless bird-type demon beasts were also silent. When the golden phoenix had appeared just now, every bird-type demon beast had trembled and didn't dare to move. However, the thing that had terrified them so much was now gone. What was going on? No one knew. The sky phoenix divine bird glanced at the sun-devouring demonic wolf on the ground with fear in its eyes. This was the first time it had felt fear since it was young. Long Chen could see this trace of fear. He had risked his life for so long, and he didn't want to let the divine phoenix escape at this time. Hence, when the golden phoenix had just disappeared, Long Chen seized the opportunity and pounced at the divine phoenix as fast as he could. Devouring Blood Realm. At the last moment, Long Chen finally used his most powerful move. The blood-red mist instantly replaced the white sea of mist and enveloped the divine phoenix, the sun-devouring demonic wolf, and the others in this blood-red mist. Because of the increase in his quintessential essence, the power of Long Chen's devouring blood realm had also increased. At this time, even the divine phoenix would be suppressed by this terrifying devouring blood realm. The appearance of this mysterious thing, the devouring blood realm, made the divine phoenix even more afraid. When two enemies met on a narrow path, the courageous one would win. Now that the divine phoenix had lost its noble pride and courage, it couldn't withstand a single blow. Relying on the suppression of the devouring blood realm, Long Chen instantly appeared in front of the divine phoenix. Soul-dispersing dragon claw. Absolute kill of the 9 heavens. At this moment, Long Chen used the soul-dispersing dragon claw and exploded with his strongest move. A total of 9 divine dragons instantly wrapped around the defenseless divine phoenix's body. That huge force tightly restrained it, causing countless pieces of flesh to appear on its body. In an instant, feathers and flesh flew everywhere. Wind God kick technique, divine wind form. The last kick landed directly on the sky phoenix divine bird's head. The sky phoenix divine bird had already been badly mutilated by Long Chen's attack, so it let out a painful shriek when Long Chen's last kick landed on it. The wind God kick directly sent the divine phoenix crashing onto Sky Island, causing it to crash down. When it crashed onto the ground, Long Chen could attack a few more times, and the divine phoenix would probably be done for. After all, the divine phoenix had been directly hit by Long Chen's soul-dispersing dragon claw and wind god kick, so it wasn't far from death. Seeing the divine phoenix crashing down, the sun-devouring demonic wolf below didn't say anything and pounced in the direction it had fallen. Long Chen had used a little more force, and the divine phoenix was like a cannonball that was flung towards the depths of Sky Island. Boom! The place where it fell was behind the square. Long Chen had already caught up with it. Suddenly, he saw what seemed to be a pitch-black stone tablet about 4 to 5 meters tall in the direction where the divine phoenix had fallen. Long Chen didn't pay much attention to this stone tablet at first. He felt that the stone tablet should have broken when the divine phoenix's body weakened. After all, the ruins here were almost all decayed. However, what shocked Long Chen was that not only did the divine phoenix not knock down the stone tablet, but it was also sent flying by the light film on the stone tablet. Long Chen wasn't mistaken. When the sky phoenix divine bird touched the mysterious stone tablet, the stone tablet suddenly flashed with a layer of gray-veined patterns, directly sending the sky phoenix divine bird flying. The sky phoenix divine bird rolled on the ground a few times before stopping. However, at this time, it was already badly mutilated and was on the verge of death. The sun-devouring demonic wolf rushed over at this time and opened its bloody mouth, biting the divine phoenix's head. Its mouth was burning with the 9th nether demon ancestral fire, and the divine phoenix's head was directly split open without the need for it to bite. The sun-devouring demonic wolf skillfully picked out a fist-sized golden demon core from its head and swallowed it. Without the demon core, the divine phoenix definitely couldn't survive. After it was defeated by Long Chen, the sun-devouring demonic wolf rushed over and used the 9th nether demon ancestral fire to end its life. After the sun-devouring demonic wolf swallowed the divine phoenix's demon core, its strength would inevitably increase. Since Long Chen had already killed the divine phoenix, he could use the divine phoenix's blood to save Huang Fu-Qi. Hence, Long Chen hurriedly put the divine phoenix's corpse into the great void realm to prevent its blood from going to waste. Big brother, I will properly refine the power of this demon core. I hope that I can help you in the final fight for the ancient tomb token. I will leave Chi-Chi's matter to you. Mo Xiaolang turned into a human in front of Long Chen and said anxiously. After swallowing the demon core, he had to quickly refine the medicinal power. Long Chen nodded and put Mo Xiaolang into his Chenkuan bag without another word. The scene of the great battle finally quieted down. The bird-type demonic beasts fled in fear after seeing the divine phoenix's death. They didn't dare to land on Sky Island at all, and only dared to clamor endlessly in the sky. Among them were many first- and second-grade monarch-tier demonic beasts. Long Chen's strength deeply shocked them. Long Chen couldn't be bothered with these demonic beasts. He looked around and first glanced at the seemingly ordinary stone tablet in the distance. However, it was actually quite extraordinary. Just now, the divine phoenix had been shaken back by this stone tablet. It was obvious that there must be some secrets on this stone tablet. However, the most important thing was to save Huang Fu-Qi. Long Chen had plenty of time to study this stone tablet. This must be the remains of a sect. Looking at this building, it should be at least 10,000 years old, or even 10,000 years old. It should be a relic from the medieval era. Inside this stone tablet, there is a martial arts technique of that sect left behind. You can go and take a look. You might be able to gain something from it. Little cat came out of the great void realm, stroked its big belly and said proudly. It was proud of its own knowledge. Chapter 658. Let's save Chi-Chi first. Long Chen turned his head and did not look at the stone tablet. Instead, he took Huang Fu-Qi, who was soaking in the green sorcerer liquid, out of the great void realm. The range of the great void realm had expanded as Long Chen's strength increased. Now, its diameter alone was already 10 miles wide. It was enough for Long Chen to put everything down. Seeing the girl's green face, Long Chen's eyes revealed a distressed expression. What should I do? Long Chen asked. Use the blood of the sky phoenix divine bird to replace the green sorcerer liquid. However, the temperature of the sky phoenix divine bird's blood is extremely high. If you put this girl in like this, I'm afraid she will be burned to death, Kitten said calmly. Then what should I do? Long Chen furrowed his brows. He blamed the kitten a little, because it hadn't made this clear before. That will depend on me. Put this girl in the great void realm and leave her to me. After some time, I will return you a lively little girl. However, how are you going to thank me? Kitten chuckled and looked at Long Chen proudly. Fat cat, the three of us have been together for so long. I won't beat around the bush. Fat cat, the three of us have been together for so long, I won't beat around the bush. You've helped me a lot these days, and even saved my life. I, Long Chen, am a person who knows how to repay kindness. The better you treat me, the better I will treat you. In the future, if I have any benefits, I will definitely not mistreat you. We can be considered brothers, aren't we? But maybe you think that you're a reincarnated beast, and I, Long Chen, am not worthy to be your brother. Long Chen raised his eyebrows and looked at Little Cat solemnly. Kitten made a disgusted expression and said in disdain, All right, Don't try to be emotional with me. I am not a young lady. I won't fall for your tricks. Go and study the stone tablet. Leave this girl to me. Long Chen chuckled. He knew that Kitten would be like this. After spending so much time with it, Long Chen had already figured out its personality. Although it was a little cocky and annoying, it was very reliable at critical moments. After speaking, Long Chen let Kitten enter the Great Void Realm. At the same time, he also brought Huang Fu-Chi in. The bloodline of the Sky Phoenix Divine Bird was in the Great Void Realm, so Kitten was also half the owner of the Great Void Realm. Naturally, it could control the things inside with ease. That's right, Fat Cat. Do you want to regain your strength one day? Long Chen suddenly asked after thinking for a while. In the Great Void Realm, after hearing this question, Kitten revealed a perplexed expression. Immediately after, he smiled bitterly and said, "It's impossible. Don't think too much about it for now. It feels good enough that I have someone to talk to." This fellow seemed to be a person with a story. This was Long Chen's personality. As long as it was a brother, he would definitely help to the end. Although Kitten did not say anything, Long Chen still remembered what he said today in his heart. There was nothing impossible, only insufficient strength. After Kitten began to get busy with Huang Fu-Chi's matter, Long Chen saw that it was doing well. In addition, it had already guaranteed that it would work, so Long Chen was no longer worried. Huang Fu-Chi's matter had finally come to an end. Long Chen could finally bring her back to give Huang Fu-Fengchen an explanation. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. As for Xiao Lang, after devouring the Divine Phoenix's demon core, he had already transformed into his original form in another corner of the Great Void Realm. His entire body was burning with black flames, and occasionally there were golden flames mixed in. These were the flames of the Divine Phoenix's bloodline. In order to help Long Chen obtain the ancient tomb token, Xiao Lang worked very hard and did not waste a single moment. After obtaining the Divine Phoenix's demon core, he immediately refined it. He also knew how important the ancient tomb token was to Long Chen. Now that everything was at ease, the only thing left was the strange stone tablet. Long Chen then turned around and looked at the seemingly ordinary stone tablet. This stone tablet might not have originally been this color. The surface was full of potholes, full of traces of history, as if it had been scorched by flames. If the Divine Phoenix hadn't crashed into it, Long Chen wouldn't have realized that there was something strange about this stone tablet. Fat Cat said that there was a martial art left behind in this stone tablet, and this martial art belonged to a sect that had been established on the Sky Island a long time ago. Long Chen walked towards the stone tablet after thinking about this. It was only about 30 meters away, so Long Chen quickly walked in front of the stone tablet. He was only 5 meters away from the stone tablet. Even though he was standing in front of the stone tablet, Long Chen did not feel that there was anything strange about this stone tablet. What kind of secret is it hiding? Long Chen could not feel the power of this stone tablet, so he continued to approach it until he stood close to the stone tablet. He still could not feel anything special about this stone tablet. He became bolder and gently extended his finger to touch the stone tablet. Due to the death of the Divine Phoenix, the surrounding temperature had plummeted. The temperature high up in the sky was much lower than on the ground. The stone tablet was cold to the touch, and he could not feel anything strange about it. Something happened to the Divine Phoenix when it crashed into this place. Why is it fine when my hand touches this place? Long Chen was a little puzzled. He became bolder after everything was fine this time. He directly covered the stone tablet with his palm and gently stroked it, feeling the lines on the stone tablet. Unfortunately, Long Chen walked around for an hour and had already thoroughly understood the lines on the stone tablet, but he still could not feel what secret this stone tablet had. Then, Long Chen began to exert force. Bang bang bang. He gently hammered the stone tablet a few times, producing a dull sound. It was basically no different from an ordinary stone tablet. Damn, do I have to use the force of the Divine Phoenix to attack it? If that's the case, won't I be sent flying with it on my back? Long Chen cursed gloomily. He had thought that as long as he got close, he would basically be able to learn the so-called martial arts. How can it be so easy for you to learn the martial arts of the world as long as it is of a high grade? Especially the martial arts hidden in this stone tablet by the experts of these sections. Don't worry now. When the sky turns dark and the moon comes out, you can focus on this stone tablet for more than an hour. Perhaps you will learn something. Remember, you don't have to stare at it. Instead, You have to feel the existence of this stone tablet and feel everything about it. While busy, Kitten took the time to say this to Long Chen. Is it actually that difficult? Long Chen was a little speechless. Even if he had obtained combat skills in the past, it had always been too easy for him. Therefore, he had not felt that they were precious. Even the soul-dispersing Dragon Claw and Wind God's Kick had been obtained casually. Of course, although the martial arts in the stone tablet were difficult, they were definitely more powerful than the soul-dispersing Dragon Claw and Wind God's Kick. Long Chen had seen the power of the martial Emperor Seal before. The martial arts in the stone tablet must be at least at the level of a martial Emperor Seal. As for the 5 Emperor Seals left behind by the 5 Emperors, they must be even more terrifying. This was because they were royal-level combat skills, and it was unknown which level they were at. The 5 Emperors were legendary experts of the divine martial realm that had once appeared in the Myriad Kingdom's domain. Although the combat skills left behind by them were only at the royal level, how could they be simple? The treasures of the 5 Emperors in the archaic cemetery were most likely the true essence of the 5 Emperors. Of course, to Long Chen, just the 5 Emperor Seals alone should be able to unleash a terrifying battle strength. Long Chen did not dare to think too much about the 5 Emperor Seals at the moment. This was because the Scarlet Emperor Seal and the Gold Emperor Seal had already fallen into the hands of Zhao Danchen. Only by gathering all 5 Emperor Seals could Long Chen begin the path of cultivating the 5 Emperor Seals. At the moment, the most important thing was this mysterious combat skill in front of him. What Long Chen lacked was a powerful offensive combat skill. Patience was a very important indicator for one to become a top expert. Long Chen did not lack patience. Since Kitten had asked him to wait, there must be a reason for it. Therefore, he retreated 10 meters away from the stone tablet. According to Kitten's words, he carefully sensed every inch of the stone tablet, hoping to comprehend the secret of the stone tablet. I'll have to wait for the moonlight at night. Long Chen was not in a hurry. Having just reached the 3rd level of the Earth Martial Realm, there were still areas that he needed to cultivate. Many of his abilities still needed to be properly consolidated in order to unleash a more powerful battle strength. It had to be said that the current him was already standing at the peak of the entire Wushu Sage Empire. His only 2 opponents were Zhao Danchen and Feng Xian. Night fell very quickly. Above the sky, the moonlight penetrated through the heavy fog. When it fell on the Sky Island, it had become quite misty and even non-existent. What can such a blurry moonlight do? Long Chen was puzzled. In order to save Huang Fu Qi, Kitten should now be at the most critical stage. Long Chen wanted to comprehend it by himself and did not want to disturb it. Therefore, he was not in a hurry and carefully comprehended the stone tablet according to Kitten's instructions. Long Chen was quite familiar with every bit of the lines on the stone tablet. Even so, he still did not know how to crack the secret of the stone tablet. Without Kitten, it was impossible for ordinary people to crack the secret of the stone tablet. After all, not everyone could persist here for so long without knowing the result. Comprehension is not the same as observation. The appearance of the stone tablet has been engraved in my mind, but what can I do? Long Chen continued to ponder over it. The faint moonlight shone down and cast Long Chen's shadow on the stone tablet. This was a very normal phenomenon. When Long Chen moved, the shadow on the stone tablet also moved. After the moonlight came, Long Chen had been observing the stone tablet for more than 2 hours, but there was still no result. Am I more stupid than others? Long Chen thought helplessly. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to look at the stone tablet. He did not want to force himself too close. He hoped that a little unconsciously could let him discover the secret of the stone tablet. Bored, Long Chen began to practice the Earth Martial Arts Fist Manual of the 4th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm. Chapter 659. As time went by, Long Chen gradually immersed himself in the punching skill of the Earth Martial Arts Boxing Manual. He actually forgot about the steel. The punching skill of the 4th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm was even more mysterious. Long Chen naturally couldn't comprehend it in a short time. After practicing for a while, he felt that there were many difficulties that needed to be overcome, so he didn't think too much and directly stopped the punching skill in his hands. In this way, half an hour had passed. On the way Long Chen stopped, he had already opened his eyes. At the first moment, he looked at the steel. At this moment, he found that the steel seemed to be a little strange. Long Chen had already stopped, but his shadow on the steel still hadn't stopped. It was still practicing. What it was practicing was completely different from what Long Chen was doing. This didn't seem to be a punching skill, but a kind of madra. The moonlight gently poured down from the top of Long Chen's head onto the steel. The steel gradually had a kind of dark yellow light, and then it turned into a bright yellow. The shadow on the steel was still practicing a kind of strange madra. This is... Long Chen was shocked, but he quickly reacted. He should have already found the secret of the steel while he was in a daze. Therefore, he immediately stabilized his mind and carefully looked at the shadow on the steel. Just by looking at it, he was already completely attracted. His whole mind was completely immersed in the movements of the shadow on the steel. His brain subconsciously tried to remember these madra. Following the movements of the shadow, his whole body also became absent-minded. This kind of absent-mindedness, it was as if his whole body had been sucked into the steel. As time went by, a faint yellow light also appeared on Long Chen's body. The shadow on the steel was constantly practicing a set of madra. After this set of madra ended, it immediately started again. From the beginning, Long Chen had watched it from beginning to end more than 10 times. He had already deeply remembered those movements. However, these simple movements didn't mean that Long Chen had already learned this kind of fighting skill. Right now, he only had the form, but the spirit of the fighting skill was still lacking. Long Chen's whole body was already immersed in the madra of the steel. In a trance, Long Chen felt that his body had moved to another place. He suddenly opened his eyes and found that he was standing in a barren land. All around him was a dead silence. There was not even a blade of grass in the 9th secluded soul land. It was a dead silence. However, compared to the dead silence in front of Long Chen, it was a lot worse. There was fine gray sand and dark clouds that almost reached his head. A cold wind blew in the surroundings, and a deathly aura filled the air. Long Chen could smell the rotting corpses of many animals and plants. This putrid stench of decay permeated the entire world, and the aura of death filled the entire place. Where is this? This question had just appeared in Long Chen's mind. He remembered that he seemed to be cultivating the madra on the steel. How did he suddenly come to this place? Thinking of this, Long Chen was a little shocked. This barren land, the grey qi of death in the surroundings, permeated his body. He actually felt a numbing pain on his skin. Looking down, he saw that his skin was actually rotting. It first lost its luster, then turned grey, and then rapidly rotted. This kind of pain simply made Long Chen have an impulse to die. What is this place? Why is it so terrifying? Long Chen was shocked. He immediately used his fastest speed, wanting to escape from this place. His speed was indeed very fast. The pain on his body wasn't enough to stop him, because he knew that if he stopped, he might die in this terrifying barren land. Finally, Long Chen saw an oasis in front of the grey land. This oasis wasn't big, but it was filled with lush grass. There were also cattle, sheep, and other creatures shuttling back and forth. There were also small bridges, flowing water, and houses. This place is filled with death qi, but there's actually such an oasis. Long Chen had a strange feeling in his heart. This place was really too strange. Long Chen even felt like he was living in a dream. He didn't know how he suddenly appeared here. Long Chen was anxious to know where he was, so he quickly walked towards the oasis. Just as he was about to approach, there was suddenly a roar in the sky. The thick black clouds were shaken. In front of Long Chen's eyes, a huge grey palm covered the sky and the sun. It was surrounded by endless grey death qi. With a loud bang, it smashed on the oasis and quickly retracted. After the clouds calmed down again, Long Chen was stunned. The oasis in front of him had turned into a barren land. It was exactly the same as other places. The oasis from before, under the corrosion of the grey death qi, didn't leave the slightest trace. The grey death qi was still circling here, and it still hadn't left. In Long Chen's mind, he was still recalling the huge grey palm from before. His eyes were already lifeless. In the beginning, he was shocked by the terror of the grey palm. There were dry cracks on the palm and it looked quite ugly. However, Long Chen didn't care about the unsightly appearance of the palm. Instead, he cared about the charm of the palm. Previously, I was practicing the battle skill of sorrow. Then, I suddenly came here, and that hand seal just now. There was definitely a connection between the two. Long Chen quickly understood the crux of the matter. Everything was related to the grey arm from before. So, That palm full of death chi just now is the battle skill that I want to obtain? Long Chen's mind quickly became clear. He carefully felt the palm just now. Suddenly, a kind of understanding appeared in his heart. So, this is the Divine Desolation Seal. After thinking about this, Long Chen found that he was still standing in front of the stone tablet. At this time, the moonlight had completely faded, and the figure on the stone tablet had disappeared, returning to its original ordinary appearance. The surroundings became quiet, and only the birds and demonic beasts in the sky did not dare to land on Sky Island still screamed. This was not something that Long Chen needed to care about. In his mind, he carefully recalled the essence of the Divine Desolation Seal. This name was only known to Long Chen after he obtained the Divine Desolation Seal. This Divine Desolation Seal was not the same as the Divine Yellow Martial Seal that Zhao Danchen had used before. It could even be said that it was worlds apart. The Divine Yellow Martial Seal was only a medium king-level battle skill, while the Divine Desolation Seal was an advanced king-level battle skill. Moreover, it was known as the strongest advanced king-level battle skill. At the very least, it should be much stronger than the Martial Emperor Seal. Even if it was a battle skill of the same level, such as an advanced king-level battle skill, the gap between them was still quite large. Just take the Wind God's Kick for example. Among the three moves, the Wild Wind form, the Windstorm form, and the Divine Wind form were all intermediate king-level battle skills. However, the difference between the Wild Wind form and the Divine Wind form was not just a little big. Based on the terrifying scene of the desolate sound, Long Chen roughly knew how terrifying the Divine Yellow Martial Seal was. The Divine Desolation Seal, also known as the Death Seal, uses the death chi to attack people, and can exert 200% of the effect. As he flipped through the form of the desolate sound in his memory, Long Chen silently became listless. From that unknown space, Long Chen saw the huge palm above his head drown out the entire oasis. While he was shocked, he also felt the charm of the Divine Desolation Seal and how great his power was. With the help of that palm, Long Chen felt that the speed of his comprehension had increased a lot. Coincidentally, the sun-devouring direwolf was refining the Yao core at this moment, and Kitten was helping Huang Fu Qi. Long Chen was very bored, so he began to study the Divine Yellow Martial Seal's battle skill in front of the stone tablet. The more he studied, the more frightened he became. He thought to himself, this Divine Yellow Martial Seal is actually similar to Xiao Lang's 9 Netherworld Demonic Ancestral Flame. It can corrode the body of others during an attack, and even instill death chi into the enemy's body. Not only is it powerful, but it's also somewhat vicious. If you're hit by this Divine Yellow Martial Seal, there's basically no chance of survival. No wonder it's called the strongest battle skill among the kings. Although it was vicious, Long Chen had always been vicious to his enemies. This was not in conflict with him. Thinking of this, Long Chen was pleasantly surprised. He hadn't thought that he would be able to obtain such a good battle skill before obtaining the 5 Emperor Seals. With this battle skill and the help of the sun-devouring direwolf, Long Chen believed that his chances of obtaining the Ancient Tomb Token would increase a lot. The Ancient Tomb Token was the key to Long Chen's success. Zhao Danchen, do you think that you're invincible after obtaining the Martial Emperor Seal? You'll definitely want to fight me in the future to avenge yourself, but do you know that I've obtained the Divine Desolation Seal, which is even more powerful than your Martial Emperor Seal? The Soul-Dispersing Dragon Claw and Wind God's Kick were not extremely powerful battle skills, but the power of the Divine Desolation Seal contained poison and death chi. In addition, it was not inferior to the power of a Martial Emperor Seal. In Long Chen's hands, the Divine Desolation Seal would definitely amaze everyone. At that time, Zhao Danchen and Feng Xian would be dumbfounded. Thinking of this, Long Chen became even more enthusiastic about cultivating the Divine Desolation Seal. He stayed on Sky Island and immersed himself in cultivating the Divine Desolation Seal day after day, forgetting to eat and sleep. Kitten had already finished his work and was only waiting for Huang Fu Qi to recover in the blood of the Divine Phoenix. As for the sun-devouring direwolf, it was also in the process of refining the Divine Phoenix's monster core. Because the Divine Phoenix had a trace of the Phoenix's bloodline, its monster core was much more useful to the sun-devouring direwolf than the monster core of an ordinary level 4 or even level 5 king monster core. Maybe this time, Xiao Lang can directly advance to level 4 king monster. Long Chen thought happily. Chapter 660. A grade 4 king class Yao core could really allow the sun-devouring devil wolf to reach the realm of a grade 4 king class Yao core. After 10 days, Even Huang Fu-chi had almost recovered, but the wolf cub still hadn't woken up from the refinement. The longer it took, the higher the chance of the sun-devouring devil wolf reaching the 4th grade king class. On this day, Kitten said that Huang Fu-chi was about to wake up. Long Chen stopped practicing the Seal of Desolation and took Huang Fu-chi out of the Great Void Realm. He placed her on the square in the middle of the ruins. Huang Fu-chi was still in the purple wooden barrel, but compared to before, the difference was that Huang Fu-chi was now soaking in a bright red blood with a hint of gold. This was the blood of the divine phoenix. It was extremely hot. When Long Chen stood next to the blood, he felt like he was standing next to the divine phoenix. It seemed that most of the heat on the divine phoenix came from its blood. Because of Kitten's protection, Huang Fu-chi wouldn't be burned by the high temperature. Huang Fu-chi, who was immersed in the blood of the divine phoenix bird, had gradually lost the green color on her body and turned into a rosy complexion. At first, only her heart was beating, but now, she gradually began to breathe. It looked like she was about to wake up. In the blood of the divine phoenix, the golden blood all gathered around Huang Fu-chi and seeped into her body bit by bit. This girl survived a disaster this time. After being cleansed by the blood of the divine phoenix, it will be very useful for her future growth. She also has the so-called heavenly wind vein in her body. This kind of bloodline is not bad. If she works hard in this life, she can reach the 5th or even the 7th level of the earth martial arts realm. At least in the divine Wushu Sage dynasty, there is no one stronger than her. In this way, even if Long Chen had to leave the divine Wushu Sage dynasty, he wouldn't have to worry about anything. His friends were now protected by Long Shan. In the future, when Long Shan couldn't make it, Huang Fu-chi would probably become a top expert. The future divine Wushu Sage dynasty would be Huang Fu-chi's world. This would probably make Huang Fu-fengchen quite happy. Even if he lost his strength, he would probably wake up from his dream with a smile. After all, Long Chen knew that he loved Huang Fu-chi very much, even more than his own life. Otherwise, he wouldn't have begged Long Chen to save Huang Fu-chi, knowing that Long Chen was no match for Feng Xian. Kitten, what do you think of my potential? What level can I reach? Long Chen asked. You. Kitten looked at him contemptuously and said, You have the essence blood of the ancient blood spirit dragon, one of the 10 ancient ancestral dragons. In terms of potential, no one in this world can compare to you. But you are too proud of yourself. Do you think it's so easy to absorb the essence blood of the ancient ancestral dragon? It's not easy for you to absorb and refine it, so I can't guess to what level you can improve your strength in the end. In fact, what it said was similar to what Long Chen thought. More opportunities meant more danger. After obtaining the essence blood of the ancient blood spirit dragon, Long Chen's strength grew rapidly, and the danger he encountered also increased. Kitten, how many dragon martial artists do you think there are in this time? Long Chen asked. Dragon martial artists? Hee, there shouldn't be many. The essence blood of those dragons is almost gone. I don't know where it went. I remember that there were still many dragon martial artists in the Middle Ages. Kitten said. Then, will the essence blood of the other 9 ancestral dragons still exist in this world? Long Chen asked the question he was most concerned about. He wanted to know if there was anyone with the same talent as him. No, absolutely not. I don't know what happened to you. It's really shocking that you could get the essence blood of the ancient blood spirit dragon. It's impossible for anyone to get the essence blood of the other 9 ancestral dragons. Even if there is, and even if you can find it, you basically can't get it without the strength above the god martial arts realm. Is that so? Long Chen recalled the process of getting the essence blood of the ancient blood spirit dragon. It seemed that Long Qinglong told him that there was the key to him becoming a dragon martial artist in the Dragon Seal manual, and then he got the essence blood of the ancient blood spirit dragon. At that time, the essence blood was sealed by a restriction, which even Lingxi could break. Long Chen was also very surprised that he could get the essence blood of the ancient blood spirit dragon so easily. This must be the credit of my father. It seems like everything was arranged by him. From his tone, it seems like the status of our Long clan is even greater than Lingxi's clan. Lingxi is a member of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace in the Sword Spirit Emperor domain, one of the 3 great imperial domains. How high can the status of the Long clan be? This was the question that Long Chen couldn't figure out. Could it be that there were other places besides the 3 great imperial domains? However, I do know the location of the essence blood of the other ancestral dragon. At this time, Kitten said something that shocked Long Chen. Long Chen was stunned. Then he looked at Kitten excitedly and said, "Lord Cat, what you said is true." At this time, Long Chen looked at Kitten, and the more he looked at him, the more he liked him. He even called him Lord Cat. Kitten felt very comfortable when he called him Lord Cat. In fact, he had wanted to tell this news to Long Chen for a long time, but he didn't have the chance. "Of course it's true. When did this god ever lie to you?" Kitten said proudly. "Where is it?" Long Chen asked anxiously. Don't worry. You can't get it now. What's there to worry about? Haste makes waste." Kitten paused, then said slowly, "The thing on your chest is called the Void Dragon Talisman, and I'm sealed in this talisman. Let me tell you the truth. Back when I was defeated by the Ancestral Dragon, the Ancestral Dragon shed a dragon scale and turned it into this talisman, sealing me in this place. This talisman was originally its dragon scale. Based on the connection between us, as long as you get close to that guy, I should be able to sense it. I can roughly feel that its essence blood should still be in this world. It's just that it's probably in a place that's rather hard to reach." Void Dragon Talisman, so it's a dragon scale. Long Chen was a little speechless. No wonder the Void Dragon Talisman could perform a heaven-defying mystique like time reversal. Long Chen obtained a lot of information from Kitten. First of all, the Kitten had been defeated by the Ancestral Gregon. If the Kitten was really an expert on the same level as the Golden Crow, then the Ancestral Gregon's strength could be guessed. The Kitten had always been bragging. It had said that it had experienced a great battle with the Ancestral Gregon. Perhaps it had been instantly killed by the Ancestral Gregon. Otherwise, how could the Ancestral Gregon have sealed it with just a dragon scale? Also, Kitten didn't know the location of the Ancestral Dragon's essence blood, but it should be able to find it with the Void Dragon Talisman. "Where is the Ancestral Dragon's essence blood?" Long Chen asked excitedly. "It's definitely not in the Myriad Kingdom's domain. It should be in the Imperial domain," Kitten said. In other words, the most important thing now is to go to the Imperial domain. Whether it was for Lingxi, Yongling Qing, or the other Ancestral Dragon's essence blood, Long Chen had to go to the Imperial domain. At the thought of this, Long Chen strengthened his belief and his eyes were burning with passion. "By the way, Kitten, what's the name of the Ancestral Dragon? What's the Void Dragon?" Long Chen suddenly asked. The Kitten's face revealed a look of awe. It almost muttered to itself, "The past and the present are known as the Eon, and the four directions are known as the universe. The Eon has the length of the past and the present. Eon is the general name for time since ancient times. From the magical power of time reversal, I'm sure you have already guessed it. This Ancestral Dragon can control time, reverse life and death, and travel through the past and the present. It is the eternal dragon of time, the cosmic dragon." Void Dragon. Hearing this name, Long Chen was deeply shocked. Previously, he knew that there was a missing word in the middle. He had also guessed it, but he didn't think of using the word universe. In the universe referred to the endless heaven and earth, and Eon referred to the endless time. The Void Dragon was a super expert that roamed between heaven and earth and manipulated time at will. The Dragon of Blood and Slaughter, the Ancient Blood Spiritual Dragon, the Eternal Dragon of Time, and the Void Dragon. Long Chen had always thought that the Ancient Blood Spiritual Dragon was terrifying enough, but compared to the Void Dragon, it seemed to be a little lacking. Long Chen was silent for a while before asking, "Kitten, is there a clear distinction between the strength of the 10 great ancestral dragons? How does the Ancient Blood Spiritual Dragon compare to the Void Dragon?" Kitten said, "There's basically no difference in strength among the 10 great ancestral dragons. Every one of them is in existence at the pinnacle of time, and their strength won't be too far apart. However, when comparing the Primordial Blood Spirit Dragon and the Void Eon Dragon, the Void Eon Dragon should be slightly superior. Regardless of strength, just in terms of rules, the time rule should be above the massacre rule. The Primordial Blood Spirit Dragon is an ancestral dragon that has multiplied the massacre rule to the pinnacle, and its name has shaken the dragon sacrificial dragon continent and even affected other worlds. However, in front of an ancestral dragon that controls the time rule like the Void Eon Dragon, it should still be slightly inferior." Long Chen still couldn't understand the word rule for the time being. "What is the rule?" Shocked, Long Chen hurriedly asked. "The rule? There are many things to talk about. In general, this world is full of all kinds of power. Each power has its own attribute, and the power of heaven and earth is the most powerful power in this world. Our power is built on the foundation of the power of heaven and earth. For example, If your true ether is not replenished by the power of heaven and earth, your true ether will eventually be exhausted. Without the power of heaven and earth, there will be no power for us. You've said so much. What is the rule? Long Chen asked. Chapter 661. For the current you, it is still too early. Right now, you are in the earth martial arts realm, and the word martial you study is a kind of rule. The rule of martial arts should be the rule of the earth martial arts realm. This is a weak rule. When you comprehend it, you will be able to feel the pulse of power from the earth and understand how to use a very small amount of true qi to display the greatest battle power. When you reach the heaven martial arts realm, your comprehension of the rule this time should be a step deeper, because what you need to comprehend in the heaven martial arts realm is not the earth, but the world. Long Chen was baffled by what he heard. He seemed to feel that the path of cultivation seemed to be more difficult than he had imagined. Previously, with the super magical power of refining blood into qi, Long Chen thought he could reach the sky in a single bound. He didn't expect that the three martial realms would directly give him a heavy blow. On the path of cultivation, it was difficult to reach the sky. To be able to stand at the peak, which one of them wasn't a hero among men? From this, it could be seen that the four basic realms were really the foundation, and the three martial realms were just the beginning. The realms after that should be even more terrifying. Looking at Long Chen's expression, Kitten said, "The path of cultivation itself is extremely difficult for you. I'll be honest with you. If you don't have the ancestral dragon's essence and blood, you can't achieve anything in your life because your origin is really too low. In a place like Baiyang Town, even if you dig out your body's potential to the extreme, you can only reach the reaching heaven realm at most. But it's different now. It's almost equivalent to a person without a limit, because you are not completely a person anymore. Half of your body has turned into a dragon. Although you can't feel it yourself, let me ask you, is your martial soul in the shape of a dragon?" This secret, Long Chen had never told Kitten. At this moment, Kitten looked a little serious. Long Chen nodded solemnly. Long Chen smiled and said, "This proves what I said. However, your original body is that of a human, and your martial soul has become a dragon, which means that your body will also become a dragon in the future. But your soul, which is also your divine soul, is destined to be a human since birth. Therefore, your cultivation also has to abide by the rules of human beings. Compared with the evil beasts, there is a big gap between the human clan and the evil beasts in terms of body, not to mention the ancient divine dragons. The strength of the evil beasts is basically determined from birth. When they grow up, they will be able to have great strength. Moreover, a freak like Xiao Lang can even devour flames to level up. In theory, they don't need to comprehend or cultivate at all to become strong. However, the human clan is different. The human clan is one of the weakest creatures. If you want to become strong, you have to constantly improve yourself. The comprehension of the martial realm can further improve your ability to use your strength and control over the rules. But the human clan is different. The human clan is one of the weakest creatures. If you want to be strong, you must constantly improve yourself. The comprehension of the martial realm can further improve your ability to use your strength and control over the rules. But there will be more and more. If you want to be strong, you better be mentally prepared." However, Long Chen understood Kitten's intention. In the end, the pressure it exerted was for Long Chen's own good. Long Chen calmed down and carefully sorted out his thoughts. "My body can transform into a dragon, and the martial spirit that can control my body and control my true essence can also transform into a dragon. But my soul is born as a human, so I can't be like Xiao Lang, who can advance at will. Only by constantly comprehending and fighting can I control the rules of heaven and earth. Only then can I finally become the strongest expert. The martial of the three martial realms is the simplest kind of rule. It is the ancestral dragon slaughter and time, which are the most supreme rules that belong to them." After sorting out his thoughts, Long Chen suddenly realized that he had a feeling of being enlightened. He had never thought about the cultivation of the four basic realms. But now he understood. He had just reached the martial realm, so he didn't know what the martial realm was. But now, he felt that the road ahead of him was bright. Cultivation is nothing more than defying the heavens and seizing fate. Cultivation is nothing more than fighting against the heavens. The more heaven and earth you seize, the more you control. The four basic realms were the accumulation of power and the transformation of the body, but the martial realm was the true beginning of cultivation. At this time, the accumulation of power was no longer so important. The most important thing was the comprehension of the rules, which would drive the growth of the martial spirit, until the end, It would be immortal and live as long as heaven and earth. Kitten originally thought that it would deal a blow to Long Chen, but he didn't expect that it would stimulate the endless fighting spirit in Long Chen's heart. His character was rebellious. He had a fanatical passion for cultivation and becoming stronger. He needed to use powerful strength to prove many things. These desires urged his strong heart to beat. Looking at Long Chen's burning gaze, Kitten suddenly understood that it wasn't because of his luck that this young man had been able to reach this stage. It was also because of his character. Attitude determines everything. Defying the heavens and changing fate all depends on oneself. Just as Kitten was in a daze, Long Chen suddenly felt that Huang Fuqi, who was behind him, seemed to be moving. He hurriedly cast aside all the other emotions in his heart and quickly turned around to look at Huang Fuqi nervously. Kitten was also a little secret to Long Chen, so he couldn't show his face for the time being. Thus, he entered the Great Void Realm and let Long Chen be the good guy. Huang Fuqi moved her fingers in the Divine Phoenix's blood. At this moment, her breathing had become very even. At this moment, she slowly opened her eyes. Those big, black eyes finally regained their vigor. This was Huang Fuqi. She should be so innocent and happy at such a young age. However, when Huang Fuqi opened her eyes, the first thing that appeared was a trace of panic. Her big black eyes revealed an extremely frightened expression. Bad girl. At this point, she suddenly saw Long Chen beside her. Immediately, her eyes revealed a look of disbelief. Then, it was replaced by a look of joy. Children's thoughts were generally very simple. As long as they saw something with their eyes, they would generally believe that it was real, but they would feel like they were dreaming. Big brother. Huang Fuqi jumped up excitedly and jumped directly from the Divine Phoenix into Long Chen's arms. Her whole body was still wet with the Divine Phoenix's blood. Long Chen swallowed a little, and the demon beast's blood in her body was completely absorbed by Long Chen's body and transformed into the Dragon Soul Essential Essence. Although the amount was very small, it couldn't be wasted. Long Chen realized that the essence of the Divine Phoenix's blood in the wooden barrel had actually been completely absorbed by Huang Fuqi. There was nothing good left. However, the most important thing on the path of martial arts was still comprehension. Refining blood into qi was no longer that important to Long Chen. Big brother, why are you here? Why am I here? Where is that bad girl? Huang Fuqi stuck her head out of Long Chen's arms and blinked her big eyes at Long Chen. Then, she looked around. The sky was filled with thick clouds, so Huang Fuqi clearly didn't recognize this place. This is the Sky Island in the Eternal Divine Sea. Have you heard of it? Long Chen said as he looked at the little girl dotingly. I've heard of it. I heard that it's a very mysterious place. Even my father doesn't dare to come here. Why did my strength increase? Huang Fuqi suddenly said in pleasant surprise as her eyes widened. Your strength has increased. It should be because of the Divine Phoenix's blood. You've been soaking in it for 10 days and 10 nights, and the 9 apertures in your body have basically been opened by the essence of the Divine Phoenix. Is your first heaven aperture open now? Where is it? Long Chen could sense that Huang Fuqi's current strength should be between the 8th and 9th tier of the reaching heaven state. It was already very good for her to have such strength at such a young age. Huang Fuqi would be the person with the most potential in the future Wushu Sage dynasty, apart from Long Chen. She was only 10 years old, but she was already at the 9th tier of the reaching heaven state. Even the outstanding disciples of the other 9 sacred dynasties wouldn't be able to achieve such a speed. Yes, the first heaven aperture is also open. It's here. Huang Fuqi tilted her head and pointed at her forehead as she spoke with a smile. With Long Chen by her side, she felt especially accomplished. Suddenly, she recalled what Long Chen had said. She said in surprise, Big brother, isn't the Divine Phoenix the strongest monster in the Eternal Divine Sea? You actually killed it? She had heard that even the martial Emperor Zhao Wuji didn't dare to provoke the Divine Phoenix. Long Chen had actually dared to come to this place and directly killed the Divine Phoenix. Didn't that mean that Long Chen was already stronger than Zhao Wuji? Long Chen nodded helplessly when he saw the shocked expression on the little girl's face. He pinched her little nose and said, Yes, I was the one who killed it. In order to save you, Big brother killed that big fellow. Wow. Huang Fuqi's eyes were full of twinkling little stars. She didn't have a concept of the strong. She only knew that Long Chen was invincible, no matter what kind of strength he had. No one could defeat him. All right, let's not talk anymore. I'm going to take you to see your father. He must be worried sick, said Long Chen. He had finally completed his mission. Father, yes, I want to see my father and tell him that the new woman is not a good person. She actually occupied my mother's island and secretly took me there. I don't know what she did to me, but I fell asleep. When I woke up, I saw Big Brother, Huang Fuqi said indignantly with a disgusted look on her face. Chapter 662. It seemed like Huang Fuqi still did not know that Huang Fu Fengchen had been crippled by Feng Xian. She also did not know that she was almost killed by Feng Xian. This girl was still young, so Long Chen did not say anything to her. He brought her down from the Eternal Divine Sea and headed in the direction of Remnant Wind City. He was going to Remnant Wind City first before returning to the War People. Xiao Lang had not made any moves yet, and Long Chen still needed to take a good look at the Divine Desolation Seal. Along the way, Long Chen chattered with Huang Fuqi. This little girl did not know that she had just been rescued from death. She was extremely happy and kept asking Long Chen to go to the Huang Fu clan and stay with her. She also kept asking about Mo Xiaolong's whereabouts. After walking for a few days, Huang Fuqi suddenly realized that the two of them didn't seem to be going in the direction of the Huang Fu clan. She asked in confusion, Big Brother, aren't we going to see my parents? Where are we going? To Remnant Wind City. Your parents are there, said Long Chen. Hey, aren't my parents at home? Big Brother, you're talking nonsense. Huang Fuqi pouted and said. Long Chen thought for a moment and said, Little girl, you still don't know. While you were unconscious, that bad woman took over your home and chased your parents out. Ah! Huang Fuqi was startled for a moment before revealing a look of disgust. Even my father isn't a match for that bad woman? How hateful. When Chi grows up, I'll definitely beat her until her butt blossoms. But Big Brother, since you're so powerful, you must help Chi beat up that woman, and then let Chi bring father and mother home. Huang Fuqi leaned on Long Chen's body and babbled. She was smart enough to know that she could get Long Chen to avenge her. Feng Xian had a conflict with Long Chen over the ancient tomb token, so she would inevitably fight with Long Chen. It was only a matter of time. Since he had reached the third level of the Earth martial arts realm, Long Chen had a little confidence in dealing with her. So he nodded and said, All right, leave this matter to me. I promise I'll spank her ass until it blossoms. With Feng Xian's plump buttocks, who knew what would happen if she were to open them? Of course, she was at LV5 of the Earth martial arts realm, and she was from the Tianfeng sacred dynasty. Judging from her 3,000 phantom palms and 3,000 phantom shadows, it was obvious that this woman was quite difficult to deal with. Perhaps only by cooperating with Xiao Lang could they kill her. Just like when Long Chen killed the Divine Phoenix. They arrived at Staying Wine City a few days later. Fengchen. The wooden door was suddenly pushed open, and a beautiful woman rushed into the yard with an anxious look on her face. At this moment, the yard was already full of flowers and plants. Huang Fu Fengchen was standing at the edge of the yard, watering a pot of flowers. At this moment, his wife rushed in. What's wrong? Huang Fu Fengchen's eyes were calm as he held his wife and said. The beautiful woman calmed herself down and said, I just went to inquire about it. I heard that Feng Xian returned to the Huang Fu clan 10 days ago. She seemed to be in a very bad mood. Many people in the clan were killed by her because of some trivial matters. Not in a good mood? Not in a good mood after returning from Martial Emperor City. Could it be that Long Chen and the others really rescued Chi? Huang Fu Fengchen revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. No, maybe not, the beautiful woman said with a bitter smile. So what? Huang Fu Fengchen raised his eyebrows. The beautiful woman was also quite intelligent. She said, if Long Chen and the others succeeded, it has already been more than 10 days. Even if he hasn't arrived here yet, I'm afraid he will still be able to send the news here. But we still haven't received any news, so, could it be that Chi has already died in the battle, and Feng Xian's plan has failed, so she has a bad temper, and Long Chen, he should be too ashamed to see you. Speaking of this, the beautiful woman's face showed a sad expression. What a foolish woman. Huang Fu Fengchen scolded. His face was also very gloomy. He had waited for many days, but there was still no news. In fact, he already had a premonition, but he just didn't want to say it out loud. Long Chen is strong and tenacious, but his opponent is in the 5th level of the Earth martial realm. How could he take back Chi? It seems that Feng Xian is angry because she didn't get the vein of heavenly wind. But Long Chen didn't come to see me, which means that he's too ashamed to see me. It's not his fault. I gave him an impossible task. Huang Fu Fengchen shook his head helplessly. The beautiful woman next to him was about to burst into tears. Fengchen, what should we do? Xueqi is still so young. Is she really gone? Speaking of this, she was already crying. Huang Fu Fengchen sighed and didn't say anything else. He took the beautiful woman into the house. Their current life was carefree and carefree. There were many things that they did not have to consider. It could be said that this was the life that they had imagined. However, without Huang Fu Qi, this small courtyard was filled with endless sorrow. Time passed day by day. The couple had lost all hope. Suddenly, one day when they were having lunch, they thought of Huang Fu Qi. They looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Even though they hadn't eaten for a few days, they had lost their appetite. Their eyes were red. These days, every time they thought of their daughter, they would cry. The beautiful woman's eyes were already swollen from crying. It's all my fault. I'm a cripple now. I can't do anything. Huang Fu Fengchen's face was filled with self-blame. Fengchen, don't say that. I know you're in a difficult situation. You can only blame that woman for being cruel and merciless, said the beautiful woman while gritting her teeth. After so many days, the couple had almost lost all hope. At that moment, Daddy, Mommy. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out in the small courtyard. When the two of them heard this voice, they immediately stood up from their seats. I heard wrongly. This was the first thing they thought of. After all, that was Huang Fu Qi's voice, and Huang Fu Qi might have already passed away. However, could they have heard wrongly at the same time? Therefore they quickly reacted, and their faces were filled with smiles of hope. Xueqi is back. They rushed outside excitedly, even knocking over their chairs. However, they didn't frown at all. Their faces were filled with ecstasy. They rushed to the gate and saw a little girl in a yellow coat with a shiny silver bracelet on her wrist in the middle of the courtyard. She was rushing toward them in high spirits. This experience was like waking up from a dream. The couple was so excited that tears gushed out of their eyes. Even though Huang Fu Fengchen had been the head of the Huang Fu family for more than 10 years, he had never been so happy. In their entire world, there was only this child left. The love of parents was always endless and would always surpass everything. However, this was also the most ordinary kind of love. Almost everyone could have it, and everyone was used to losing this kind of love. Only then would they understand the pain and regret. With an excited heart, Huang Fu Fengchen hugged the child tightly in his arms. The softness from the little girl's body made Huang Fu Fengchen understand that all of this wasn't a dream. He couldn't enjoy it by himself. He hurriedly handed his daughter to her mother and said emotionally, "That's right, it's Xueqi, it's Xueqi." As for his wife, her face was already covered in tears. There were two types of tears. One was from sadness, and the other was from happiness. Daddy, Mommy, Xueqi is back. Why are you crying? You're all grown up now. Aren't you ashamed to cry? Huang Fu Qi saw that her parents' eyes were filled with tears. She immediately became anxious. Who said we were crying? Huang Fu Fengchen quickly wiped away his tears. He looked at Huang Fu Qi and made sure that she wasn't injured. Her arms were fine, her legs were fine, and everything was fine. His daughter was even more outstanding than before. Huang Fu Fengchen was finally satisfied. In fact, for many parents, the happiest thing in life was to see their children safe and sound. To them, this was already the greatest gift. As the beautiful woman asked about Huang Fu Qi, Huang Fu Fengchen looked at Long Chen, who was standing at the door and smiling as he watched the family reunite. This youth stood there calmly as if he had fused with heaven and earth. He was plain and indifferent, and all of his sharpness was hidden. He looked like a harmless scholar. However, Huang Fu Fengchen knew that the current Long Chen had matured a lot compared to when they first met. Sometimes, Huang Fu Fengchen felt that Long Chen was a miraculous existence. It's been a few times, and I finally see you back. I'm really sorry for blaming you before. Long Chen, I don't even know how to thank you now. Huang Fu Fengchen said to Long Chen with some shame. Long Chen smiled and said, "It's fine. I understand Patriarch Huang Fu's intentions. Moreover, Xueqi and I are good siblings. I didn't save her to get your thanks, haha." Long Chen's casual words immediately livened up the atmosphere. I'm already an ordinary person, so there's no need to call me patriarch. Since you can call me Xueqi, and I'm also more than 10 years older than you, just call me Uncle Chen. You've been rushing all the way here. Come in and have a good chat. Huang Fu Fengchen smiled bitterly. Big brother, don't leave. Huang Fuqi hurriedly broke free from her mother's embrace and ran over to grab Long Chen's arm, dragging Long Chen into the house. This little girl. Long Chen could only smile helplessly. It was obvious that the couple was eating, but they weren't in the mood to eat at this time. After tidying up a bit, Huang Fu Fengchen said, "You took so long this time. Did something happen?" Chapter 663. After sitting down, Long Chen told Huang Fu Fengchen about what had happened. He skipped the part about kitten and said that he had read about the method to save Huang Fuqi in an ancient book. When they heard that Long Chen had gone to the eternal divine ocean and killed the sky phoenix, the couple was dumbstruck. They looked at Long Chen in disbelief. Huang Fu Fengchen said, "That sky phoenix has existed in the divine Wushu sage dynasty for at least a few hundred years. No one dared to provoke it, but you." Long Chen being able to kill the sky phoenix meant that his current level had surpassed martial emperor Zhao Wuji. Back then, the strongest people in the divine Wushu sage dynasty were Zhao Wuji and the sky phoenix. Now that Zhao Wuji was killed by his disciple and Feng Xian, and the sky phoenix was also killed by Yu, the divine Wushu sage dynasty is completely different from before. Long Chen, your talent is the rarest I have ever seen. You can be considered a genius even among the other 9 sacred dynasties for reaching such a realm at such a young age. Huang Fu Fengchen looked at Long Chen with gratitude and deep admiration. Long Chen had risked his life to go to the eternal divine ocean to save Huang Fuqi. Huang Fu Fengchen knew that he would never be able to repay this kindness in this lifetime. Back then, he had given the Huang Fu clan's battle skill, the Willow Catkin Wind Following Step, to Long Chen. Looking at it now, it was a very obvious move. If it were not for Long Chen, Huang Fuqi would not have been able to escape this time. Among the other 9 sacred dynasties, the number of ancient tomb tokens definitely far surpassed the divine Wushu sage dynasty. The number of people who could enter the primordial cemetery was also relatively large. When he heard Huang Fu Fengchen mention the 9 sacred dynasties, he asked, "Uncle Chen, tell me about the 9 sacred dynasties." Huang Fu Fengchen guessed. "You also want to get the ancient tomb token and enter the primordial cemetery?" Long Chen nodded. Huang Fu Fengchen shook his head and said, "Long Chen, I don't suggest you do this for now. Why? You're still young, not even 20 years old. Your strength is comparable to the 4th level of the Earth martial arts realm. This kind of strength can only be considered a genius, not a strong cultivator. Those who enter the primordial cemetery are all strong cultivators. If you fight for the treasure with the younger generation, you might win, but compared to those vicious seniors, you're inferior. In the other 9 sacred dynasties, there are as many people in the 7th level of the Earth martial arts realm as dogs. Only those in the 8th level of the Earth martial arts realm can be considered a strong cultivator. Those who can enter the primordial cemetery are at least in the 4th level of the Earth martial arts realm. You'll be at the bottom. Why don't you cultivate for a few more years? When you reach the 7th level of the Earth martial arts realm, you might be able to survive." Huang Fu Fengchen analyzed. Everything he said was reasonable. There were definitely many treasures in the primordial cemetery, but there were even more dangers. Not only were there natural disasters, but there were also attacks from demonic beasts. What was even more terrifying was the killing of each other while fighting for the treasures. Every time they entered the primordial cemetery, there were very few people who survived. For someone with the strength of Long Chen, if he entered, he would basically be throwing his life away. Therefore, Huang Fu Fengchen told Long Chen to cultivate for a few more years and only enter the primordial cemetery when he had something to rely on. If you feel that the Wushu sage dynasty has already hindered your development, you can also go to the other sacred dynasties. In the other sacred dynasties, there are also many strong cultivators and the chances of improving are quite high. However, it's not as dangerous as the fighting in the primordial cemetery. When your strength can stand at the peak of the entire myriad lands, then you can go in and fight for the treasures. Wouldn't that be foolproof? Huang Fu Fengchen was worried that an accident would happen to Long Chen and waste this very good talent. Moreover, from the moment Long Chen saved Huang Fuqi, he completely treated Long Chen as one of his own, so he advised him like this. Long Chen shook his head and said resolutely, "Uncle Chen, because of certain reasons, I must enter the primordial cemetery. Actually, I won't hide it from you. My goal in coming to the Wushu Sage Dynasty is to enter the primordial cemetery. As long as I can enter, even if I die inside, I, Long Chen, will have no regrets. If that's the case. Seeing the determination in Long Chen's eyes, Huangfu Fengchen knew that he really had something to do. This matter was obviously very important to Long Chen, so he didn't ask any further and said, since that's the case, then there's no other way. However, Feng Xian came to the Wushu Sage Dynasty to snatch the ancient tomb token. If you also want the ancient tomb token, won't you eventually have to fight with her? Long Chen asked, Uncle Chen, do you think that if she stays in the divine martial sacred dynasty, I won't have a chance to fight her? And Zhao Danchen and I will fight one day. The winner will get the ancient tomb token. Thinking up to here, he didn't say anything else. He only warned Long Chen to be careful when the time came, then told him about the 9 great sacred dynasties. Thinking up to here, he didn't say anything else. He only reminded Long Chen to be careful, then told him about the 9 great sacred dynasties. In the Myriad Kingdoms domain, there are 10 great sacred dynasties. Among them, the Wushu Sage Dynasty has pretty much declined. The thousands of small countries under its rule are actually more or less divided by the other 9 great sacred dynasties. The 9 great sacred dynasties are, in fact, the 9 great clans of the Myriad Kingdoms domain. 9 great clans. Is the Feng clan one of them? Huangfu Fengchen nodded and said, yes, the 9 great clans of the Myriad Kingdoms domain directly control the 9 great sacred dynasties. For example, the Tianfeng Sacred Dynasty is completely controlled by the Feng clan. The Feng clan's position in the Tianfeng Sacred Dynasty is even higher than the Wushu Alliance's position in the Wushu Sage Dynasty. Then what are the other 8 great clans? Long Chen asked. In the medieval era, there were actually many god martial realm experts in the Myriad Kingdoms domain. The current 9 great clans are actually the descendants of those god martial realm experts, especially the 5 in the 5 Elements Alliance. It is rumored that they are the descendants of the 5 emperors of the medieval era. The other 4 great clans are more or less related to the god martial realm experts. The 9 great clans are divided into a total of 3 major factions. And they are divided into 3 factions. Long Chen was stunned at first, but after thinking about it, it made sense. The 9 great sacred dynasties were bound to have endless conflicts, and with so many people, they definitely needed to form an alliance. Huangfu Fengchen nodded and said, the strength of the 3 factions is about the same. The first is the 5 Elements Alliance that I just told you about. They are the direct descendants of the 5 emperors. They are the metal, wood, water, fire, and earth clans. The strength of each clan is about the same as the Feng clan. The other 2 factions are the Divine Wind clan and the Demonic Thunder clan. From his words, Long Chen could hear that something was wrong. The 9 great clans were divided into 3 factions. The 5 Elements Alliance, the Divine Wind clan, and the Demonic Thunder clan. The Divine Wind clan and the Demonic Thunder clan should each have 2 clans. The Wind clan's strength was about the same as any of the 5 Elements Alliances, and the overall strength of the 3 major factions was about the same. Didn't that mean that the Divine Wind clan and the Demonic Devil clan were comparable to the combined strength of the 4 sacred dynasties? Huangfu Fengchen seemed to have seen through Long Chen's doubts and said, you guessed correctly. Among the 9 great clans, the 2 strongest are the Divine Race and the Demonic Demon clan. The experts of each clan far surpass the other sacred dynasties. It can be said that the Divine Race and the Demonic Race are the strongest forces in the Myriad Kingdoms domain. They each have a vassal, the Wind clan and the Lightning clan. As for the other descendants of the 5 emperors, they can only resist the Divine Race and the Demonic Thunder clan together. Uncle Chen, can you tell me more about the Divine Race and the Demonic Race? Long Chen was a little interested in the 2 powerful clans. Huangfu Fengchen said, don't be scared. The Divine Race and the Demonic Race are just what they call themselves. They are still humans, and they are no different from us. The only difference is the immortal god's veins and demonic god's veins, which are even more powerful than the heavenly wind vein and the mysterious fire vein. I'm not too sure about the origins of the Divine Race and the Demon Race, but they didn't seem to be very strong in the history of the Myriad Kingdoms domain. I remember that a long time ago, the Myriad Kingdoms domain belonged to the 5 Elements Alliance. From the sound of it, the 9 great clans really did seem a little terrifying. In addition to her strength that had even reached the Heaven Realm, if Long Chen wanted to charge into the ancient cemetery to find Lingxi, It would truly be difficult on top of difficult. The only thing he could rely on was the mysterious 5-colored key in his hand. He had obtained it in the distant Fire Divine realm, along with the Scarlet Emperor's seal, the 5 Elements Alliance, the Divine Wind Vein, and the Demonic Lightning Vein. Over 10,000 people have entered the ancient cemetery. That scene must be quite terrifying. However, this is all in the future. If I want to enter the ancient cemetery, I still have to pass through Fengxian and Zhao Danchen. Long Chen analyzed in his heart. Currently, his greatest reliance was the Divine Desolation Seal he obtained from the Eternal Divine Sea. He had not reached the Mastery Realm yet. Therefore, it was not time for him to directly kill his way to them. Long Chen's first target would be the 5 Emperor Seals. According to the legends, the 5 Emperors were 5 experts of the Divine Martial Realm in the 10,000 territories during the Middle Ages. They had made great contributions to the prosperity of the 10,000 territories, and were existences that were revered by the people. In particular, the people of the 5 Elements Alliance would proudly claim that they were the descendants of the 5 Emperors. In the ancient cemetery, there should be a treasure of the 5 Emperors. It must have been left behind by the 5 Emperors. This information quickly flashed past Long Chen's mind. The Divine Desolation Seal is almost the strongest king-level battle skill, while the 5 Emperor Seals are royal-level battle skills. Their power is naturally above the Divine Yellow Martial Seal. Therefore, Zhao Danchen, a cold smile flashed past the corner of Long Chen's mouth. Uncle Chen, now that Xueqi is back, what are your plans? Because of the Divine Phoenix's blood essence, Xueqi has already reached the 9th level of the Heaven Ascension realm. If she stays in a small place like Retain Wind City, I won't be able to take care of her. If Fengxian comes again. Chapter 664. What Long Chen said were all possible problems. If Fengxian found out that Huang Fuqi was here, she wouldn't let it go. Huang Fu Fengchen had probably thought of this problem as well. At the moment, he was deep in thought. Huang Fuqi was safe, so they had to think about their own lives. After Huang Fu Fengchen lost his power, what he yearned for the most was a peaceful life. But if Huang Fuqi was here, it didn't seem to be allowed. Long Chen said, Uncle Chen, I have a suggestion. Go ahead, Huang Fu Fengchen said. Long Chen said directly, Xueqi has already reached the 9th level of the Reaching Heaven state. She has 3 heavenly wind veins in her body. After bathing in the blood of the Divine Phoenix, you know how strong her potential is. After a while, she will reach the Earth Martial Arts realm, and her strength will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. And then? Huang Fu Fengchen asked. The Huang Fu family is your family. You can't let it fall into the hands of Fengxian. No matter if Fengxian gets the ancient tomb token or not, she will leave eventually. If you can't bear to see the Huang Fu family become a mess, you have to go back and rebuild the family. I have lost all my power. How can I be qualified? Huang Fu Fengchen smiled bitterly. But Xueqi can. In a few days, her strength will probably surpass yours. As long as Fengxian and Zhao Danchen aren't here, with the support of our brothers in the dragons, she can completely become the master of the family. Of course, you have to support her from behind, Long Chen said. Huang Fu Fengchen finally understood what Long Chen meant. But, as long as Fengxian isn't killed, how can we go back to the Huang Fu family? Leave it to me, Long Chen said directly, with strong confidence in his eyes. Okay, then what should we do now? Huang Fu Fengchen was also a very decisive person. He knew that even if it wasn't for himself, he couldn't stay in this place for the rest of his life for the sake of his daughter and his clan. I'm going back to the war people now to see how they are doing. After all, where is everyone? To prevent Zhao Danchen or Fengxian from threatening you, I have to bring you to the war people. When the crisis of the Wushu Sage Empire is over, you can go wherever you want, Long Chen said. This was also for the sake of safety. The final battle was just around the corner. Long Chen didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble because of some mistakes. Huang Fu Fengchen and his wife looked at each other. They weren't fools and nodded their heads. Even if it was for their daughter's safety, they had no choice but to agree. Yay, father, mother, big brother and I can finally be together. After reaching a consensus, the happiest person was Huang Fuqi. She was so excited that she jumped up and down, looking very cute. Next, Huang Fu Fengchen packed up a little and was ready. Uncle Chen, I'll take you to a secret space. This space involves my secret. Please don't leak it, Long Chen said seriously. Huang Fu Fengchen smiled and said, Don't worry, I'm not a person who doesn't know what to do. Of course, Long Chen trusted Huang Fu Fengchen, so he said, You've already prepared the daily necessities. In this space, we'll arrive at the war people in about a few days. After saying a few more words to Huang Fu Fengchen, Long Chen brought him and his wife into the Taishu realm. He mobilized the fog of the Taishu realm and placed them in an independent space. The dense Taishu qi in the Taishu realm also had a certain healing effect on Huang Fu Fengchen's injuries. As for Huang Fu qi, she already knew that Long Chen had the Taishu realm. At this time, she didn't want to go in. Instead, she wanted Long Chen to carry her on his back. The weight of such a little girl didn't affect Long Chen's speed much. Long Chen, this place is really a wonderful place. Huang Fu Fengchen was quite knowledgeable, so he could naturally see that this place was extraordinary. He was secretly shocked. He knew that this should be a unique space similar to a Chenkuan bag, but it was countless times better than a Chenkuan bag. It could be said that up until now, the matter of the Huang Fu family had finally been settled. Next, as long as Long Chen had the strength to completely eliminate Zhao Danchen and Feng Xian, then there seemed to be nothing for him to worry about in the Wushu Sage dynasty. Long Chen headed in the direction of the war people in the north. The last time he came out, Long Chen spent more than 20 days. He didn't know how the war people were doing. After settling the three of them, Long Chen directly set off. After arriving at the first city, Long Chen first found the person in charge of Scarlet Soul here. After seeing Long Chen again, the person immediately revealed a surprised expression. Long Chen seemed to have been missing for many days. Now there was news from the Scarlet Soul headquarters, asking everyone to find Long Chen's whereabouts. He didn't expect that Long Chen would be the first to come looking for him. Seventh Master, you're finally back. Everyone had a hard time looking for you. A middle-aged man in a black robe said. Long Chen went straight to the point and said, I was delayed because of some things. What's the situation with the war people now? I'll go back immediately. The reason why he came to ask was to make himself feel a little more at ease. Hearing Long Chen's words, the man's face turned bitter and said, After the death of the martial emperor, the new martial emperor, Zhao Danchen, is arrogant and domineering. The Wushu alliance is pressing forward step by step. He is much more difficult to deal with than Zhao Wuji. Many of our brothers have already died in their hands. I heard that not only has Zhao Danchen's cultivation greatly increased, he has also become more proficient in manipulating the ancient devil's corpse. I heard that he wants to lead the experts of the Wushu alliance to completely annihilate the war people. I even heard that he will invite Feng Xian from the Huang Fu family to join him. After all, I heard that Seventh Master made Feng Xian suffer a great loss. Feng Xian once went to the war people to look for you. After failing to find you, she vented her anger and injured a few people. In the end, she was forced to retreat by Elder Long Shan. Feng Xian has already gone to the war people and injured people. Long Chen frowned. Many people were injured, but Seventh Master's brothers are fine. They did not confront Feng Xian head-on. It's just that this time, Zhao Danchen wants to annihilate the dragons and invited Feng Xian to help. I think Feng Xian will agree. The man in the black robe said. When is Zhao Danchen going to make his move? Long Chen asked. It should be in the next few days. The distance between Wu Emperor City and the war people is much closer than the distance between us and the war people. Seventh Master. Hurry back to the war people. Maybe you can help. If you lose, the tens of thousands of people in Crimson Soul will have nowhere to go. The man in the black robe said helplessly. Long Chen calculated. If Zhao Danchen wanted to make his move, he would have to hurry. Long Shan had not recovered from his serious injuries and had suffered heavy blows. If this continued, it would be quite troublesome. Zhao Danchen might really be able to invite Feng Xian. First of all, Long Chen estimated that compared to the ancient tomb token, Zhao Danchen wanted the 5 emperor seals more. He was not an idiot. He knew that with his own strength, going to the ancient tomb would be suicide. It would be better to be the ruler of the divine Wushu Sage Empire for a few years and increase his strength. In this way, he and Feng Xian would not have any conflict of interest. The two of them colluded and formed an alliance. It was definitely the most suitable thing. Of course, Feng Xian would definitely covet Zhao Danchen's ancient demon corpse. However, the ancient demon corpse was not weak. Before getting the ancient tomb token, Feng Xian probably would not want to cause trouble. In this way, Long Shan, who was at the 5th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm but only had the fighting capacity of the 3rd level of the Earth Martial Arts realm, became the target of public criticism. Zhao Danchen had obtained the Martial Emperor Ring and the Martial Emperor Seal. His strength had improved. Naturally, he would go and get rid of the big threat, Long Shan, first. After thinking about this, Long Chen directly rushed in the direction of the war people. Mo Xiaolang was still in the process of refining the monster elixir. Long Chen estimated that he would not wake up so soon. It was very likely that the final battle was about to come. The war people, the ancestral mausoleum. Last time, when Zhao Danchen stood here with a few Wushu sage and more than 10 martial kings, he was still one of the 3 martial emperors. At this time, almost all the Wushu alliance came out and surrounded Zhao Danchen. At this time, Zhao Danchen's identity was indeed the first martial emperor of the Wushu sage. After the looting, there were only a few masters left in the Wushu alliance. Among the 10 Wushu sage, only a few stayed with Zhao Danchen. The only martial emperor, Zhao Danchen, completely surrendered to Zhao Danchen's tyranny. He was now in the martial emperor city, supporting the overall situation for Zhao Danchen. The remaining 20 or so martial kings stood behind Zhao Danchen. In fact, although these Wushu sage martial kings were very weak in Zhao Danchen's eyes, they were not useless. After Zhao Danchen dealt with the strongest of the dragons, he wanted to destroy the entire war people and the dragons. He had to make a move on some small characters. With Zhao Danchen's identity, of course, it was not suitable for him to do so. With so many people, he could not kill one person. Therefore, the role of the Wushu sage martial kings was to kill small fries. Standing in the ancestral mausoleum twice, Zhao Danchen had undergone earth-shaking changes. After becoming a martial emperor, Zhao Danchen's temperament had undergone a huge change. He wore a golden robe and was much more ostentatious than Zhao Wuji. His eyes were fiery and there was a smile hanging on the corner of his mouth. He looked as if victory was in his grasp. Indeed, from Feng Xian's mouth, he roughly understood Long Shan's strength. The current Long Shan was no longer a match for Zhao Wuji. Feng Xian was standing not far from Zhao Danchen. She was still dressed the same as before. Her figure was graceful and her face was covered with a faintly discernible veil. Her clothes swayed with the majestic wind. From time to time, her buttocks and breasts would appear, making the Wushu Alliance Wushu sage martial kings behind her swallow their saliva. Zhao Danchen, you wanted me to invite you here for these weak trash? Feng Xian pointed at the group of war people and said disdainfully. Chapter 665. Miss Xian, you don't have to do anything this time. I, Zhao Danchen, can take care of these trash by myself. I sincerely invited you over just in case. It's rare for Miss Xian to do me the honor. Today, I must perform well. Otherwise, how can I win your favor? Zhao Danchen said with a faint smile. His glib words made Feng Xian giggle. All right, perform well. If you perform well, maybe I'll be your woman tonight. Miss Xian said sweetly. That coquettish voice made the Wushu sage martial king behind Zhao Danchen swallow their saliva. Smelly. Such a perverted woman. I, Zhao Danchen, don't have the guts to fuck you. Who knows if you'll give me, Zhao Danchen, a punch when you're having fun. Zhao Danchen secretly slandered in his heart. However, Zhao Danchen knew that as long as this woman was still in the Wushu sage imperial court, he had to have a good relationship with her. After all, to him, the other party was still very strong. Zhao Danchen, with his current realm, also felt a little powerless in front of Feng Xian. With Feng Xian overseeing here, the hearts of the dragons would probably be broken before the battle even started. Zhao Danchen thought proudly. This was exactly the effect he wanted. At this moment, opposite him was Long Shan, Long Yu and the others. Looking at the huge team of the Wushu Alliance and the notorious Feng Xian beside them, everyone's faces were filled with seriousness. Long Shan sighed and took a step forward. Grandfather. Long Yu shouted anxiously. You were injured again by Feng Xian. You can't do it now. Long Shan shook his head and said, if I don't do it, who can? If you listen to me, when the fight starts, you can take everyone and escape. Long Yu was about to cry. She said, Grandfather, that thief, Zhao Danchen, invited Feng Xian over because he's afraid that we'll take the opportunity to escape when you fight with him. Otherwise, with those few Wushu sage martial kings, how can they stop us? As long as we escape, he, Zhao Danchen, will definitely be the only one left in the Wushu alliance. But with Feng Xian here, none of us can escape. Everyone knew the reason why Zhao Danchen invited Feng Xian over. Even if Feng Xian didn't make a move, just standing there was a strong pressure on everyone. There was another more important reason why Zhao Danchen came to the war people. He knew that the yellow emperor seal of the 5 emperor seals was in the hands of the war people. He already had 2 emperor seals. This time, he had come to snatch the yellow emperor seal and kill the dragons and the war people while he was at it. Other than fighting, what else can I do? Long Shan's face revealed a strong bitterness. After coming out of the 9 Hells Morning Land, he thought that he could do something for the younger generation of the Long family. He didn't expect that as soon as he came out, so many experts would appear in the Wushu Sage Empire. First, it was the ancient devil's corpse. Then it was Feng Xian. Long Shan had not recovered in the first place, and after squeezing out his potential and using his power twice, he was already at the end of his rope. Grandfather, Senior Long, looking at this desolate old man, Long Yu, Lei Zhen, Jian Chen and the others all had bitter expressions on their faces. Children, are you looking down on me? Long Shan suddenly squeezed out a smile and said, Don't worry, I'm not weak either. Even if I die, I will kill Zhao Danchen. As long as Zhao Danchen dies, Feng Xian can't be bothered to cause trouble for you. Even if she does, she'll be alone. If you all split up and escape, will she still be able to find you all? Long Shan's words might be the only chance. Feng Xian and Zhao Danchen did not have much of a relationship in the first place. It was just that they did not have too much of a conflict of interest, so they temporarily joined forces. This meant that Long Shan was going to risk his life. To Zhao Danchen, as long as he dealt with Long Shan, the others would basically collapse on their own. Let's fight. Since we're going to die, let's die in battle. Whether it's the dragons or the war people, which one of us is a coward? The tall Lei Zhan roared with a hoarse voice. Hearing his words, everyone's hearts began to burn with boundless fighting spirit. Even though the opponent was an incomparably powerful expert, if they fought with their lives on the line, who would be afraid of who? Since they wanted to fight, then let's fight. Seeing the boundless battle intent in their eyes, Long Shan smiled in gratification. I, Long Shan, have been able to live until now. No matter what kind of situation I've been in, I've still managed to survive, and I've even had a chance to be a human again. I'm already satisfied. The old man muttered to himself. Afterwards, he looked at Zhao Danchen with eyes filled with fighting spirit. Chen Xiong, then Zhao Wuji, then this Zhao Danchen. Sure enough, every martial emperor of the Wushu Alliance is a great enemy of my Long family. My Long family's ancestors gave me a chance to be reborn. They wanted me to clear away the obstacles in front of the Long family's younger generation. Thinking of this, the old man's chest was filled with boundless passion. Death was no longer important to him. The most important thing was his mission. Thus, he strode to the center. His frail body was like a steel spear as he stood between heaven and earth. The oppressive aura on his body and his sharp gaze caused the martial kings of the Wushu Alliance, the Wushu Sage, to jump in fright. At this moment, Long Shan's entire body was glistening with light. It was as if he was a god of war that had descended to the mortal world. At this moment, Long Shan seemed to be several decades younger. He had returned to his most lofty days. Time and tide wait for no man. Everyone had times like this. But why did this old man look so terrifying? Even Zhao Danchen narrowed his eyes. Humph, if you continue to act cool, you'll still be beaten to a pulp by my ancient demon corpse. With a sneer, Zhao Danchen took 2 steps forward, separated himself from the crowd, and stood in front of Long Shan. One was young and arrogant, one was old and fierce. Between the two of them, who would have the last laugh? Zhao Danchen sneered once more. He waved the eternal demon flag in his hand and the ground immediately began to shake. The ancient demon corpse that had shrunk to the size of a normal person crawled up from the ground and stood next to Zhao Danchen. The ancient demon corpse's skin was black and rough like a crocodile's. There were holes all over it, and it emitted an ominous aura as well as a thick rancid smell. The ancient demon's body emitted an ominous aura. Seeing the ancient demon corpse's ferocious appearance, the dragons were a bit startled. They could see that Zhao Danchen was now able to control the ancient demon corpse with ease. No one would have thought that the great treasure of the ancient demon region would be in his hands and become his greatest trump card. Zhao Danchen rotated the martial emperor ring on his thumb and smiled. Ancient demon, help me flatten the ancient demon region today. As he said that, he waved the ancient demon flag in his hand and a mysterious power poured into the ancient demon corpse. The eyes of the ancient demon corpse suddenly turned blood red and a black shadow rushed towards Long Shan like a wild beast. Long Shan's body was in a very bad state. The 3 strikes had already caused his body to be on the verge of collapse. However, he needed to risk his life and protect his descendants. Therefore, not only did he not retreat, but his battle intent soared to the heavens. Seeing the ancient demon corpse rushing towards him, Long Shan's eyes darkened. He erupted with all the strength in his body and rushed towards the ancient demon corpse. When the ancient devil's corpse attacked, it didn't dodge or defend at all. It only knew how to attack. At this time, Long Shan was fighting crazily. He had already disregarded life and death. The only thing on his mind was to kill Zhao Danchen. As long as Zhao Danchen died, everything would be solved. A skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. Although Long Shan didn't have pure qi, he still had the comprehension of a cultivator in the 5th level of the Earth Martial Realm. He didn't have enough strength to fight against the ancient demon corpse, but in terms of technique, he was far superior to the ancient demon corpse. 1 human and 1 demon, they were locked in a fierce battle. A slight attack on the ground was enough to shake the earth. Soul-scattering dragon claw, 5 dragons breaking the sky. Under Long Shan's control, the 5 divine dragon images wrapped around the ancient devil's corpse, leaving 5 bloody wounds on its body. However, there was no blood on the ancient devil's corpse, only dark red flesh could be seen from the wounds. Now, the flesh was wriggling and reforming. It wouldn't be long before the ancient devil's corpse was fully recovered. This kind of injury did not affect the injuries of the ancient demon's corpse at all. It could even take advantage of this opportunity to slap Long Shan's head with its claws. All its combat power was focused on its physical body. This move was fast and terrifying. If Long Shan was hit by it, his entire head would be blown off. Ha! At this critical moment, Long Shan used pure qi in his arms to block the attack. With a loud bang, Long San was sent flying to the left. The move of the ancient devil's corpse had caused his arms to go numb. Both of his arms were almost numb, but what was surprising was that he didn't stop at all. In the next moment, he roared and charged towards the ancient devil's corpse. What a fearless old ghost! Zhao Danchen's lips curved up in a cold smile. He slowly waved the eternal demon flag in his hands, controlling the ancient demon corpse to fiercely attack. When Long Shan's attack hit the ancient demon corpse, he didn't feel any pain at all. The battle between the 2 powerhouses made everyone's hearts tighten. Elder sister, Senior Long, it seems like he can't hold on for much longer. What should we do? Lei Zhan, the patriarch of the war people, said helplessly. I don't know either. The danger this time is too great. In the face of the strongest battle force, apart from my grandfather, none of us can use our strength. If 7th brother was here, perhaps there would be a chance. Chapter 666. Scatter Soul Dragon Claw. Absolute Kill 9 Heavens. The earth trembled as Long San let out a roar. His entire body seemed to have turned into 9 roaring divine dragons, shaking the heavens and the earth as he charged towards the ancient demon's corpse. Long San used his strongest move right from the start. The 9 divine dragons came wave after wave, layer after layer. The absolute kill 9 heavens used by Long Shan was much stronger than the one used by Long Chen. For a time, everyone felt a tremendous pressure. Some of them even couldn't open their eyes. Bang bang! The 9 divine dragons instantly arrived in front of the ancient demon's corpse. Do you think that the ancient demon's corpse doesn't have any battle skills? Zhao Danchen coldly smiled. At this time, he suddenly put away the eternal demon banner. His true essence rapidly flowed into the eternal demon banner, forming a vortex. As the vortex spun, the blood-red demonic runes on the eternal demon banner began to shine. The blood-red color instantly spread from the eternal demon banner to the ancient demon's corpse. Then, the ancient demon's corpse suddenly let out a heaven-shaking roar. The blood-red runes on the eternal demon banner began to appear. Ancient demon blood demon. These words slowly spat out from Zhao Danchen's mouth. As for the ancient devil's corpse, its expression was ferocious under the pressure of the 9th heaven absolute slay technique. It suddenly punched out. When it punched out, the blood-red runes on its body quickly gathered around its fist. Finally, the fist force exploded, forming a blood-red image of a demon head that rushed towards the attack of the ninth heaven absolute slay technique. A powerful collision. The 9 divine dragons collided with the blood-red ancient demon blood demon. The roar of dragons and the howl of demons resounded through the entire war people. Bang! The divine dragons, the first attack of the absolute kill 9 heavens, collided with the ancient demon blood demon. With a loud explosion, the first level of the 9 heavens absolute killing technique was shattered into pieces. The ancient demon blood fiend's momentum was also slightly hindered. From the first confrontation, the crowd could not tell who was stronger. Only when the two of them fought to the end would they be able to tell which was stronger, the ancient demon blood Shao or the 9th heaven absolute kill. However, at this moment, something shocking happened. At this moment, Long Shan let out a burst of crazed laughter. After destroying the first layer of his 9 heavens absolute killing technique, it exceeded everyone's expectations and deviated from its original direction. Under Long Shan's control, it charged towards Zhao Danchen. How could it be easy for someone at the 4th level of the Earth martial arts realm to burst out with extreme speed? Under such circumstances, Long Shan's 9 heavens absolute kill instantly arrived in front of Zhao Danchen. The remaining 8 huge dragon images instantly pounced in front of Zhao Danchen. As for the ancient demon's corpse, it was left behind by Long Shan. At this critical moment, no one would have thought that Long Shan would use such a desperate method. His target was not the ancient demon's corpse, but Zhao Danchen. Zhao Danchen, who was originally smiling proudly, was now probably dumbfounded. Long Shan had fought with the ancient demon's corpse for so long, it was nothing more than to attract everyone's attention and completely ignore the possibility of him attacking Zhao Danchen. Although Zhao Danchen had used the 10,000 years geocentric milk to reconnect the broken arm that Long Chen had destroyed, his strength was only at the 3rd level of the Earth martial arts realm. How could he withstand the desperate move of Long Shan, an expert at the 4th level of the Earth martial arts realm? On the Wushu Alliance's side, the Wushu Sage Martial Kings revealed a horrified expression. Zhao Wuji had just died. If Zhao Danchen also died, the Wushu Alliance would be finished no matter what. On the dragon's side, everyone's eyes revealed a look of surprise. Old ginger is spicier. Long Shan's move was actually the best way to solve the current crisis. As long as Long Shan succeeded, today's matter might be solved. Ever since they had offended Zhao Danchen in front of the ancient demon region, everyone knew that a crisis like today's would come one day. Today's situation was just different. The crazy Long Shan exhausted the last of his qi in his body. He just wanted to kill the young man in front of him. He had this confidence. He saw a trace of panic in Zhao Danchen's eyes. Take advantage of this opportunity. If he could kill Zhao Danchen, Long Shan would die without regrets. At this moment, the panic in Zhao Danchen's eyes completely disappeared and was replaced by a sneer. His lips moved slightly and he said a few words. These words, to Long Shan, were no different from a bolt from the blue. He said, "Idiot, you underestimate me." At this moment, a thick qi burst out from Zhao Danchen's body. That kind of aura was definitely not something that a person at the 3rd level of the Earth martial arts realm could have. A golden power appeared on Zhao Danchen's body, causing his entire body to shine with a golden light, as if he was a god descending to the earth. At this moment, the 9 heavens absolute kill appeared in front of Zhao Danchen. Just when everyone thought that Zhao Danchen was going to die, Zhao Danchen burst out with unprecedented power. A pair of golden palms intersected together and instantly formed a seal. A huge Woob character appeared in front of him. Under the control of Zhao Danchen, the yellow martial divine seal carried an explosive power and instantly rushed towards Long Shan. This yellow martial divine seal was almost the same as the yellow martial divine seal used by the martial emperor. The onlookers all let out exclamations. He has actually reached the 4th level of the Earth martial arts realm. Zhao Danchen is already fully qualified to become a new martial emperor. From today onwards, we must wholeheartedly surrender to him. At such a young age, he has already reached the 4th level of the Earth martial arts realm. Zhao Danchen's potential is much stronger than Zhao Wuji's. If this continues, maybe the Wushu Sage will be able to shine in the future. Thinking of this, everyone in the Wushu Alliance was quite excited. For the dragons, this was simply a nightmare. They originally thought that Long Shan would be able to kill Zhao Danchen, but Zhao Danchen's strength was even greater than Long Shan's. How could Long Shan kill him at this time? Despair filled everyone's heart. For Long Shan, this was purely a tragedy. He had calculated everything, but he did not expect that Zhao Danchen's strength would rise to the 4th level of the Earth martial arts realm at this time. Long Shan had always looked down on Zhao Danchen because he was still not a match for Long Chen. Long Chen was the true genius in Long Shan's eyes. But now, it seemed that Zhao Danchen was able to have such achievements under the shadow of Martial Emperor Zhao Wuji. He was also an ambitious person. The Yellow Martial Divine Seal and the final power of the 9 Heavens Absolute Kill cancelled each other out. Although Zhao Danchen had only made a move in a hurry, it was enough to deal with Long Shan. The power of his Yellow Martial Divine Seal directly forced Long Shan to retreat. The ancient devil's corpse also roared and retreated. To be honest, the 9 Heavens Absolute Kill just now had already exhausted the last of Long Chen's true essence. He could not squeeze his body anymore. Otherwise, before he could kill his opponent, he would die first. Using the power of the recoil, Long Chen retreated far to the side before finally stabilizing his footing. This time, the confrontation had already caused his internal organs to bleed. At this time, he could not control the corner of his mouth and a trace of blood flowed out. His appearance, which was already old enough, was now even older. Zhao Danchen let out a wild laugh. Anyone could see that Long Shan could no longer hold on. Not to mention Zhao Danchen, any one of the Wushu Alliance's Wushu sage could kill Long Shan now. I never thought that a mere ancestor of the Long family would be so weak in front of me. Zhao Danchen. How could your Long family be a match for my martial emperor's bloodline? From today onwards, as long as the martial emperor is here, your Long family will never be able to stand out. Zhao Danchen's finger pointed at everyone in the Long family contemptuously. Under his disdainful gaze, even Long Yu had no choice but to admit that such a Zhao Danchen was simply too powerless. His opponent had the strength to absolutely suppress him. Zhao Danchen saw that every one of them had a look of despair on their faces. He felt very proud in his heart. However, he still had one regret. It was the crushing defeat in the ancient demon region. That was the only crushing defeat in his life. Although it was that crushing defeat that had made him who he was today, it did not mean that he had forgotten about that humiliation. That was a kind of humiliation. If he did not wash it away, he would remember it for the rest of his life. When people admired Zhao Danchen's greatness, they would inevitably remember the biggest stain in his life. Now, Zhao Danchen possessed strength that far exceeded that of the past. The Martial Emperor's ring, the Martial Emperor's seal, and the ancient demon's corpse were all enough to kill Long Chen in a second. However, where was Long Chen? His gaze swept across the crowd. Under his control, the ancient demon's corpse quickly arrived 10 meters in front of Long Shan. It controlled Long Shan. As long as Zhao Danchen gave the order, the ancient demon's corpse would immediately kill Long Shan. Looking at the ancient demon's corpse in front of him, Long Shan was also powerless. There was no qi left in his body, and all his blood vessels and internal organs were now damaged. The fact that he was able to stand there meant that he was tough enough. Everyone thought that Zhao Danchen would immediately kill Long Shan. Long Yu and the others could not bear it anymore. The time to fight with their lives on the line had arrived. However, Zhao Danchen was not in a hurry to make a move. He looked around and said, "What's wrong? That coward Long Chen still hasn't shown up?" A roar shook the entire war people. Long Chen. This was the ultimate reason why Zhao Danchen had come here. It was also the ultimate reason why Feng Xian had come here. She had to find Long Chen and then find the whereabouts of Huang Fu Qi. The heavenly wind vein was the second most important thing that she had to do in the Wushu Sage dynasty. Long Chen, if you still don't show up, I will make this place flow with rivers of blood and millions of corpses. Zhao Danchen's roar shook the entire war people once again. However, there was still no sound. Chapter 667. Since that's the case, I'll make my move first. From big to small, let's start with Long Shan. A cruel light flashed in Zhao Danchen's eyes. He had always been a man of his word. Therefore, as soon as his voice fell, he saw that there was no movement, so he directly controlled the ancient demon's corpse to kill Long Shan. The ancient demon's corpse stretched out its huge palm and slashed at Long Shan's head. The ancient demon's corpse was so powerful that this slap was enough to split Long Shan's brain. However, on the Long family side, even the strongest Long Yu could not withstand this slap from the ancient demon's corpse. The strength of the other party made them feel too powerless. Grandfather. Zhao Danshan's ruthless style immediately caused an uproar on the dragon's side. Long Yu and the others cried out in surprise and quickly rushed in the direction of the ancient demon's corpse. The scene instantly became chaotic. Seeing this scene, Zhao Danshan sneered. The Wushu sage martial kings behind him clenched their fists. For the Wushu alliance, for Zhao Danshan, the time to do a meritorious deed had arrived. Not only Long Shan, but everyone here, as long as they were not on the side of the Wushu alliance, had to die. Long Chen, I want to see if you will still come out after I kill everyone here. Zhao Danshan laughed crazily. The other Long Chen, who was once called one of the two great geniuses, was now far from being a match for Zhao Danshan. He knew that the Long Chen that Zhao Danshan was talking about was not him. At this time, he and Long Yu were the first to act. Their grandfather was in danger. Even if they had to pay with their lives, they could not stand idly by. But so what? It would just increase the number of casualties. In this chaotic battle, the Wushu alliance had the absolute advantage. They even had Zhao Danshan and the ancient demon's corpse, two peerless masters, and Feng Xian by their side. No matter what, the dragons had no chance of winning. Everyone's face was filled with despair. Knowing that there was no way out and death was the only outcome, this greatly stimulated their desperate spirit. Under such a disadvantageous situation, they still dared to attack the Wushu alliance directly. It showed that they were not afraid of death. Even if he were to die, he would make the other party pay the price. Among them, Long Shan was facing the greatest danger. The ancient demon's corpse could kill him in the next instant, but the lack of true essence in his body made it difficult for him to make a move. Helpless, his heart was filled with helplessness. He had come out of the Nine Hells mourning grounds thinking that he could do something for his descendants, but he didn't expect that he would be powerless in the end. Unable to resist, Long San closed his eyes and waited for death. Seeing this situation, Long Yu and the others were furious. Stop, Zhao Danshan. Suddenly, there was a loud roar. Everyone present felt dizzy from the loud roar. Their ears were filled with the roar, and in that instant, they had already lost their sense of hearing. This voice came from a place far away at first, but after Zhao Danshan said the word Chen, the voice seemed to be right in front of them. Zhao Danshan was shocked and quickly looked to the south. Of course, he was very familiar with this voice, because it belonged to Long Chen. That's right, it was Long Chen. In Zhao Danshan's vision, the figure of a young man suddenly rushed out of the dense forest. He threw out a weapon in his hand like an arrow and instantly rushed to the front of the ancient demon's corpse, nailing it to the arm of the ancient demon's corpse. Although it didn't cause any damage to the ancient demon's corpse, Long Chen's attack caused the palm of the ancient demon's corpse to deviate from its original trajectory. It brushed past Long Shan's body and didn't hurt Long Chen. At this critical moment, Long Chen used his precise control to save Long Chen. His speed was very fast, and Zhao Danshan didn't continue to command the ancient demon's corpse, so Long Chen rushed to Long Shan in an instant and directly rescued him. At this moment, Long Shan was already on the verge of death. All of you step back. After handing Long Shan over to Long Yu, Long Chen had the demeanor of a leader and directly shouted at the people who were ready to fight to the death to retreat. The distance between the Wushu alliance and the dragons slowly increased under Long Chen's control. The warriors of the Wushu alliance, who were originally eager to fight, were quite depressed when they saw Long Chen's arrival and interrupted the battle that was about to start. Among them, there were still some who hadn't seen Long Chen's appearance, so they didn't recognize Long Chen for a moment. The only two people who stared at Long Chen were Zhao Danshan and Feng Xian. After seeing this opponent, Zhao Danshan was completely excited. He even forgot to kill Long Shan. In his mind, Long Shan was just an old trash, and Long Chen was his shame. When Long Chen appeared, there was only Long Chen in his world. Even though Long Chen had saved Long Shan, Zhao Danshan didn't have any reaction. He stared at Long Chen, his eyes filled with a deep hostility. Feng Xian, who was at the side, also took a few steps forward and sized up Long Chen from head to toe. As for the other people of the Wushu alliance, Zhao Wuji hadn't issued any orders for the time being, so they didn't dare to make a move. Just like that, Long Chen blocked the dragons and the others. After hearing from Scarlet Soul that the Wushu alliance would attack the war people, he immediately rushed over as fast as he could. He didn't expect this to really happen. Fortunately, he made it in time. Otherwise, this time, it would definitely lead to a huge tragedy. If it was a day later, there would definitely be a river of blood here. At that time, even if Long Chen regretted it, it would be too late. After seeing that it was Long Chen, everyone had mixed feelings. They were very happy that the missing Long Chen could return safely, but he came back at the wrong time. Seventh brother, why did you come back at this time? Today, we are all going to die here. If you conserve your strength, you can still avenge us in the future. If you come back now, we will all die here. Long Yu, who had always been calm and composed, had already lost his composure and said in a panic. That's right, seventh brother. Why did you come back at this critical juncture? You have great potential and could have avenged us, but now that you're here, we're all going to die here. The other brothers and sisters also had expressions of pity on their faces. Previously, they still had one thing in their hearts, and that was that Long Chen was still alive. In the future, he would definitely not let Zhao Danchen have an easy time. But now that he had returned, with Zhao Danchen's hatred for Long Chen, would he not kill Long Chen? Obviously not. If Long Chen hadn't come back, it would have been fine. They could have killed to their heart's content. If they died, then so be it. But now that Long Chen had returned, every one of them was even more dejected. Their only hope was gone. Looking at this young seventh brother, everyone's hearts were filled with a deep bitterness. They are really too strong. Even Zhao Danchen has reached the 4th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm. This time, I'm afraid we're all going to be wiped out. The strongest among them, Long Shan, shook his head and said. The injuries on his body were getting more and more serious. Even if he had medicine to nurse himself back to health, it was estimated that he would not live for long. Everyone surrounded Long Chen and all of them were talking at the same time, feeling sorry for him. Long Chen frowned. He didn't listen to those words of pity. He looked at Zhao Danchen. Sure enough, Zhao Danchen was different from before. When Long Chen reached the 3rd level of the Earth Martial Arts realm, his strength took another step forward and reached the 4th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm. He was 1 level stronger than the current Long Chen. Coupled with other battle aids, it was no wonder that they said that this time, everyone would die without a doubt. Long Chen didn't think that they were timid. In the face of absolute strength, it was normal for them to have such emotions. They weren't afraid to fight to the death. However, if they couldn't make the Wushu Alliance pay the price, it didn't seem worthwhile to die. The return of Long Chen made the morale of the dragon's side drop a lot. This group of people who had wanted to fight to the death had counted on Long Chen to take revenge. Now, Long Chen had come to die. Sure enough, when Long Chen appeared, the eyes of Zhao Danchen and Feng Xian were completely attracted by Long Chen. Long Chen, get out. In front of the ancient demons area, I, Zhao Danchen, lost to you. This time, I will show you what a real genius is, said Zhao Danchen coldly, pointing his finger at Long Chen with disdain. A trash like you wants to turn things around in front of me? Long Chen laughed. He turned around and walked in the direction of Zhao Danchen. Everyone was surprised, especially the dragons. Long Yu hurriedly pulled Long Chen and said nervously, "Seventh brother, we will protect you. You have great potential. Run away and take revenge for us in the future. What do you think?" The others also agreed with this idea. Long Chen bitterly laughed and shook his head. Fleeing in the face of battle and abandoning my own brothers and sisters is not my style. Do you want me to be a person who goes back on his word and drags out an ignoble existence? No, seventh brother, don't think like that. It is enough that we die here. You are the most suitable person to take revenge for us. I also believe that you will become the nightmare of the Wushu Alliance, said the others. After listening to them, Long Chen was silent for a while. Suddenly, he smiled faintly and gently pulled Long Yu's arm away. He said, "Those who have lost to me will never have a chance to turn the tables, because my speed is far faster than theirs." After saying that, he turned around and walked in the direction of Zhao Danchen. Long Yu and the others were stunned. After a long time, they could only say helplessly, "Seventh brother is still so stubborn. How can we persuade him?" Everyone was helpless. Maybe but believe in him. After all, those impossible things were all done by him, said Lon Ling. She was close to Long Chen in terms of age. Their interaction was not bad, so she should understand this guy better. Everyone could only nod and see the situation. Long Chen was alone. Facing the huge team of the Wushu Alliance, he was not afraid at all. There was even a relaxed smile on his face. His eyes swept around and finally stopped on Zhao Danchen and Feng Xian. Another explosion. 5 chapters. Please support me, brothers. Limited subscription is free for the last day. The number of subscriptions is starting to drop. Is there anyone who wants to subscribe fully? Also flowers and so on. If the madman is happy, he will still release more chapters. Chapter 668. Zhao Danchen smiled cruelly and was about to make a move when Feng Xian gently pulled him back and said, "Let me ask some information first." Zhao Danchen knew what she was going to ask, so he nodded. Feng Xian raised his head proudly and said, "Boy, before you die, tell me where you hid that girl, Huang Fuqi." Long Chen laughed involuntarily and said, "Aren't you talking nonsense? I saved her from your hands, and now I'm telling you where I hid her. Do you think I'm an idiot, or that you're just a brainless person with big breasts? You're just an idiot." Feng Xian's eyes turned red at his words. She didn't believe that Long Chen would still dare to ridicule her in such a situation. He was about to die. What else could he rely on? Feng Xian forcibly suppressed the anger in her heart. For Huang Fuqi, she could endure it again. So she said in a friendly tone, "Let's make a deal. I, Feng Xian, am a man of my word. If you can give Huang Fuqi to me, I can save your life today." As soon as she said this, the people of the Wushu Alliance, especially Zhao Danchen, looked at Feng Xian coldly. His eyes were like the edge of a sword, full of sharpness. However, his eyes didn't scare Feng Xian. After all, Feng Xian was an expert at the 5th level of the Earth martial arts realm. She was qualified to say this and not give face to Zhao Danchen. Zhao Danchen didn't fight with Feng Xian because he knew Long Chen's character. Long Chen was even more arrogant and proud than him. How could he agree to what Zhao Danchen said? Long Chen smiled and said, "I can accept this deal, but I have a condition. If you meet this condition, I will give Huang Fuqi to you." "What condition?" Feng Xian asked. "If you kill Zhao Danchen and give me the ancient demon's corpse, I will give you Huang Fuqi. What do you think?" Long Chen said with a smile. His boldness truly made everyone gasp in amazement. It wasn't just the Dragon Clan's side. Everyone was looking at Long Chen in fear. A member of the martial union dared to say such things to Long Chen. He was calm in the face of danger while provoking 2 great experts. Most people didn't have this kind of temperament. To be honest, if Long Chen was telling the truth, Feng Xian would really consider it. But Long Chen was a cunning guy. Even if Feng Xian killed Zhao Danchen, Long Chen probably wouldn't give her anything. Of course, Feng Xian was right. Even if she killed Zhao Danchen, Long Chen wouldn't give her. Feng Xian was familiar with Long Chen's character, so she didn't want to take the risk. Zhao Danchen looked at Feng Xian warily. Long Chen was really too cunning. He was a little worried that Feng Xian would make a move on him because of Long Chen's trivial matters. Fortunately, Feng Xian didn't fall for it. She frowned slightly and said, "It seems that you don't have the sincerity to make a deal. Think about it. If you don't agree, not only you, but all the war people and dragons will die today. There will be a river of blood here. Don't force me to make a move." Feng Xian had already exerted pressure on Long Chen. At the same time, she had also exerted pressure on the people behind Long Chen. However, none of the members of the Dragon Clan would betray their friends for the sake of their own lives. Long Chen felt that he was lucky to have made such a group of friends. He didn't have any regrets. All eyes were on Long Chen. They wanted to see what Long Chen would decide. Long Chen didn't hesitate for a moment. He pointed at Zhao Danchen, the ancient demon's corpse, and Feng Xian. He said lightly, "The 3 of you, do you want to come at me together or one by one? Or do you want to attack in groups of 2? Everyone was stunned at first. They didn't understand what he meant, but when they did, their jaws dropped to the ground. "Do you want to come at me together, one by one, or do you want to attack in groups of 2? Everyone was speechless. Zhao Danchen, the ancient demon's corpse that he controlled, and even Feng Xian, could easily kill Long Chen. But Long Chen said such arrogant words. If it wasn't to please the crowd, what was it? To put it bluntly, it was just a joke. The people of the Wushu Alliance laughed. Only Zhao Danchen didn't laugh. Because of Feng Xian's delay, Zhao Danchen couldn't stand facing his old enemy anymore. He had been defeated in front of the ancient demon territory, and one of his arms had been torn off by Long Chen. This was the worst humiliation he had ever suffered in his life. Now that his opponent was in front of him, Zhao Danchen couldn't bear it anymore. Only by killing Long Chen with his own hands and tearing off every part of his body, Zhao Danchen would be satisfied. "I'll do it!" Zhao Danchen let out a furious roar as he stomped heavily on the ground step by step. His heavy footsteps caused the ground to rumble. He didn't even want to control the ancient demon's corpse. He just wanted to kill Long Chen with his own hands. Facing Zhao Danchen, who was at LV4 of the Earth Martial Arts realm, the dragons didn't want Long Chen to kill him. But Long Chen was stubborn, so they couldn't do anything about it. They could only resign themselves to fate and hope for a miracle. Zhao Danchen's body was flowing with golden power. He stood in front of Long Chen like a golden god of war. Long Chen was quite calm. But under Zhao Danchen's threat, he didn't fall. His expression didn't even change. "You." Long Chen smiled. He didn't take Zhao Danchen seriously. "Is there any use in talking here, Long Chen?" Zhao Danchen's gaze was ice-cold as he spoke indifferently. "It's useless. Let's finish this quickly." After Long Chen said that, he started to transform. Today's battle was inevitable. He would let Zhao Danchen know that he, Long Chen, was a peak that Zhao Danchen could never reach in his life. In the eyes of the crowd, Long Chen's dragon soul transformation looked even more terrifying than Zhao Danchen's golden body. On the dragon's side, Long Yu, Jiang Wuya, Lei Zhan and the others were discussing. "Big sister, do you think seventh brother is a match for Zhao Danchen?" Jiang Wuya said with a serious face. "Zhao Danchen has reached the 4th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm. I hope seventh brother can hold on for a while. I think the news from Martial Emperor City will reach here soon. Among the few of us, fifth brother Qi Ying's movement technique is the fastest. He should be the one to carry out this mission. I'm sure that when Zhao Danchen and the others left Martial Emperor City a few days ago, he had already succeeded. If that news comes, Zhao Danchen will definitely rush back to Martial Emperor City. Tens of thousands of poisonous ghost teeth ants are my trump card. They were given to me by my master. If I put them in Martial Emperor City, it will cause a lot of chaos. However, it will also kill many ordinary people." Lan Ling said sadly. The location of the poisonous ghost teeth ants is in Martial Emperor City. The location of the venomous ghost teeth ants is in the Martial Emperor City, where tens of thousands of the Martial Alliance's law enforcement team are stationed. It won't affect ordinary people much, so don't blame yourself, sixth sister. In order for us to escape this crisis, we have no choice but to use this method. The venomous ghost teeth ants are not easy to deal with, and all the experts have been brought here by Zhao Danchen. I hope that Zhao Danchen will rush back after hearing this news. He has just become a martial emperor, and he doesn't want to lose his subordinates. Without the Martial Alliance law enforcement team, how will the Martial Alliance control the Shenwu sacred dynasty? Before this, they had roughly known that Zhao Danchen would attack the war people. Therefore they carried out a plan first, which was to put the poisonous ghost teeth ants raised by Lan Ling in the gathering place of the Wushu Alliance law enforcement team. Many leaders of the law enforcement team had returned to the Wushu Sage dynasty to congratulate Zhao Danchen on becoming a new martial emperor. If Zhao Danchen didn't come back to help, Shaolin alone wouldn't be able to deal with so many poisonous ghost teeth ants. Although the poisonous ghost teeth ants were useless to experts, they were a nightmare for warriors above the 7th level of the Reaching Heaven realm. Lan Ling didn't usually take them out. Therefore, Long Chen didn't know about them. However, the other members of the dragons knew about them. At this moment, they only hoped that Long Chen could hold on until Zhao Danchen heard the news and returned to Martial Emperor City. After Long Chen transformed into the dragon's soul, Zhao Danchen couldn't help but attack. There was a strong aura coming from Long Chen. This made Zhao Danchen wonder if Long Chen's strength had improved again. Impossible. He has just reached the 2nd level of the Earth Martial Arts realm. Zhao Danchen smiled inwardly. At this moment, the golden power ran through his body. His body was burning hot, making him look like a sun. He had just reached the 4th level of the Earth Martial Arts realm. Although he was still a little bit weaker than a martial emperor, he was no match for Long Chen. He would wash away the shame he had suffered last time. He would not only break Long Chen's arms, but also make Long Chen suffer a fate worse than death. This was the cruelest revenge. A bloody light flashed in Zhao Danchen's eyes. He took 2 steps forward and sneered. His body suddenly turned into a golden arrow, rushing toward Long Chen. His fist instantly cut through the air, making a fierce sound of friction. It reached Long Chen's eyes. The golden fist contained a strong power. With the strength of the 4th level of the Earth martial arts realm and Zhao Danchen's golden body, it was only a simple attack, but it had such a powerful attack. Zhao Danchen was like a tide, crazily attacking. Long Chen, on the other hand, was like the hardest rock on the seashore, motionless in the face of the wind. When Zhao Danchen made his move, he stood still, closed his eyes, and slowly threw a punch. This slow punch contained Long Chen's greatest understanding of the Earth martial arts realm. It seemed to be very slow, but before Zhao Danchen could react, he had already thrown out his fist. The golden and blood-red fists collided in mid-air. Bang! The golden light burst, and the bloody light also dissipated. Long Chen and Zhao Danchen both took a few steps back. This was a battle of pure strength. However, the result was clearly out of everyone's expectations. Zhao Danchen had a golden body and was also at the 4th level of the Earth martial arts realm. How could Long Chen break Zhao Danchen's overwhelming punch with a simple punch? Chapter 669. The first confrontation didn't have a one-sided result like everyone had imagined, which made everyone extremely shocked. This was just a competition of pure fist strength. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to see through it. Long Chen was able to block Zhao Danchen's move. They thought that Zhao Danchen had gone easy on him. Only Feng Xian, Long Shan and others with profound cultivation could see that Zhao Danchen had actually used all his strength in the previous punch. Even so, he still did not defeat Long Chen. Even Zhao Danchen spent a lot of effort, but Long Chen easily repelled him. Everyone's heart was still tight. How did this boy's strength improve so much? Behind Zhao Danchen, Feng Xian's face under the veil showed a shocked expression. Zhao Danchen's improvement in strength had made her very uncomfortable, but Long Chen's strength seemed to be much stronger than hers at the beginning. Moreover, although he has not reached the 4th level of the Earth martial arts realm like Zhao Danchen, his understanding of the martial arts realm is obviously more solid than Long Chen's. The punch just now showed some clues. Before this, Feng Xian had always thought that Long Chen was just a crafty young man who knew a magical escape method. She did not expect that today, he could have such fighting strength. For the first time, Feng Xian looked at Long Chen seriously. At this time, Zhao Danchen had once again fought with Long Chen. For the first time, everyone thought that Zhao Danchen was deliberately holding back and wanted to test Long Chen's strength. Next, it was the real trampling. However, they were obviously wrong. Zhao Danchen's eyes, from the beginning of the complacency and contempt, from the beginning of the first battle, became astonishment and doubt. The power that emerged from Long Chen's body before was no weaker than his current strength. Could it be? Your strength has improved. Zhao Danchen lowered his voice and said gloomily. What do you think? Long Chen said in an indifferent tone. He then looked at Zhao Danchen with a provocative gaze and said, I've already said it before. Those who have lost to me will always be defeated by me. Impossible. Zhao Danchen roared. Ever since he broke through, the thing he wanted the most was to defeat Long Chen and wash away his shame. And now, the opportunity was right in front of him. Zhao Danchen didn't believe that he wouldn't be a match for Long Chen even after advancing to this level. With Long Chen's background, he wasn't qualified to become Zhao Danchen's nemesis. After this roar, Zhao Danchen's fist burned with a flickering golden light. Golden Divine Fist. This move once again gathered all the strength in Zhao Danchen's body at this time. The golden light flashed and the heavy fist power, which could topple mountains and overturn seas, instantly arrived in front of Long Chen. It was like a golden mountain, pressing down on Long Chen. This time, it was Zhao Danchen who took the initiative to attack. With the full power of the 4th level of the Earth martial arts realm, the power of this punch was much stronger than before. In a real battle, the difference in strength between the two would soon be revealed. However, to everyone's surprise, Long Chen's face was still very calm. There was no panic or confusion as everyone had imagined that Long Chen would appear. He calmly looked at Zhao Danchen's attack, his eyes full of calmness. Boom, boom, boom. Under the golden divine fist, the air exploded again and again. Zhao Danchen's attack was many times more powerful than his previous golden divine fist. When Zhao Danchen had used this punch, it had directly broken Long Chen's Soul Crusher Dragon Claw's Black Dragon Breaks the Sky. This time, Long Chen used the same trick again. He used the Soul Crusher Dragon Claw's 5 Dragons Breaks the Sky again. Suddenly, 5 blood-red dragons roared wildly and rushed toward Zhao Danchen's golden divine fist.
The collision of the fist and the claw made a fierce sound in midair.
Boom! Long Chen's claw had a rather terrifying power. The claw scratched Zhao Danchen's fist. Even though Zhao Danchen had the golden god of war, the back of his hand was still cut by Long Chen. Long Chen was also shaken by Long Chen's violent fist power and was sent flying. Wow! There was an uproar on the Wushu Alliance's side. They had seen that Long Chen had been sent flying by Zhao Danchen. However, they were a little dumbfounded in the next moment. This was because they had seen Long Chen use a magical movement technique. He swayed in midair like a willow leaf and easily dispelled the power of Zhao Danchen's move, causing Zhao Danchen's attack to completely miss. Everyone could see the glaring bloodstain on Zhao Danchen's hand. At this time, the bloodstain was still dripping blood. However, with the powerful recovery ability of Zhao Danchen's golden battle body, the bloodstain was recovering at a speed that was almost visible to the naked eye. He estimated that he would be able to fully recover after a while. The golden battle body at birth was much more impressive. The confrontation this time caused everyone to be even more silent. They had thought that Zhao Danchen could easily defeat Long Chen. They didn't expect that such a situation would happen. Zhao Danchen had reached the 4th level of the Earth martial arts realm, but not only did he not defeat Long Chen, but Long Chen had also taken advantage of him in the battle. When did Long Chen become so strong? There was a feeling of disbelief in everyone's eyes. The speed of Long Chen's rise was simply too fast. Moreover, he had surprised everyone every single time. This time, everyone was guessing that Long Chen's strength had increased. If he had been strong before, he would definitely not be a match for Zhao Danchen. Now he could slightly suppress Zhao Danchen, which was enough to show that Long Chen must have made great progress in less than a month. Zhao Danchen also completely believed it. He was not discouraged. Instead, he became more crazy. Previously, when he had reached the 4th level of the Earth martial arts realm, he had looked down on Long Chen. But now, he finally understood that Long Chen was still a very difficult opponent for him to deal with. He was a hurdle that would be very difficult for him to overcome in his life. Looking at Long Chen's expression of not taking him seriously, Zhao Danchen was angry. He didn't know why, but ever since he became a martial emperor, he always reminded himself that he needed to cultivate his moral character and control his impulsiveness. But when he met Long Chen, all his previous warnings were swept away. What he wanted to do most now was to cut Long Chen into pieces. However, he had a feeling that he had been defeated by Long Chen previously. Now that both of them had advanced to the next level, wouldn't that mean that he, Zhao Danchen, would still be defeated by Long Chen? Zhao Danchen had a premonition from the previous battle. Unless he, Zhao Danchen, went all out and used the Martial Emperor's Ring, Martial Emperor's Seal, or even the Ancient Demon's Corpse to attack Long Chen, he would not be able to defeat Long Chen. Only by using his unique skill, Zhao Danchen would be able to deal with Long Chen. However, Feng Xian was here. If he and Long Chen went all out, Feng Xian would reap the benefits. What should he do? For a moment, Zhao Danchen thought quickly. Currently, Long Chen should be able to deal with Zhao Danchen, unless Zhao Danchen uses the Martial Emperor Ring, Long Shan said in surprise after watching for a while. In other words, he has improved again. The dragons were speechless. Long Yu clearly remembered that he was the one who led Long Chen into the Earth martial arts realm. Now Long Chen had reached the 3rd level of the Earth martial arts realm, but she, Long Yu, was still at the 3rd level of the Earth martial arts realm. She had not made any progress at all. On the path of cultivation, the higher the level, the more difficult it was to move forward. However, Long Chen was like a freak. His speed of cultivation in the martial arts realm was faster than Long Yu and the others could imagine. 7th brother is really nature-defying. Only a peerless monster can describe him. They looked at each other and smiled helplessly. Of course, it was impossible for them to relax. After all, Zhao Danchen was at the 4th level of the Earth martial arts realm and he had the Martial Emperor Ring. If Zhao Danchen went all out, it would probably be an earth-shattering battle. Moreover, there was no hope for Long Chen to win this time. After Zhao Danchen became a martial emperor, it could be said that he had completely replaced the previous Zhao Wuji. He had reached the sky in one step. Just as everyone was discussing, a martial king suddenly came forward and whispered a few words in Zhao Danchen's ear. Zhao Danchen's expression changed. He looked in the direction of Long Yu and the others like a poisonous snake and said,
The ghost-toothed poisonous ants in the martial emperor city were released by you, right?
The news finally arrived. Long Yu and the others felt slightly relieved. Next, it was up to Zhao Danshan to decide.
So what?
If you want to destroy us, you have to be prepared for the Wushu Alliance law enforcement team to be bitten to death by the ghost-toothed poisonous ants, Long Yu said indifferently. Her words were within Zhao Danshan's expectations. Today, I wanted to take the opportunity to deal with the War people and the Long family. Now that the old man of the Long family is crippled, there is Long Chen. Long Chen is my old enemy. Now that the ghost-toothed poisonous ants are running rampant, it will be troublesome to kill Long Chen. I can temporarily not do anything. Long Chen and Feng Xian both want to fight for the ancient tomb token. I'll let them fight while I reap the benefits. Thinking of this, Zhao Danshan had already made a decision. When he realized how powerful Long Chen was, he forced himself to wake up. After sweeping his gaze across the dragons, Zhao Danshan said coldly, "This move of besieging Wei to rescue Zhao is indeed a good one. I will spare your lives today. However, the next time I, Zhao Danshan, come, it will be the day of your death." Finally, his gaze landed on Long Chen. This gaze was cold and cruel. It could be considered a provocation to Long Chen. After that, Zhao Danshan was quite at ease. He led the people of the Wushu Alliance and left angrily, leaving only Feng Xian standing there. Feng Xian and Zhao Danshan were both cunning people. They were not willing to use their strength and let others take advantage of them. Zhao Danshan was able to endure his hatred and leave so easily. Of course, Feng Xian did not think of making a move. It could be seen that the strength that Long Chen displayed was not inferior to Zhao Danshan's. Chapter 670. Since you don't want to tell me where Huangfu Qi is, I won't force you. However, you have to be careful. The Wushu Sage Empire is only so big. How long do you think you can hide a person? After saying that, Feng Xian followed Zhao Danshan's footsteps and left. This crisis was finally over. Long Chen did not know the specifics of the strategy of besieging Wei to rescue Zhao Danshan, but he could guess. Originally, he thought that he was going to fight to the death with Zhao Danshan today. He did not expect Zhao Danshan to leave first. Long Chen could breathe a sigh of relief. He was not in his strongest state yet. He had not mastered the divine seal of desolation. Moreover, Xiao Lang, a great help, had not woken up from his deep sleep. Zhao Danshan did not make a move today. He thought that he could let Long Chen and Feng Xian fight to the death first. However, he did not expect Long Chen's idea to wait until he had mastered the divine seal of desolation. When Xiao Lang woke up, he would go to Martial Emperor City and fight to the death with Zhao Danshan. As for Feng Xian, he would kill him when they fought for the ancient tomb token. These two people were definitely going to die. After Zhao Danshan and Feng Xian left, everyone was in disbelief. They were able to survive this time, just like the last time. It was all thanks to Long Chen. Long Chen had single-handedly turned the tide in both times of crisis, ultimately leading to victory in the decisive battle. At this moment, everyone had surrounded Long Chen, looking at him as if he was a monster. Long Chen could only helplessly smile and say, "What's wrong, everyone? Could it be that I've become even more handsome recently, causing you all to fall head over heels for me? Fuck you. You're flirting with a girl. How can you use that on your brothers?" Everyone laughed and scolded him. The crisis was finally over. Everyone felt as if a lifetime had passed. Let's go. Today, we escaped a disaster and welcomed the return of an expert like Seventh Brother. It's a joyous day. Us brothers and sisters should have a good drink to celebrate Long Chen's return. All right. A lively and happy atmosphere filled the place. Soon, the war people held a grand bonfire party. Among them, Long Chen brought out Huangfu Fengchen and the others and told them about the recent events. After hearing that Long Chen had experienced so much in such a short period of time, everyone was speechless. At this moment, in their hearts, Long Chen had become a monstrous character. This time, the bonfire party was quite lively. All the war people were celebrating. There were many performances. The war people were excited. There were also many performances of beasts. It was to Long Chen. This could be considered the grandest festival of the war people. As for Long Chen, as the savior of the war people twice, he was naturally warmly received by the other party. This made him feel a little overwhelmed. However, this could be considered the last gathering before Long Chen bid farewell to the God Wushu Sage dynasty. From now on, regardless of whether he obtained the ancient tomb token or not, Long Chen would step onto the path of leaving the God Wushu Sage dynasty. The group of brothers and sisters he had met in the God Wushu Sage dynasty, as well as Huang Fuqi and the others, were his most precious treasures. Only by getting rid of Zhao Danchen and Feng Xian in the God Wushu Sage dynasty could Long Chen leave this place with peace of mind, so that his group of friends could live in peace in the God Wushu Sage dynasty. It was the first time that Huang Fuqi had come to a place with so many people. Everyone was willing to play with this cute little girl. Long Chen also mixed Huang Fu Fengchen and the few people of the dragons together. Although Huang Fu Fengchen had lost his strength, everyone still respected him very much. Moreover, Long Chen also handed Huang Fuqi over to Long Yu. In the end, Long Shan, who was rarely open-minded, directly accepted Huang Fuqi as his disciple. In this way, Huang Fuqi's seniority ran above Long Yu and the others. After settling Huang Fu Fengchen's family first, Long Chen was also relieved. As long as Long Chen settled Feng Xian, Long Yu and the others, he would send people to help Huang Fu Fengchen to suppress the Huang Fu family again, and then let Huang Fuqi be the head of the family. Of course, the premise was that Huang Fuqi had to reach the Earth martial arts realm as soon as possible. It was a lively night. Looking at their happy expressions, Long Chen also enjoyed this kind of life. If little she was here and saw such a lively scene, he would definitely be very happy. After drinking a little wine, Long Chen thought with some confusion. Seventh brother. Suddenly, Long Yu stood in front of him and called out. When Long Chen raised his head, Long Yu stuffed a Chenkuan bag into his hands. What is this? Long Chen asked. Yellow Emperor Seal. Long Yu said directly. Give it to me. Long Chen asked in astonishment. If we don't give it to you, who can we give it to? If it's in our hands, it will only be snatched away. If you fight with Zhao Danchen one day, we all believe in you. If you succeed, the 5 Emperor Seals will be yours. If you fail, try your best not to let Zhao Danchen get the 5 Emperor Seals. Is that okay? Long Chen nodded and said, I can guarantee that Zhao Danchen feels that he won't be able to get the 5 Emperor Seals. You can rest assured about this. Long Chen rarely promised something so firmly. In this way, Long Yu was also relieved. She smiled faintly at Long Chen and said, It's so lively tonight. What are you thinking about hiding here alone? Nothing, Long Chen said with an embarrassed smile. Then let's get down to business. Long Yu sat down beside Long Chen, looked at Long Chen with a serious expression, and asked, Seventh brother, you probably know that my grandfather's body condition was not good to begin with, and after being seriously injured 3 times in a row, he can no longer participate in battles. As for the Wushu alliances Zhao Danchen and Feng Xian, they are all serious dangers to us, existences that can destroy us at any time. Although we can escape today, we can only escape for a while, but we can't escape for a lifetime. Big sister, what do you want to ask? Long Chen said directly. It could be seen that Long Yu had something to ask him. Long Yu nodded his head, and said, Our crisis can only be resolved by you alone. I just want to ask you, do you have the confidence to deal with Zhao Danchen and Feng Xian? Tell me the truth, I need a definite answer. Only then can I make the next step of the deployment. Long Chen thought for a while and said honestly, I am now in the 3rd level of the Earth martial arts realm, and Zhao Danchen has the Martial Emperor Ring and the Martial Emperor Seal. However, I can be sure that even with the Martial Emperor Ring and the Martial Emperor Seal, I should be able to fight him to the death, or even defeat him. Of course, I am currently practicing an advanced king-level combat skill. As long as I complete it, I will be sure. Long Chen was telling the truth. Zhao Danchen had the Martial Emperor Ring and the Martial Emperor Seal, but he, Long Chen, also had the various magical powers of the ancient blood spiritual dragon, and even a magical power like time reversal, the fire of the golden crow, and so on. All of them were not weak. If there was really an unavoidable crisis, Long Chen could even use the blood sacrifice. Under the blood sacrifice, both Zhao Danchen and Feng Xian were no match for him. Of course, Long Chen would not choose to use the blood sacrifice until the last moment. Now was the crucial time to go to the archaic cemetery. If his strength decreased, he would lose a lot of initiative. Moreover, when he reached the Earth martial arts realm, he did not know what the result would be if his strength decreased if he used the blood sacrifice.
Would he completely remove the part of the understanding about martial arts, or would he only reduce the genuine essence, but not the growth of the martial soul?
All these were unknown, so he could not take risks for the time being. That is to say, after a period of time, you even have the strength to kill Zhao Danchen. Long Yu's face revealed a happy expression. This was the result she wanted the most. She knew that Long Chen was actually a very steady person, and would not make empty promises on this matter. Zhao Danchen has the Ancient Demon's Corpse. The Ancient Demon's Corpse is only a fighting machine that can only use physical strength. As long as I can overwhelm it in strength, it will not be difficult to deal with it. Even if it and Zhao Danchen besiege me together, I am not afraid. Big sister, you don't have to worry about Zhao Danchen's side. Long Chen had enough confidence in himself. He did not exaggerate and just said indifferently. Long Yu still did not believe it. She subconsciously always felt that Zhao Danchen was too strong, but Long Chen made such a guarantee. Could it be to make her feel more at ease? However, she also thought that with Long Chen's character, he should not be the kind of person who would brag. To be honest, the pressure in Long Yu's heart was quite great. I will leave Zhao Danchen to you, but what about Feng Xian? Long Yu gritted her teeth and chose to believe in Long Chen. If Long Chen really had such power, then it would be much easier for her to formulate the next plan.
Feng Xian.
Long Chen frowned, thinking of her performance outside the Martial Emperor City. 5th LV5 of the Earth Martial Arts Realm, and from the Tianfeng Sacred Dynasty. It is indeed not easy. However, big sister, do you still remember Xiao Lang?
Long Chen raised his head and looked at Long Yu.
That demonic beast of yours?
Where is it? Long Yu asked.
Xiao Lang is now on the verge of rushing to the 4th LV King level.
If it really reaches the 4th LV King level, I think it is possible for the two of us to work together to deal with Feng Xian.
Long Chen said directly. 4th LV King level. Long Yu gasped. She did not expect that the demonic beast that had just reached the LV King level would be as terrifying as Long Chen. To Long Yu and the others, Long Chen and his demonic beast were simply the best of the best. They had never heard of demonic beasts being able to advance, but the sun-devouring demonic wolf had done it. In Long Yu's mind, Long Chen was a person full of mysteries. He was shrouded in a thick fog, and no one could figure him out. If I work together with Xiao Lang, we should not be afraid of Feng Xian, Long Chen said. This was also his own idea. At present, there was no one on the dragon's side who could deal with these two difficult opponents. He had to rely on himself. This also made Long Yu feel more at ease. Long Yu clenched her teeth, and there was some hesitation on her face. However, looking at Long Chen's determined eyes, she nodded and said, "Seventh brother, I believe in you.
If that is really the case, my opponent is not scary because you can block the highest level of power.
In the Wushu Alliance, except for Zhao Danchen, we can deal with the others. Feng Xian does not have any subordinates. As long as you can kill Zhao Danchen and hold Feng Xian back, we can take down the entire Wushu Sage dynasty." Chapter 671. Long Yu had placed all his hopes on Long Chen. They placed all their hopes on Long Chen. If Long Chen succeeded, then they would succeed. If Long Chen failed, then none of them would have a good ending. To Long Chen, it was indeed a kind of pressure to have everyone's future and life and death in his hands. However, he was confident in his own strength, and in order to reassure Long Yu, he smiled and said, "Don't worry too much. Once I complete this important cultivation, and Xiao Lang awakens at the same time, I will look for Zhao Danchen."
Yes.
Long Yu paused for a moment, then said, "Based on your current situation, you should split up Zhao Danchen and Feng Xian to deal with. Zhao Danchen is slightly weaker, and is your primary opponent. As for Feng Xian, her goal is the Ancient Tomb Token, and if the Ancient Tomb Token doesn't come out, she can completely put it aside for now." Just like that, the plan was decided. Long Yu said, "As long as you can kill Zhao Danchen, I will be able to control the entire Wushu Sage dynasty. As for the specific actions, I will wait for you to make sufficient preparations before making any decisions." The bonfire party continued until it was very late at night before everyone gradually dispersed. Before that, Long Yu gathered everyone for another discussion. Long Chen did not participate. He found a place and directly went to study the high-level king-level divine seal of desolation. Moonlight poured down. In the middle of the lush forest, Long Chen sat on a thick branch of a tall ancient tree, looking up at the vast horizon. This Wushu sage dynasty. There is only one last hurdle left. Long Chen muttered to himself. Long Chen had also cultivated the divine seal of desolation for more than 10 days. Originally, a battle skill of this level should have taken him a very, very long time. However, in a mysterious space created by the stone tablet, Long Chen saw the palm that covered the sky and suddenly fell down. That palm contained all the charm of the divine seal of desolation, and comprehending the divine seal of desolation from that palm was much easier. Zhao Danchen. He actually reached the 4th level of the Earth Martial Realm, and his trump cards have also increased by quite a bit. However, I, Long Chen, will give you a big surprise. Long Chen clenched his fists and smiled faintly. When Zhao Danchen thought that he would be very powerful after learning the Martial Emperor seal, Long Chen would use the divine seal of desolation to show him what the most powerful battle skill of the Wushu Sage dynasty was. Under the moonlight, Long Chen sat on a branch with his legs crossed. His body did not move, but his hands were making seals. Sometimes it was fast, sometimes it was slow, and there was no pattern. However, the trajectory of the palm seemed simple, but in fact, there was a kind of magical and mysterious feeling. As Long Chen moved, a gray gas formed in his palms and rotated around his palms, gradually turning into a gray irregular ball. This gray ball was like a world of its own. Amidst the blurriness, it seemed that there were many things in this gray ball. There were gray clouds and land, an oasis that occasionally appeared, and the giant palm that suddenly appeared. Just when the speed of Long Chen's hands reached a level where the naked eye could not see them clearly, the magical gray disappeared and suddenly dispersed. Only the divine seal of desolation is left, but it's still not enough. I should have to practice for a period of time before I can completely control the divine seal of desolation. Long Chen thought. Just as he was about to start again, the sound of footsteps suddenly came from not far away. Long Chen looked down and saw a young girl in white. She had light makeup on and her clothes fluttered in the wind. She walked out from the darkness and stopped below Long Chen. It was as if she had come out of a dream. It was Lu Yi. Come up. When Long Chen saw her looking at him, he knew that she was looking for him. Lu Yi had not reached the 9th level of the Reaching Heaven state, so she could not fly yet. However, Long Chen's position was not high. With a casual leap, she came to the side of Long Chen. She sat down on a tree branch beside Long Chen and sat beside Long Chen. She looked at Long Chen with a charming expression and pursed her lips, not saying a word. What's wrong? Long Chen saw that she looked a little worried. When you showed off your power today, I was watching you from afar. You are really getting more and more powerful. You have left me far behind, Lu Yi said helplessly. Long Chen chuckled and said, Are you praising me? Why do I have a sour taste in your voice? Are you jealous of me? Amused, Lu Yi burst into laughter. She could be considered an extremely beautiful person, and she was even more beautiful when she smiled. She felt very similar to Ling Shi, and for a moment, Long Chen was actually a little spellbound. His fixed gaze caused Lu Yi's face to immediately turn red. What are you looking at? She turned her head away in embarrassment. Long Chen came back to himself and said with an embarrassed smile, nothing. If you finish your business in the Wushu Sage Court, you will leave immediately, right? Lu Yi suddenly raised her head and plucked up her courage to look at Long Chen boldly. This was probably what she really wanted to say tonight. Long Chen did not want to lie to her, so he nodded heavily. In other words, no matter what, we will never see each other again, right? A bitter expression appeared on Lu Yi's face. In a daze, tears began to well up in her eyes. Long Chen thought for a moment. He knew that between him and Lu Yi, there was indeed some indescribable feelings. In fact, it was Lu Yi who liked him more, and Long Chen always felt that she had the shadow of Lingxi in her, so he was closer to her. In the ancient demon area, it was she who begged Jiang Wuya, so that Long Chen could survive. It was also in the ancient demon area that Long Chen helped Lu Yi escape the fate of marrying into the martial emperor city of the Wushu alliance. In the eyes of outsiders, this was already considered love. However, Long Chen knew in his heart that he would only have one person in his heart in this life. It was difficult for them to meet again in this life. As for Lu Yi, he could only say sorry. It was not that she was not good, she was a very good girl, but Long Chen's heart had already been filled by one person. Therefore he gritted his teeth and said, I don't know what the future will be. The road ahead is uncertain. I have stayed in the Wushu Sage Court for nearly a year. I don't know when I will die on the road ahead. So, I think we will never see each other again. Maybe I will come back. This meant that Long Chen had suffered a setback in the sovereign domain, yet he didn't die. This meant that he had completely lost all hope. However, such a situation was very rare. Long Chen was a prideful person in his heart. He wouldn't allow himself to be a coward. As long as he moved forward bravely, he would kill any demon that stood in his way.
Perhaps I will come back?
Lu Yi muttered in a slightly dazed manner, and then she gazed gratefully at Long Chen and said, I'm truly grateful that you didn't give me hope just because you wanted to console me. My mother told me that some people are bound to be passers-by in life. It's my fortune to obtain them, and it's fate to lose them. There's no need to force anything, so I've thought it through. Long Chen bit his lips and hesitated to speak. He was able to discern Lu Yi's feelings towards him. However, many men could decide life and death, but they couldn't decide their feelings. Long Chen was like that as well. He was at a loss when it came to the world of feelings. However, Lingxi had given him a direction to move forward, and his only goal was to work hard towards that direction.
There was a strong desire in his heart to head to the sovereign domain and have a showdown with those people who had looked down upon him.
Long Chen wanted to head to the Imperial region and let those people who had easily beaten Long Chen into pieces at Poplar Town that day. Long Chen would head to the Imperial region and let him see what sort of state those people he'd looked down upon had attained. Who knew that he would still be alive and well? When she saw that Long Chen didn't speak and was just frowning as if he was thinking about something, Lu Yi didn't speak for now. She waited for Long Chen to recover his calm before she said, You're heading to the Imperial region to look for a girl, right? Even though her mother had warned her, Lu Yi still wanted to know if it was really like that. Long Chen nodded and said yes. There was no need to say anything else. Lu Yi bit her pink lips and forced a smile, but her tears still flowed uncontrollably. To be honest, what she imagined the most at this moment was that she was the person Long Chen was looking for. Unfortunately, she wasn't. Goodbye. Lu Yi jumped off the branch. Her white figure fluttered in the wind and finally disappeared from Long Chen's sight. She left very cleanly. Long Chen sighed. Lu Yi was also a passerby on his path forward. Long Chen was like a rising star. He was destined to rise to the highest peak and become an unparalleled scorching sun. Passers-by couldn't stop his footsteps. After stabilizing his mood, Long Chen calmed himself down and then began to practice again. There was not much time left. Long Chen knew that he had to kill Zhao Danchen before the ancient tomb token appeared. In this way, he could deal with Feng Xian wholeheartedly. She was the last enemy of Long Chen. He made a seal in his hand again. Lu Yi's eyes were red and swollen. She returned home. In this newly formed family, there were Jiang Wuya and King Qingli. They lived a very happy life here with the war people. As long as the threat of the Wushu alliance was removed, there would be no worries for the rest of their lives. Whether it was Jiang Wuya or King Qingli, they liked this kind of life very much. Seeing that Lu Yi came back with a red and swollen face, the couple roughly guessed what had happened. King Qingli held Lu Yi in his arms and said, Child, do you remember what I said? Lu Yi nodded obediently. Mother, I want to go out alone and be quiet. I don't want to go to crowded places. I want to go to a place with mountains and rivers to enjoy the scenery and relax. Lu Yi said, I'll go with you. King Qingli said, No, I want to be alone. When I come back, you will see a happy daughter. Lu Yi reluctantly showed a smile. Jiang Wuya and King Qingli looked at each other and finally agreed. They loved their daughter. If she couldn't get over it, she probably wouldn't be happy for the rest of her life. Chapter 672. After Zhao Danchen and Feng Xian returned, they were very peaceful and did not make any big moves. Zhao Danchen was probably waiting for the ancient tomb order to come out and then let Long Chen and Feng Xian both suffer. As for Feng Xian, she did not make a move for the time being. She probably also realized that the current Long Chen would probably be a threat to her. Zhao Wuji was clearly only a warrior at the 4th level of the Earth Martial Realm, but he almost killed her. This lesson made Feng Xian timid. However, other than the war people, there were many more spies. Long Yu and the others caught a few of them and found out that they were from the Huangfu family. They were ordered by Feng Xian to investigate the whereabouts of Huangfu Qi. Huangfu Qi was among the war people. For the sake of safety, Long Chen basically brought Huangfu Qi with him. Even if he was cultivating, he would let Huang Fuqi play by his side. Anyway, Huang Fuqi liked to stay with him. There was another thing, and that was that Lu Yi had left. Jiang Wuya said that she was taking a stroll, so Long Chen gave up. Although it was a time of crisis, Lu Yi was not an important person, so she should not be in any danger. After Long Yu learned of Long Chen's strength, she quickly and completely deployed and actively prepared for battle. The experts of the Red Soul had already spread throughout the major cities of the Wushu Sage dynasty. As long as the Wushu alliance of the Wushu Sage dynasty collapsed, Long Yu could quickly replace the Wushu alliance and control the Wushu Sage dynasty. She was born to lead, so she was quite familiar with these things. In fact, it was not that Long Yu wanted to lead the Wushu Sage dynasty, but the Wushu alliance was their enemy. If Zhao Danshan did not die, they would not be able to live. And if Zhao Danshan died, they would have to bear the responsibility of ruling the Wushu Sage dynasty. Otherwise, who knew how chaotic the Wushu Sage dynasty would be without anyone to control it? Long Chen focused on leveling up. A month later, Long Chen was sitting on a thick branch in the War People's Forest. Huang Fuqi was playing happily below. There were many children in the War People's Forest. At this time, a group of people were laughing and chasing each other. They were having a good time. Huang Fuqi, with her advantage in strength, quickly became the big sister here. She was so happy that she didn't want to go home. Because Long Chen had told her, she only played with the kids and didn't affect Long Chen. At this moment, the same grayish gas appeared in Long Chen's hand.
This gas covered his palm, and it could be seen that it was the same kind of gas as the deathly aura on the mysterious stone tablet.
The aura of death was dancing in Long Chen's hand. All of a sudden, Long Chen gently waved his arm and pressed his palm lightly on the trunk of a tree that was so thick that it would take 2 people to wrap their arms around it. His palm seemed to be pressed into a liquid, and it sank very easily. It was as if he had not touched a tree, but a lake. The children were running around the tree at this time. Suddenly, they found that the tree had disappeared. They raised their heads in a daze and looked at Long Chen, who was sitting in mid-air. Just now, Long Chen had used a little bit of strength, and the death aura within the Desolation Divine Seal had burst out, directly corroding the tree beneath him. That kind of gray death aura had a strong corrosive effect. The Divine Desolation Seal is finally complete. Long Chen opened his eyes and looked at his palm in disbelief. His true qi was originally an existence of extreme yang. However, through the use of the Divine Seal of Desolation, it could be transformed into this terrifying gray death qi. This kind of power seemed to be a bit cruel. Its effect could even be compared to the 9 Serenities demon ancestral flame of the wolf cub. If Long Chen's Divine Desolation came into contact with his body, even Zhao Danshan's golden battle body would be directly corroded. The Divine Desolation Seal was known as the strongest king-level battle skill. It should have this effect. Above the soul-dispersing Dragon Claw and Wind God's Kick, Long Chen finally had his own unique killing move. This killing move was much more vicious than he had imagined. It was what he relied on to deal with Zhao Danshan and Feng Xian, and it was also what he would rely on when he entered the archaic cemetery in the future. In terms of magical powers, Long Chen already had many. Just the magical powers of the ancient blood spiritual dragon alone could not be obtained by an ordinary person in their lifetime, let alone Long Chen who had several of them. Long Chen breathed a sigh of relief when the Divine Desolation Seal was complete. The final battle was finally coming. Below, the children began to chatter and shout. "Uncle Chen, did you make the tree disappear? You're so powerful." That's right, that's right. A perfectly fine tree suddenly disappeared. A few children who were not even 10 years old had stars of worship in their eyes. Long Chen did not expect that he would become an uncle. Time really made people grow old. Even Huang Fuqi called him brother. The younger ones called him uncle. That was not wrong. Most of their parents were in their 20s. Long Chen was also almost 20. It was normal for them to call each other brothers. "Big brother, I want to learn this too." Huang Fuqi tugged at Long Chen's clothes after he came down. "You'll become a man if you practice this. You want to learn it too." Long Chen teased her. "I don't want to become a man. It's so ugly." Huang Fuqi hurriedly jumped out of the way and led a group of children to make faces at Long Chen. Then they ran off again. "It's a success." Long Yu appeared in front of him with a gentle smile on his face. "Well, I think Xiao Lang is almost there. However, I don't need Xiao Lang to fight with Zhao Danshan. There's no time to lose. I'll go to Martial Emperor City now and fight with Zhao Danchen to the death. I'll leave the rest to you. Long Chen was decisive. He had already waited for a month.
He knew that there was no need to wait any longer. The final battle was finally about to begin.
Under Long Yu's call, basically all the experts above the Earth martial arts realm had arrived. They all looked at Long Chen with admiration. I'll go to the Wushu Alliance to take down Zhao Danchen. What to do next is up to you, Long Chen said indifferently. The more he grew, the calmer and more natural his state of mind became. Don't worry. But you have to promise us that you will come back to see us in one piece.
Long Yu looked at the young man with pity.
Everyone had seen his growth.
You're a man of indomitable spirit.
Long Yu added. Of course. Don't you know who I, Long Chen, am? I'm leaving now. Grandpa Long, I'll leave the safety of the battle clan to you for the time being. I'll head to the Martial Emperor City in secret. Feng Xian won't know that I've left. Other than you guys, no one else will know. As for Qi, I'll take her away. Huangfu Fengchen knew that Long Chen would put Huangfu Qi in the Great Void Realm, so he was very relieved. Everyone turned their hopeful eyes to Long Chen. Brother, we're useless. The future of the dragons and the war people depends on you, Jiang Wuya said as he patted him on the shoulder. Second brother, I remember that Feng Xian still has a 10,000-year-old geocentric milk. I'll get it back and let your broken arm grow back, Long Chen said firmly. I'll try my best. Your life is more important. Jiang Wuya's face was slowly filled with gratitude. Just like that, Long Chen took Huangfu Qi with him and comforted her in the Great Void Realm. Then, he quietly set out on the road to Martial Emperor City. The war people were still peaceful. There were no changes because of Long Chen's departure. When Feng Xian found out that Long Chen had appeared in Martial Emperor City, it was possible that Long Chen had already killed Zhao Danchen. The final battle was quietly ignited. On the way to Martial Emperor City, although Mo Xiaolang had not completed the transformation to the 4th grade Martial King level, he could already talk to Long Chen. Big brother, I think I'll be able to complete the transformation in a few days. Every 3 grades is a level. When I reach the 4th grade Martial King level, I'll become even stronger. When that time comes, I'll deal with Feng Xian with you. She almost made Qi lose her life. I'll take revenge for that. Sure. Long Chen smiled. Everything was fine. Now, it was time to see how long Zhao Danchen's life would last. The invisible sword pierced towards Martial Emperor City. Martial Emperor City. Martial Emperor Palace. The dark and gloomy roof of the Martial Emperor Palace had become the place where Zhao Danchen often stayed. Zhao Danchen did not know why. He had never liked this place before, but after he occupied it, he got used to it. From here, he could look down on the entire Martial Emperor City. Controlling this city meant controlling the entire country. A huge holy dynasty. Although it had declined, its population and territory were still there. On the other hand, Zhao Danchen realized that he was lonely. He had killed Martial Emperor Zhao Wuji for power and strength, but in exchange, he was revered by everyone. Even Xiao Lin, who was at the 3rd level of the Earth martial arts realm, had a respectful expression when talking to him. This kind of life made Zhao Danchen even more gloomy. Ordinary people did not dare to speak in front of him. Everyone understood that the current Zhao Danchen was much more gloomy and frightening than the previous Martial Emperor Zhao Wuji, not only in terms of temperament but also in strength. Martial Emperor City was shrouded in a gloomy cloud. Long Chen. In the Martial Emperor Palace, Zhao Danchen clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were bloodshot. This guy has many tricks. I have the Martial Emperor seal and the Martial Emperor ring, but I'm afraid I can't win against him. If I fight with him, even if I can kill him, I will be injured. At that time, that bitch Feng Xian will take advantage of me. Even though Zhao Danchen was extremely angry at Long Chen, he did not dare to make the first move. He wanted Long Chen and Feng Xian to fight to the death. However, a month had passed, and there was still no news of the ancient tomb token. Feng Xian and Long Chen also did not make any moves. Chapter 673. It seems that Feng Xian is quite patient. Has she realized that Long Chen will be a difficult opponent? Zhao Danchen stood up and looked at the endless stream of people outside the Martial Emperor City in the dark space. Although Zhao Danchen wanted to kill Long Chen immediately and use his head to wash away his humiliation, He could only endure it for now. How could a person who had defeated him, Zhao Danchen, be simple? However, Zhao Danchen couldn't endure it anymore. The crushing defeat back then was torturing him in his heart. It seems that I'm going to make a move now. I don't care about anything else, Zhao Danchen thought. At this moment, footsteps were heard from the stairs below. Then, someone knocked on the door. Come in, Zhao Danchen said. There was only one person who could come here, and that was Xiao Lin. After opening the door, Xiao Lin walked in with a hunched back and his hair and beard were all white. He was also old. What's the matter? Zhao Danchen said with a frown. He didn't like people to disturb him when he was thinking. I have a piece of news that I think the martial emperor will be interested in, Xiao Lin said humbly. Just say it, Zhao Danchen said impatiently. My men caught a woman in the heavenly Mulan Lake in the north. This woman must have come out alone to relax. She's only at the 8th level of the reaching heaven state. My men easily subdued her and sent her to the martial emperor city. She's waiting for the martial emperor's orders, Xiao Lin said methodically. Who? Zhao Danchen's interest was piqued. Lu Yi, Xiao Lin raised his head and said unhurriedly. Zhao Danchen was shocked at first. Then the expression on his face changed from gloomy to evil. Slowly, he smiled coldly and there was a burning look in his eyes. Xiao Lin, you know her best. Bring her here. I want to have a taste of Long Chen's woman. Xiao Lin nodded and left. In this dark space, only the sound of Zhao Danchen's heavy breathing could be heard. Ever since he had become a martial emperor, there had been very few women who could pique his interest. As for Lu Yi, he did not care much about her at first. However, Long Chen had saved her back then, so the significance was different. Very quickly, Lu Yi, who was wearing a long white dress, was brought here by Xiao Lin. Because everyone knew that Zhao Danchen might be interested in her, no one dared to touch Lu Yi along the way. They only made her faint. Before that, Xiao Lin woke Lu Yi up. After entering the pitch-black room, Lu Yi saw a pair of golden eyes in the darkness. It was like a beast looking at its prey. Lu Yi's heart fell to the bottom. There was a knot in her heart that could not be untied, so she wanted to go out and relax to ease her life. Moreover, if she stayed among the war people and kept looking at Long Chen, the knot in her heart would only become more and more difficult to untie. Going out and relaxing was also supported by Jiang Wuya and King Qingli. They did not want their daughter to be depressed all day. Therefore, she could not be blamed. These days, she was immersed in the mountains and rivers and had indeed forgotten many things. However, she did not expect her luck to be so bad even though she was already very careful. There were very few people in the martial league who knew her, but she just had to meet one. Back then, Zhao Danchen had only brought a few martial kings to the ancient demon region to fetch the bride. She happened to meet one. It showed how bad her luck was. At the moment when she was subdued, she knew that she would be brought to the martial emperor city and face this madman named Zhao Danchen. At this time, after Xiao Lin sent her here, he tactfully left. In this narrow and dim room, only Zhao Danchen and her were left. Zhao Danchen's eyes swept from her delicate face to her white skin, then to her bulging breasts, and then to her graceful waist and slender legs. His eyes became hotter and hotter. There had never been a woman who could give him such a thrilling pleasure like now. Lu Yi. Zhao Danchen smiled. He paced in front of Lu Yi and looked at Lu Yi from all directions. Then, he walked in front of her and gently touched her chin with his finger. He smiled and said, "Do you know what interesting things are going to happen next?" This terrifying man had an aggressive aura on his body. This caused Lu Yi's body to tremble. She had endured for so long, but she still could not control herself. However, she knew that she could not be afraid, so she forced herself to calm down and said coldly, "I don't know." Zhao Danchen smiled and said, "Then I will make you understand." With a whoosh, he stretched out his hands. Like a pair of pliers, he firmly grasped Lu Yi's thin shoulders and controlled her body. Then he kissed Lu Yi's face. Bastard! In a moment of desperation, Lu Yi could only turn her head away. At the same time, she kicked Zhao Danchen's crotch. This was a subconscious action. In a moment of desperation, Zhao Danchen forgot that Lu Yi was also a warrior. Moreover, she was very close to him, so he was kicked by Lu Yi. However, Zhao Danchen had a golden body. Even if Lu Yi kicked his most vulnerable part, it did not cause him any pain. However, Zhao Danchen stopped moving. He still grabbed Lu Yi's shoulders and looked at her sinisterly. He said, "You dare to kick my baby? Unfortunately, you still don't know how hard it is. However, you will know very soon. Looking at you, I am afraid that Long Chen has not developed you properly. He should be a eunuch. Such a beautiful person is right in front of his mouth, but he actually can't do it." Haha, Zhao Donchen's words made Lu Yi feel a chill run down her spine. However, he mentioned Long Chen. "Are you qualified to compare with Long Chen?" Lu Yi raised her head high and looked at him stubbornly. Her eyes were full of disdain. "What did you say?" Zhao Donchen's voice stopped in the middle of the night. Lu Yi already had a plan in her heart. At this time, she also threw caution to the wind. She said, "You scum beast. How can you compare with him? You deceived your master, killed your ancestors, and murdered your master. On the other hand, Long Chen is loyal and righteous. He is willing to risk his life for his brother. Compared to him, you are like a pile of dog shit." Yeah. The sides of Zhao Donchen's golden pupils had already begun to become bloodshot. At this time, he was like a furious beast. All right. You forced me to do this. I originally wanted to make you feel better. But now..." Zhao Danchen sneered. His gaze was like a knife that pierced towards Lu Yi. He stretched out a hand and was about to pull Lu Yi's clothes. As he looked at this proud woman, he felt an incomparable excitement. The ugly baby between his legs was already raised high. It was like a long spear that was flickering with golden light. "Goodbye." Lu Yi closed her eyes. As long as she died, Zhao Danchen would not be able to obtain anything. Along the way, she was unconscious, so Lu Yi did not have the chance to commit suicide. At this time, her life was about to end. The reason why she had held on until now was because she still had a lot of reluctance. Now, it seemed like there was no other way. However, at this time, heavy footsteps came from below. Who is it? At this critical juncture, someone actually came. Zhao Danchen was enraged. He immediately roared in that direction. Immediately, the metal door was shattered by Zhao Danchen's roar. Outside the door was a horrified Xiao Lin. "Bastard, are you here to seek death?" Zhao Danchen had just had sex, but he was interrupted by Xiao Lin. Naturally, he was furious. Martial Emperor, I have something to do," Xiao Lin said with great difficulty. "Hurry up and say it. If it's not a big deal, kill yourself." Zhao Danchen roared. Lu Yi, who was beside him, was trembling. Xiao Lin calmed himself down and said, "Long Chen is here. He has already arrived. In Martial Emperor City. Besides you, no one can deal with him. I think he is here to fight it out with you, Long Chen." This name stunned Zhao Danchen instantly. His eyes widened before he slowly squinted and said, "Are you saying that Long Chen is here?" After he finished speaking, he burst out laughing. After hearing Long Chen's name, Lu Yi's eyes, which were originally in despair, lit up again. Just as she was about to commit suicide, Long Chen actually came. He was like a savior in her life. Every time she was in danger, he would appear in front of her like this. This made Lu Yi so moved that she cried bitterly. "Why are you crying?" "I'm afraid you will cry miserably later." Zhao Danchen smiled coldly. He grabbed Lu Yi's arm and rushed up. At the top of the Martial Emperor Palace, there was an exit. Zhao Wuji always left from this exit. Now, it was Zhao Danchen's turn. However, who would it be next time? Long Chen didn't stop along the way and finally arrived at the Martial Emperor City. This place was quite a distance away from the Huangfu clan. Feng Xian might not even receive the news when the battle ended. After all, it was too far away. Thus, after arriving at the Martial Emperor City, Long Chen was very high profile. He directly entered the Martial Emperor City from high up in the sky, attracting the attention of countless people. Many people were familiar with Long Chen's appearance. Thus, this Martial Emperor seal caused a huge commotion. Long Chen had arrived. 1 month ago, among the war people, Long Chen returned like a king. He saved the war people who were in danger and chased away Zhao Danchen and Feng Xian. With such strength, everyone regarded Long Chen as one of the 3 great experts who could work together with Zhao Danchen and Feng Xian. Moreover, everyone knew about the conflict between Long Chen and Zhao Danchen. They were mortal enemies. Now that Long Chen had come to the Martial Emperor City,
Wasn't it obvious that he wanted to have a final battle with Zhao Danchen? The entire martial emperor city was in an uproar when Long Chen arrived.
Chapter 674. Last time, Feng Xian had come to martial emperor city in the same way. In the end, martial emperor Zhao Wuji had died. This time, Long Chen had also come to martial emperor city in a high-profile manner. What would the outcome be this time? Anyone who lived in the inner city of martial emperor city was basically a loyal supporter of the Wushu alliance. They thought that they were a member of the Wushu alliance. However, it was different in the outer city of martial emperor city. The people who lived here were the dignitaries of martial emperor city. Basically, they would side with whoever the Wushu sage was in charge of. In their hearts, they did not hate Long Chen. Instead, they were looking forward to the battle between Long Chen and Zhao Danchen. They wanted to know what kind of turmoil it would cause. Long Chen's eyes were cold as he looked at the bustling martial emperor city below. When Feng Xian had arrived, the martial kings of the Wushu alliance had dared to surround her. However, when Long Chen arrived, the others immediately saw through Long Chen's identity. Therefore, no one made a move. They were basically staring blankly at the heaven-defying young man in the sky, waiting for the current martial emperor to deal with him. Just like that, Long Chen arrived outside the martial emperor palace. The last time he had come out of the 9th Serenity Morning Soul Land, Long Chen had been standing in this position. When he came back again, his and Zhao Danchen's status was no longer important. Long Chen was not a procrastinator. When he arrived, his eyes looked directly at the martial emperor palace. He knew that Zhao Danchen was there. The people below were discussing. This Long Chen has come to the Wushu alliance. He is obviously not taking the martial emperor seriously. Nonsense. I think he is here to challenge the martial emperor. I heard that Long Chen is very strong, but I don't think so. Not only is the martial emperor powerful, but he also has the ancient demon's corpse. Even if it was Feng Xian, the martial emperor would be able to defeat him easily. That's not true. I heard that the woman is at the 5th level of the Earth martial arts realm, one level higher than a martial emperor. But as for this Long Chen, I don't see anything special about him. The rumors are too unbelievable. He once defeated a martial emperor, but the current martial emperor is much stronger than before. As soon as he heard it, he knew that the discussion came from the martial emperor's inner city. None of this was important. Most importantly, in Long Chen's rear, where the war people were, Long Yu and the others were all waiting for Long Chen's good news. Long Chen carried the fate of many people, so this time, he only had one way out, and that was to win beautifully. Zhao Danchen, come out! Shouted Long Chen softly. His voice spread throughout the entire martial emperor city. With a whoosh, Zhao Danchen appeared at the top of the martial emperor palace. Just like that, the two of them met. Long Chen's eyes darkened. In Zhao Danchen's hand was Lu Yi. At this moment, Zhao Danchen was holding Lu Yi in his hand, unable to move. She raised her head and looked at Long Chen with tears in her eyes. Her eyes were full of regret. She quickly said, Long Chen, I'm sorry. It seemed that Lu Yi had been caught by Zhao Danchen when she was relaxing. Long Chen pursed his lips and said nothing. Lu Yi's appearance had disrupted his plans. Therefore, Long Chen knew that he had to remain calm. Otherwise, not only would he not be able to protect Lu Yi, but he would also not be able to protect himself. Speaking of which, you really know how to pick the right time. If it was just a little later, Long Chen's woman would have become my, Zhao Danchen's, woman. Of course, she can't escape this fate now. Zhao Danchen looked coldly at Long Chen. Long Chen's calm expression made Zhao Danchen's eyes gradually burn with flames. He recalled what Lu Yi had said. She had said that he wasn't qualified to be compared to Long Chen. Zhao Danchen was proud and arrogant. This sentence had dealt a heavy blow to him. Therefore, it was time to prove himself. Long Chen saw that although Lu Yi's clothes were a little messy, she hadn't been violated yet. He heaved a sigh of relief. Although this was a difficult situation, it didn't shake his firm heart. He only had one goal in coming here today, and that was to kill Zhao Danchen. Let her go and we'll fight to the death. How about that? Although Long Chen's voice was calm, it echoed throughout the entire martial emperor city. Everyone was watching this scene. Lu Yi's appearance seemed to make this battle more interesting. Everyone was guessing whether Zhao Danchen would give up on this hostage and fight fair and square with Long Chen. Everyone's gaze fell on Zhao Danchen. "Let her go!" Zhao Danchen roared with laughter. Compared to his arrogance, he was even more sinister. He had gone to great lengths to get his hands on Lu Yi. Not only would he not let her go, but he would also use her to defeat Long Chen. Zhao Danchen had always been a despicable person. Based on his laughter, everyone understood what he was trying to say. Zhao Danchen would never let go of this opportunity. Long Chen. Lu Yi was on the verge of breaking down. She had already realized that she might become a burden to Long Chen. She might even be the factor that led to Long Chen's defeat. If that was really the case, she, Lu Yi, would rather die. At this moment, her heart was filled with regret. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Long Chen was worried that she would do something stupid, so he said to her first, "Don't do anything stupid. Just wait and see. I have a way to take you back safely from his hands. Trust me." His words made Lu Yi's heart calm down. Long Chen's resolute gaze made her choose to believe in Long Chen. She had always been an obedient child, especially when it came to Long Chen's words. She had originally wanted to end it, but Long Chen's words made her regain her confidence and chose to believe in Long Chen. In her heart, this heaven-defying young man was already an invincible existence. There was a kind of person whose existence would always break the perception of others, making others think that he was omnipotent. Anything that couldn't be solved would be easily solved in his hands. Long Chen was this kind of person. Long Chen's words could be considered as looking down on Zhao Danchen. Lu Yi was still in Zhao Danchen's hands, but Long Chen was actually talking to her as if no one else was present. This caused Zhao Danchen's face to turn black. His arms tightly wrapped around Lu Yi, making it impossible for her to move. "If you have the guts, then come to the city gates." Long Chen glanced at Zhao Danchen and directly headed outside Martial Emperor City. This was also the place where Feng Xian and Zhao Wuji had fought. Zhao Danchen sneered and brought Lu Yi over. In his other hand, a small black flag appeared. This was the Eternal Demon Flag. Under Zhao Danchen's control, the ancient demon's corpse suddenly rose up from the ground outside Martial Emperor City and appeared in front of Long Chen. The stench of blood and decay rushed towards Long Chen. This was the first time that Long Chen was facing this ice-cold war machine head-on. A massive pressure came crashing down on him. Zhao Danchen had also arrived. He didn't land on the ground, but instead hovered in the air, controlling Lu Yi and the Eternal Demon Flag at the same time. As he saw Long Chen and the ancient demon's corpse confronting each other, he laughed and said, "We're here. Since everything is ready, let the game begin." A dense crowd of people appeared on the walls of Martial Emperor City. Outside Martial Emperor City, another unparalleled battle was about to begin. Game. Long Chen frowned. He could faintly feel that this despicable Zhao Danchen was about to use some shameless method. Sure enough, Zhao Danchen gently held onto Lu Yi's arm. With just a little bit of force, Lu Yi was in so much pain that her face turned pale and sweat dripped down her forehead. However, in order not to worry Long Chen, she clenched her teeth and didn't let out a cry of pain. Zhao Danchen laughed and said, "Do you see that? These are the rules of my game. When my ancient demon's corpse attacks you, as long as you, Long Chen, dodge once or attack once, I will break one of her arms or thighs. You have a total of 4 chances, because the 5th time, I will directly break her head." "Ayaya, why are you looking at me like that? Do you think that I don't have enough tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex?" After Zhao Danchen finished speaking, even the people of Martial Emperor City began to talk. In general, the people of Martial Emperor City, especially those outside Martial Emperor City, didn't truly accept Zhao Danchen. They were only oppressed by Zhao Danchen's tyranny. For someone like Zhao Danchen who had killed his master, how many people would accept him? At this time, in the eyes of the crowd, Zhao Danchen's words were a bit despicable. The topic of their discussion was nothing more than complaints about Zhao Danchen. They felt that he couldn't live up to his status as a martial emperor. Zhao Danchen could hear these gossips, so his expression became quite ugly. After he finished speaking, Long Chen only looked at him coldly. This kind of indifference made Zhao Danchen suddenly feel ashamed. Zhao Danchen's heart burned with a crazy anger. I've clearly suppressed him and he's about to die by my hands. Why does he still dare to look at me like that? Zhao Danchen crazily roared in his heart.
He waved the eternal demon banner in his hand, and the eyes of the ancient demon's corpse gradually lit up with a blood-red color.
Long Chen, remember, you only have 4 chances to fight back. Zhao Danshan was so angry that he laughed crazily. Lu Yi was like a helpless kitten in his hands. Her tears kept flowing. She really wanted to die like this. But why did Long Chen say that he had a way? Long Chen said, Zhao Danshan, you probably don't know this, but a true powerhouse doesn't fear any of your tricks. You may have defeated me in tricks, but that only means that you lost to me in strength. So, what is there to be proud of? Bullshit. If I can take your life, then I'm stronger than you. Zhao Danshan roared. Under his control, the ancient demon's corpse howled towards Long Chen in front of everyone's horrified eyes. It was like a black shadow that instantly appeared in front of Long Chen. The powerful body of the ancient demon corpse punched out with a loud bang. In an instant, there was a series of crackling sounds in the air. The huge fist aura locked onto Long Chen and the mountain-like fist pierced through Long Chen's chest. Long Chen, remember that you only have 1 arm. Zhao Danshan's wild laughter echoed in Long Chen's ears. Long Chen narrowed his eyes and gave up on attacking. Chapter 675. Boom. As the crowd exclaimed in surprise, the ancient demon corpse's fist landed directly on Long Chen's chest. The only thing Long Chen could do at this critical juncture was to activate his dragon soul transformation. Blood-red scales had just appeared to block Long Chen's chest when the ancient demon's corpse's punch directly dented it. How could a punch from the ancient demon's corpse be so easily blocked? Back then, Long Shan had indirectly blocked a punch from the ancient demon's corpse, but he had still been seriously injured. Long Chen, on the other hand, had taken a punch from the ancient demon's corpse head-on. The force of the punch had sent Long Chen flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood and the sound of bones cracking could even be heard from his chest. Long Chen's body-tempering combat technique was only at the elementary king-level true martial demonic body, which was far inferior to Zhao Danshan's golden battle body. Zhao Danshan might have been able to block a punch from the ancient demon's corpse, but Long Chen couldn't. This punch had left Long Chen half dead. Cries of surprise rang out from the martial emperor city. They hadn't expected that Long Chen would actually not block it. He had actually given up on resisting a punch from the ancient demon's corpse. If he wasn't a real man, how could he have done this? A faint look of admiration appeared in their eyes as they watched Long Chen's figure fly away. Of course, there was also some pity. After all, Long Chen, who had originally been on par with Zhao Danshan, had probably lost a lot of his combat strength. It was likely that just Zhao Danshan alone would no longer be a match for Long Chen. Zhao Danshan had relied on the fact that he was holding Lu Yi hostage to easily let Long Chen take a punch and fly more than 30 meters away. He rolled on the ground a few times before Long Chen recovered from the impact. He leaped up and barely managed to stabilize his body. His cold eyes were still fixed on Zhao Danshan. He didn't say a word, but his gaze alone made Zhao Danshan feel a trace of fear. It was as if the person looking at Zhao Danshan was not a human, but a ferocious beast from ancient times. A thick trail of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, dyeing his body red. Long Chen. The punch from the ancient demon's corpse had shattered Lu Yi's heart. She felt that Long Chen was lying when he said that he had a plan. Under such circumstances, how could Long Chen have a plan? Long Chen was almost certain to lose under the ancient demon's corpse's punch. Zhao Danshan, you despicable piece of trash. You're a coward. You don't dare to fight him fair and square. Instead, you use such despicable means. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by the world? Lu Yi shouted at Zhao Danshan. Shut up. Zhao Danshan shouted at her. Lu Yi was right. Zhao Danshan was indeed behaving like a coward. Under such provocation, Zhao Danshan couldn't take it anymore. Moreover, the people in the direction of Martial Emperor City were also pointing at Zhao Danshan. This feeling of being looked down upon made Zhao Danshan feel like a volcano was accumulating in his chest. If this had happened in a deserted place, Zhao Danshan could have used Lu Yi's threat to take Long Chen's life. However, he couldn't do so outside of Martial Emperor City. Zhao Danshan was also a prideful person. When the ancient demon's corpse had injured Long Chen, the overwhelming public opinion had completely ignited his anger. Moreover, now that Long Chen was seriously injured, would Zhao Danshan still need to use Lu Yi to take his life? The conclusion was undoubtedly no. Bitch. Just wait and see who's stronger. Zhao Danchen grinned maliciously. He threw Lu Yi to the ground and glared at Long Chen with a fiery gaze. At the same time, he manipulated the eternal demon flag in his hand, wanting to use the ancient demon's corpse to control Lu Yi. Long Chen had to die. As for Lu Yi, after he killed Long Chen, Zhao Danchen would let her understand who was the strongest man in the Wushu Sage dynasty. Whether it was outside or in bed, he, Zhao Danchen, was an invincible king. As for Long Chen, he would forever be defeated by Zhao Danchen. Long Chen, I was only playing with you before. I didn't expect that you wouldn't even be able to withstand a single punch from the ancient demon's corpse. However, in order to make you give up, I will give you a chance to fight me. Zhao Danchen said arrogantly. He had said that he was just playing with Long Chen. Some people who hadn't reached his level might have believed him, but most people knew that Long Chen had lost most of his combat strength because he had played with Long Chen. After all, the physical body wasn't Long Chen's forte at the moment. At this time, Zhao Danchen had just put down Lu Yi and controlled the ancient demon's corpse to imprison Lu Yi. Long Chen was still more than 40 meters away. As Zhao Danchen spoke, the corners of Long Chen's mouth, which was covered in blood, curled into a pleased smile. His patience had finally paid off. Long Chen knew Zhao Danchen very well. He had chosen not to make a move previously because he was waiting for this moment. He knew that when Zhao Danchen was looked down upon by many, he would still choose to do it himself. Zhao Danchen had his own pride. If he were to be looked down upon, his impulsiveness would drown out his rationality. Therefore, Long Chen had succeeded. When Zhao Danchen put down Lu Yi and let the ancient demon's corpse imprison Lu Yi, Long Chen suddenly turned into a bloody light and appeared beside Zhao Danchen in an instant. He swept up Lu Yi, who had escaped from Zhao Danchen's control, and instantly left Zhao Danchen and the ancient demon's corpse. In the next moment, Long Chen appeared more than 20 meters away with Lu Yi in his arms. From the moment Long Chen was injured to the moment Lu Yi was rescued, only a very short period of time had passed. Just as Long Chen rescued Lu Yi, he first put down Lu Yi. Invisible waves rippled out from his chest and a magical time force acted on his body, restoring his body to the state it had been 10 breaths ago. 10 breaths. 10 breaths of time. These 10 breaths allowed Long Chen's body to return to the state it had been before he had been injured by the ancient demon's corpse. All of this happened in a very short period of time. Everyone was stunned. Long Chen had a very strong gambling personality. Of course, he had his own reasons for doing so. A gamble with a reason was no longer a gamble. He had known that Zhao Danchen wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure of public opinion. In the end, Zhao Danchen had indeed released Lu Yi. As long as he released her, Long Chen would have time to rescue Lu Yi. At the same time, Long Chen also took advantage of this time to use time reversal to completely restore the serious injuries he had just received to his most perfect state. After using time reversal, Long Chen rescued Lu Yi from Zhao Danchen's hands. The process was extremely thrilling, but he had succeeded in the end. As for time reversal, only Lu Yi was familiar with it. This was because Long Chen had used time reversal to save her life when they had been fleeing in the ancient demon territory. On top of Martial Emperor City, everyone's expressions were dull and lifeless. They simply didn't know what had happened in that split second. Long Chen's time reversal had been very small, but quite a few people had seen the blood at the corner of his mouth flow back into his mouth. In a very short time, his chest had been caved in, and it had already begun to swell up. Lu Yi had seen the most, so she was also the most shocked. She had never imagined that Long Chen would turn into a bloody light and sweep her up. At that moment, she stared blankly at Long Chen. I'm going to officially fight him. I'll put you in a safe place for now. Once I kill him, I'll let you out. How about it? Long Chen said concisely. Lu Yi hadn't recovered from her shock yet. She stared blankly at Long Chen and nodded blankly. Her trust in Long Chen had reached the point of blind faith. If Long Chen wanted her to commit suicide right now, she would probably agree. Hence, Long Chen had brought this silly girl into the Great Void Realm. From now on, he could finally have a good fight. Long Chen's gaze turned to Zhao Danchen and met Zhao Danchen's gaze, which was filled with anger, humiliation, and confusion. You actually recovered. You used a life combat technique. What a powerful life combat technique. Zhao Danchen was stunned for a moment before a greedy look appeared on his face. Such a life combat technique had reached a terrifying level. Zhao Danshan had never seen such a terrifying life combat technique before. In fact, he had never even heard of it before. The two young powerhouses of the divine Wushu Sage Empire faced off against each other. The people in the direction of Martial Emperor City were still shrouded in mist. How did that Long Chen snatch that girl from Long Chen's hands? Yeah, I didn't even get a clear look before he snatched her away. Also, where did he take that girl? That's strange. Long Chen seems to have a lot of secrets on him. What's even more strange is that he was clearly injured just now, and it looked very serious. Why does he seem to have returned to his peak state now? No one could answer these questions. However, they suddenly wondered if something strange would happen today. For example, if Long Chen killed Zhao Danshan, then, who would be in charge of the divine Wushu Sage Empire? However, they could only fantasize about this. Even if Long Chen could defeat Zhao Danshan, could he defeat Zhao Danshan and the ancient demon's corpse working together? However, what they didn't know was that the ancient demon's corpse actually had a drawback. That was, Zhao Danshan had to use the eternal demon flag to control the ancient demon's corpse. This required him to use only one arm, and he also had to be completely focused. In other words, it was impossible for Zhao Danshan and the ancient demon's corpse to besiege Long Chen. It was time for the final showdown between the two young powerhouses. Zhao Danshan's eyes were filled with all sorts of flames, greed, hatred, and so on. As for Long Chen, there was only one kind of indifference in his eyes. Chapter 676. It was as if he was looking at a dead man. Zhao Danshan manipulated the ancient demon corpse to drill back into the ground. Zhao Danshan leisurely put away the eternal demon flag. He didn't want to use the ancient demon corpse in a true battle with Long Chen. Long Chen was also in his peak state. This time, it's already fair. In a fair state. Are you my opponent? Zhao Danshan sneered.
Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, he rushed towards Long Chen as soon as he finished speaking. The real battle was about to begin. Although Long Chen didn't show it, he knew that Zhao Danshan was a target that he had to kill as soon as possible. The densely packed blood-red scales glittered under the sunlight. With a whoosh, Long Chen's blood-red figure collided with Zhao Danshan's golden figure. At this time, both of them displayed their full strength. Long Chen's soul-scattering dragon claw and Zhao Danshan's golden divine fist and divine yellow seal fiercely collided. Boom, boom, boom. On the ground, huge pits were blasted open by their clash. Smoke and dust filled the air, filling everyone's field of vision. It was just like the battle between Zhao Wuji and Feng Xian. In Martial Emperor City, besides people at Shaolin's level, basically no one could see the figures colliding. They also couldn't see who had the upper hand. Absolute killing 9 heavens. Under Long Chen's attack, it surpassed Long Shan's absolute killing 9 heavens. 9 divine dragons rumbled towards Zhao Danshan. This attack was swift and powerful. The 9 divine dragons were all images, and each of them was a claw print from Long Chen. In an instant, they pounced in front of Zhao Danshan. Rumble! This crazy attack came one after another, completely annihilating Zhao Danshan. The ground was filled with smoke and dust. No one could see what was happening. However, at this moment, a golden light suddenly burst out from the smoke and a red shadow suddenly moved out.
This red shadow was Long Chen. After dodging Zhao Danshan's golden eye of annihilation, Long Chen sneered and turned into a red shadow again, rushing towards Zhao Danshan. You madman! Long Chen's desperate fighting style made Zhao Danshan quite depressed. During the battle, Long Chen had a spirit of never stopping until he knocked down his opponent. When two people meet on a narrow path, the brave will win. Therefore, just as the battle began, Zhao Danshan was actually suppressed by Long Chen. The spiritual essence of the two was almost the same, but Long Chen was stronger in terms of combat experience. Although Long Chen came from a small place, his combat experience was dozens of times that of Zhao Danshan. Zhao Danshan had been fighting with people weaker than him since he was a child. He had never had an enemy, but Long Chen had always been fighting with people stronger than him. The things that were honed and summed up in a battle could also determine the outcome of a battle to a certain extent. At this time, the battle between Long Chen and Zhao Danshan was like this. In addition, the Willow Wind steps from the Huangfu clan also gave Long Chen a lot of advantages. Zhao Danshan had to resist Long Chen's attack, but for Zhao Danshan's attack, Long Chen could easily dodge it by relying on his movement technique. In the God Wushu Sage dynasty, there was no movement technique that could compare to the willow wind steps. Whoosh! Zhao Danchen's fist directly blew away Long Chen, but Long Chen sneered again. Wind God Kick, storm style. His blood-red long legs suddenly turned into countless whips that lashed at Zhao Danchen. The densely packed whips made Zhao Danchen's scalp go numb just by looking at them. Huangwu Divine Seal. Zhao Danchen really couldn't stand the feeling of being suppressed. He directly condensed a huge Huangwu Divine Seal and blasted Long Chen away. The willow wind steps prevented Long Chen from suffering any injuries. The two of them, who had been fighting fiercely, finally separated a little. However, Long Chen still looked relaxed. Although he looked ferocious, his movements were rather elegant. On the other hand, Zhao Danchen didn't suffer any injuries from Long Chen's fierce attack. However, his face was covered in dirt, and his clothes were in a mess. The expression on his face could be said to be crying but had no tears. In Zhao Danchen's opinion, Long Chen's faint smile was the greatest humiliation he had ever suffered. The hatred from the past, coupled with the current hatred, the two kinds of hatred added up and completely drowned Zhao Danchen. A towering rage burned in Zhao Danchen's body. Long Chen. Zhao Danchen almost roared these two words. He had never been so angry in his entire life. Such a scene shocked the people in Martial Emperor City. They had never imagined that in the end, Zhao Danchen would actually be played by Long Chen. From the appearance of the two of them, it could be seen that Long Chen had actually gained the upper hand in the battle just now. He had caused the dignified martial emperor of the Wushu Alliance to be covered in dirt. This young man, who had risen rapidly in the past year, had a magical halo around him. He was really heaven-defying. Many people looked at each other in dismay. Will Zhao Danchen really be defeated by Long Chen? Many people had this question in their minds. However, they quickly denied themselves. This was because they knew that Zhao Danchen still had two trump cards that he had yet to use. One of them was the Martial Emperor's ring on his thumb, and the other was the advanced King-tier battle skill that belonged to Martial Emperors, the Martial Emperor's Seal. In fact, there was a reason why Zhao Danchen could learn the Martial Emperor's Seal so quickly. This was because the Martial Emperor's Seal existed in the Martial Emperor ring. As long as he wore the Martial Emperor ring, Zhao Danchen would be able to quickly understand the Martial Emperor's Seal with the help of the heroic spirits of the ancestors, and use the Martial Emperor ring as a medium to display the Martial Emperor's Seal. Otherwise, with Zhao Danchen's talent, it would take him at least a year to completely cultivate the Martial Emperor's Seal. There was probably not a single person in the entire Myriad Kingdom domain who could learn and use the Divine Desolation Seal in just a month like Long Chen. The battle paused for a moment. Zhao Danchen carried a towering rage as he walked towards Long Chen step by step. The center of his eyes was golden, while the rest of his eyes were bloodshot. These bloodshot veins were densely packed, making Zhao Danchen look rather ferocious. Although he did not transform, Zhao Danchen looked even more beastly than Long Chen. Although Long Chen looked like a beast spirit in the eyes of others, his movements were graceful and swift. It was the complete opposite of Zhao Danchen. It looks like I won't be able to kill you without using a bit of the Martial Emperor ring's power, Long Chen. After a pause, Zhao Danchen continued, You can already be considered an outstanding genius to be able to reach this level and force me to use the power of the Martial Emperor's possession. However, no matter how great a genius is, he will still be crushed under the power of a Martial Emperor ancestor. As he spoke, countless golden mysterious patterns appeared on Zhao Danchen's body, just like Zhao Wuji's. These dense golden mysterious patterns fused with his golden battle physique. Zhao Danchen's golden battle physique had a greater advantage than Zhao Wuji's. This was because his strong body allowed him to withstand more power. Martial Emperor's possession. There was a lot of discussion on the walls of Martial Emperor City. With the Martial Emperor's possession, Long Chen is dead for sure. Unfortunately, Zhao Danchen still used this move. The power of the Martial Emperor ring is getting weaker and weaker. I really don't know if the Martial Emperor ring will still have power after he becomes a Martial Emperor. The majestic power continuously flowed into Zhao Danchen's body from the Martial Emperor ring. More and more golden mysterious patterns appeared on Zhao Danchen's body. Even his face did not leave. After the Martial Emperor's possession was completed, Zhao Danchen's power increased tremendously. It even reached the standard of LV5 of the Earth martial arts realm. Such a huge power turned into a soaring pressure that acted on Long Chen's body. The power of the Martial Emperor ring was indeed terrifying. Previously, Long Chen saw Zhao Wuji use it. This time, he experienced the power of his opponent. In the past, Long Chen had been able to completely suppress Zhao Danchen. However, that might not be the case now. The battle seemed to have become more interesting. Previously, it was Long Chen who bullied Zhao Danchen. But now, it was about to be reversed. Could Long Chen withstand the pressure from Zhao Danchen? Such a wonderful battle made everyone watch with relish. His hatred turned into the power of the martial emperor ring. Feeling the huge power in his body, Zhao Danchen smiled ferociously. However, what made him disappointed was that he didn't see any fear or despair on Long Chen's face. He was just as cold as before. This made Zhao Danchen wonder if Long Chen didn't have any fear on his face or if he could endure it. To be honest, Zhao Danchen sincerely admired Long Chen from the bottom of his heart for being able to fight with him until now. With a super strong power, Zhao Danchen's speed instantly increased by several times. Everyone watched nervously. Is that so? A cold smile appeared on Long Chen's face. Devouring World of Blood. This was the skill that Long Chen used the most. Under Long Chen's control, the devouring world of blood quickly covered him and Zhao Danchen. The surroundings were filled with a blood-red fog. The fog sometimes turned into a blood-red dragon shadow and sometimes dispersed. It was quite strange. It was this strange fog that produced a strong devouring power on Zhao Danchen's body. This was not the first time that Zhao Danchen experienced the power of the devouring world of blood. However, every time, he felt like vomiting blood. After using the martial emperor ring, he had clearly increased his strength by several levels. However, Long Chen's devouring world of blood forced him to use part of his strength to suppress the boiling blood in his body. That blood did not seem to belong to him. His blood was surging and colliding in his body. After using the martial emperor ring, Zhao Danchen's body was already quite unstable. Moreover, the use of Long Chen's devouring world of blood caused Zhao Danchen's body to be on the verge of collapse. If this went on, there was no need for Long Chen to do anything. Zhao Danchen would be directly devoured by the power of the martial emperor ring under his devouring world of blood. Chapter 677. Back then, the martial emperor Zhao Wuji had used too much of the martial emperor's ring's power, which had caused his body to explode. This is bad. Zhao Danchen realized that this was not a good sign. If this continued, something like this might really happen. Therefore, he had to take advantage of his current ability to kill Long Chen. He had never thought that Long Chen's devouring bloody world would have such a strong effect on his own power. This made Zhao Danchen feel speechless. Could Long Chen really be his nemesis? Impossible. Zhao Danchen controlled his power and roared. He used the power of the martial emperor's possession to attack Long Chen. When he saw Zhao Wuji's fearful expression, Long Chen knew that the devouring bloody world would definitely affect his absorption of the martial emperor's ring's power. He was overjoyed. He was going to completely suppress Zhao Danchen today. However, he did not dare to be careless. At this moment, Zhao Danchen had completely sunk into madness. Long Chen carefully controlled the power of the devouring bloody world and suppressed it on Zhao Danchen's body. Divine Yellow Martial Seal. The name of this technique was similar to the pronunciation of Long Chen's ultimate killing technique. Under Zhao Danchen's control, a golden martial character, which was several times bigger than before, shot towards Long Chen. This martial character was like a golden mountain peak. This kind of power could probably collapse the entire martial emperor city's walls. The golden light of the martial character even broke through Long Chen's devouring bloody world and pierced through it. Long Chen's eyes darkened. The third layer of the soul-dispersing dragon claw, absolute kill of the 9 heavens, collided with the divine yellow martial seal. This time, Long Chen was pushed back by Zhao Danchen. Although he was suppressed by the devouring bloody world, Zhao Danchen's power still caused his blood to churn. This time, Long Chen was finally defeated. Zhao Danchen laughed maniacally. Long Chen was not even a match for the divine yellow martial seal. This meant that he was at his wit's end. Zhao Danchen had seen all of Long Chen's techniques. At this point, killing Long Chen was a surefire way to go. Hearing Zhao Danchen's laughter, everyone knew that under the martial emperor's possession, Long Chen was no match for Zhao Danchen. Although they felt it was a pity, there was nothing they could do about it. Zhao Danchen had the martial emperor's ring. In terms of real power, Zhao Danchen would definitely lose to Long Chen. Even if Long Chen lost in the end, it would be a glorious defeat. This is the most terrifying and troublesome opponent I have ever faced in my life. In that case, I should let you enjoy the best treatment. Zhao Danchen's maniacal smile was getting closer to Long Chen's. Under this terrifying pressure, Long Chen's expression did not change. Is he going to use the martial emperor's seal? Long Chen guessed when he saw the golden light surging out of Zhao Danchen's body. The martial emperor's seal was indeed a powerful technique. Long Chen had witnessed it when he saw Zhao Danchen use it. At this moment, Zhao Danchen used the power of the martial emperor's ring. The martial emperor's seal was exactly the same as Zhao Wuji's on the battlefield. Boom! Boom! Even more violent qi flowed on Zhao Danchen's body. The dazzling golden light completely enveloped Zhao Danchen. After using the martial emperor's ring, he realized that his strength could completely suppress Long Chen. At this moment, killing Long Chen was absolutely safe. This was the first time Zhao Danchen had used the martial emperor's seal, so he was rather excited. You can be proud of dying under my first use of the martial emperor's seal, Long Chen. At this moment, Zhao Danchen's hands frantically formed seals under everyone's gaze.
The power of the martial emperor's ring surged into his body. Then, it surged out of his palms and condensed into the martial emperor's seal.
Behind Zhao Danchen, a huge shadow of a golden god of war appeared. This golden god of war wore golden armor and looked majestic. There were golden runes all over its body. It was like an enlarged version of Zhao Danchen. A majestic power appeared on the body of this golden god of war. After feeling the huge power opposite him, Long Chen narrowed his eyes. It had to be said that Zhao Danchen's power was quite huge. He might even be able to kill an ordinary expert in the 5th level of the earth martial arts realm. Just like Zhao Wuji, who had almost killed Feng Xian. In the martial emperor's ring, there was the power left behind selflessly by past martial emperors. Die! A crazy look appeared on Zhao Danchen's face. He pushed out the martial emperor's seal in his hand. The shadow of the golden god of war behind him suddenly condensed into Zhao Danchen's hand. A palm suddenly pressed in the direction of Long Chen. This overwhelming palm even shattered Long Chen's devouring world of blood. It could be seen how powerful the martial emperor's seal, which had used most of the power of the martial emperor's ring, was. The entire martial emperor city rumbled and shook under the influence of the martial emperor's seal. Zhao Danchen's terror made everyone feel terrified. They realized that from today onwards, Zhao Danchen was almost invincible. He was definitely the most terrifying person in the Wushu Sage Empire. Under the leadership of Zhao Danchen, the entire Wushu Sage Empire would enter a new era. The only person who was not afraid should be Long Chen. He looked indifferently at the martial emperor's seal displayed by Zhao Danchen. He looked indifferently at this powerful move. It should be over. Compared to Zhao Danchen, Long Chen was different in that he formed hand seals with one hand. They were both hand seals, but Long Chen's looked much simpler. As he formed hand seals with one hand, a small gray ball quickly appeared on his palm. What's wrong with Long Chen? Is he frightened by Zhao Danchen's attack? He actually did not resist. This thought appeared in many people's minds in Martial Emperor City. This was because Long Chen did not even try to dodge. In the next moment, they suddenly saw Long Chen's hand, which was behind his back, suddenly move. A hand seal was formed, and the gray shadow suddenly rushed towards the martial emperor's seal that was attacking. This small ball of gray gas formed a handprint, but it made everyone's hair stand on end. From this small handprint, they seemed to see a dead world, and a gray palm that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. What is this? Zhao Danchen was the first to feel the terror of the gray. Of course, compared to Zhao Danchen's martial emperor's seal, it was probably much weaker. After all, not only did Zhao Danchen use his own power, but he also used the power of the martial emperor's ring. Just as this thought appeared in Zhao Danchen's mind, Long Chen's hand seal changed. The huge palm in the gray hand seal suddenly broke through the world and transformed into a gray palm that covered the sky. This gray palm seemed to grow out of Long Chen's body. It was filled with a gray deathly aura, as well as a sinister and terrifying aura. The gray palm appeared in Zhao Danchen's vision in an instant. In the next moment, the gray palm that was filled with death aura collided with Zhao Danchen's martial emperor's seal. Everyone opened their eyes and watched the final battle. What was shocking was that the intense collision that they had imagined did not happen. After the gray palm and the golden war god collided, the gray power turned into gas and enveloped the golden war god, making a sizzling sound. Zhao Danchen's martial emperor's seal was actually corroded by Long Chen's divine desolation seal. This was the power of the divine desolation seal. The gray palm instantly pounced on the golden war god. The golden war god had great power, but under Long Chen's attack, it disappeared bit by bit. At the same time, the huge power of the martial emperor's ring also shattered Long Chen's gray palm. Of course, the corrosive ability of the divine desolation seal was far higher than Zhao Danchen's martial emperor's seal. In a short time, the shadow of the golden war god was completely extinguished by Long Chen's gray palm seal. How is this possible? Long Chen's move, which exhausted all of his energy, hit nothing but air. He formed a strange hand seal and turned the martial emperor's seal into a clump of death chi. Moreover, the gray palm seal was at a terrifying speed and instantly covered Zhao Danchen, whose face was full of disbelief. Impossible. The martial emperor's seal that he had high hopes for was gone just like that. Zhao Danchen did not even have the time to react. He had killed Zhao Wuji because he wanted to obtain the martial emperor's ring and martial emperor's seal. He had thought that he was invincible in the world. Who would have thought that Long Chen would actually use a move and destroy the move that he was most proud of? The golden eye of desolation burst out with a bright light, completely penetrating Long Chen's divine desolation seal. 2 golden rays of light soared into the sky. However, this could not block the attack of the divine desolation seal. Zhao Danchen was not careful and was covered by the palm formed by the divine desolation seal. The terrifying gray airflow instantly burned his body, making a terrifying sizzling sound. In an instant, Zhao Danchen let out an earth-shattering scream of agony. Boom boom boom. He punched crazily, trying to break Long Chen's divine desolation seal. Unfortunately, the divine desolation seal was not that easy to break. His punches could only dissipate a lot of the divine desolation seal. Absolute kill of the 9 heavens. At the last moment, Long Chen suddenly rushed into the range of the divine desolation seal. The claws in his hands quickly scratched Zhao Danchen's neck. A total of 9 claws scratched Zhao Danchen's neck, all hitting the same place. For the first time, Zhao Danchen's eyes bulged and were bloodshot. He stared in the direction of Long Chen in disbelief and had lost the ability to resist. Long Chen's divine desolation seal hit his body and quickly corroded his body. Long Chen took advantage of this time to snatch Zhao Danchen's cosmos sac. At the same time, he used his claws to directly cut Zhao Danchen's neck. Even though he had the golden battle body, it was useless at this time. The Desolation Divine Seal's most powerful ability was its Death Aura's ability to corrode life. Zhao Danchen had been entangled by the Desolation Divine Seal and had no chance of survival, especially when Long Chen had slit his neck in the end. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.